Her Billionaire Mistake. Billionaire Bachelor, Mountain Cove. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Liz Crane. Chapter 1. Brooklyn. Just grab the recipe out of the box. I don't need the recipe. Brooklyn scowled at the pan as she mentally ran through the list of ingredients for Moose Tracks fudge. Was it 3 cups of sugar for the fudge base and 2 for the caramel? Or the other way around? It's the sugar, chimed in her cousin Crystal, who was carefully hand-dipping orange truffles in dark chocolate. She gets the measurements mixed up every time. For the love! Brooklyn had been making fudge for the sweet shop on Main Street, Eureka Springs, since she and Crystal were 10 years old. She should know this. It's the weather. It's got me all mixed up today. A heavy fog had rolled in off the lake and taken up residence along Main Street like it wanted to shop for a hat or tour the hotel. There hasn't been a fog like this in over a decade. Grandma Julie peered out the small window, her forehead stacked with worry lines. It's a bad omen. It's not a bad omen, Brooklyn scolded. It's a weather pattern, which means I won't be on Beaver Lake for a couple days. She loved taking her paddleboard out on the water in the early morning and watching the sun come up over Billionaire Cove. It was one of the few places she could go that filled her soul. That and the fudge kitchen owned by her grandma. Brooklyn might not be painting masterpieces on ceilings or drawing tears with a violin, but she could make the best fudge on the planet. Others might scoff at calling candy an art form, but she'd just smile and dare them to do better. So far, no one ever had. Mark my words, girls. Something's coming to Eureka Springs, and we'd all best be on the lookout for change. Grandma shook her finger at them before going back to her task of portioning brownie batter into the 3 pans laying on the scarred oak countertop. Brooklyn finally admitted defeat and wiped her hand on her pleated apron before reaching for the ancient tin recipe box her great-great-grandmother had brought across the ocean on a boat from Italy. Most Italian families pass down pasta recipes, but not hers. Her family passed down desserts. As far as family legacies went, she'd pretty much won the jackpot. The recipe box and the fudge shop her great-great-grandmother had started went hand in hand. The shop should have been passed down to Brooklyn and Crystal's moms, but they were both killed in a car accident 15 years ago, along with Crystal's dad. Since Brooklyn's dad had run out on them the year before, Grandma Julie was left with both girls. She was the best grandma on the planet, raising them on equal shares of love and chocolate. Brooklyn glared out the window at the fog, as if it had rolled right into her brain and caused her mental lapse. But she refused to let the weather get to her. Today was a fantastic day to create something delicious and bring joy to the people who came into the sweet shop. They'd need a pick-me-up after trudging through the pea soup outside. With her attention on the window and not the recipe box, she managed to slide it off the counter and spill the cards across the floor. It landed with a clang that rang louder than church bells. Goodness! Grandma's hand went to her chest. The recipes were the lifeline of this business, and a connection to their past. Brooklyn made a calm-down movement with her hands. Don't worry, I've got it. She exchanged a secretive glance with Crystal. A couple of years ago, they digitized the contents of the box 1 card at a time after Grandma had gone to sleep. Even if the whole thing went up in flames, they'd have the recipes to make their treats that were sought after by chocolate connoisseurs the country over. Still, holding something in your hand that was touched by a grandmother you'd never met was pretty special, so she took great care in gathering up the cards. They'd spilled like an accordion, so they were easy to scoop up and keep in order. As she stood, a folded light blue piece of paper fluttered to the floor. She squatted back down to pick it up. The paper was thick and expensive, soft and delicate with an aged, feathered look to the creases. It looked like homemade paper, or the kind that hotels used to have for sale in their gift shops way back in the day. What is this? She set the cards in the box and began unfolding the paper. It was a letter. She didn't remember seeing this when they'd snuck the cards up to their room to scan them in the middle of the night. Then again, they'd only been looking for recipes back then. There were several other notes in the box written in Italian that they hadn't scanned either. Maybe they had seen this and skipped over it. Inside were long, loopy letters. My dearest Julie. She began reading out loud, but she stopped when she realized the tenderness of the greeting. Grandma let out a sigh. It wasn't a long-suffering sigh like the ones she used when the girls stayed up late in high school talking about the cute guy in Julie's math class. And it wasn't the kind of sigh that said she'd given up on something. This was a sigh Brooklyn had never heard before. It was full of memories, tenderness, love, and lost dreams. Thomas Ward. Grandma smiled without showing her dentures. He was a good one. Thomas Ward? Crystal craned her neck to look at the letter. Her hand was covered in chocolate, and she couldn't leave her spot or she'd drip across the floor. Who is Thomas Ward? She asked Brooklyn. Brooklyn lifted a shoulder. Their grandpa's name was Robert. He'd passed away before they were born, drank himself to death, as Grandma Julie would say. Whoever this Thomas was, he had her grandmother all warm-eyed and reminiscing. Thomas was my first love. Grandma's eyes glazed over. I should have married him. Whoa! Julie glanced down at the letter. Should have married confessions were not on the menu this morning. Her interest was piqued, and she grew eager for a good story. Why didn't you? Grandma's life had been anything but easy. Grandpa was an undertaker and started drinking early in their marriage. He managed to keep the funeral home running for quite a few years, but he wasn't a nice person within the walls of their home. Brooklyn firmly believed that when he died, Grandma was glad to be rid of him. She'd even asked her once why she didn't leave him and go somewhere else. Grandma had told her that hope was stronger than booze, and God could change a man's heart. She'd believed Grandpa would want to leave the bottle behind one day, but he never did. It made Brooklyn sad to think that Grandma had spent so many years of her life wishing for something that never happened. Was this Thomas another one of those wishes that didn't come true? Grandma was lost in thought, so Brooklyn went back to the letter. My dearest Julie, she read aloud again. Crystal's eyes were on her work, but her ear was tipped toward Brooklyn's voice. Meet me by the Fountain of Youth at 10 tonight. We'll be married before sunrise. I'll serve my time and then build us a home. All my love, Thomas. Crystal's mouth hung open in shock, and chocolate dripped off her stilled fingers. Did you go? She practically whispered the question as if answering it would change the course of all their lives. Grandma shook her head. She didn't look sad, more like she'd made peace with the past. My daddy died that night, not long after I found the letter. Thomas shipped out before I could contact him to let him know what happened. It was a different time then. We didn't have cell phones or email. She made swirls in the brownie batter with an offset spatula. Vietnam was cruel. She trailed off for a moment and then came back to herself with a tap of the spatula on the side of the metal pan. As the town mortician, your grandpa helped me bury my daddy. He was so wonderful, and I needed someone to hold me. We got married shortly after that, and, well, life happens. Brooklyn's heart constricted. Her grandma was one of the strongest women she knew. She'd lost so much in her life. More of her family was in heaven than was sitting in this kitchen. That was one of the reasons Brooklyn hadn't moved out and gone off to college after high school. She and Crystal had talked it over. They just couldn't see leaving Grandma behind. She could have run the shop just fine, hired a couple of local girls to help. But they didn't feel right about her being alone. She was their whole family, and they were hers. Besides, it wasn't like making candy for a living was a real sacrifice. Did you ever see him again? Brooklyn asked, curious. As a woman, she loved a good mystery, and throwing in a dash of romance was a bonus. Never. Grandma popped the brownie pans into the oven and set the timer. I don't even know if he survived the war. He was bent on getting out of Arkansas, and I was meant to stay. She brushed off her hands and brightened into a smile, indicating the conversation was over. "It's time to put out the welcome mat." She hustled out the swinging door that separated the shop from the industrial kitchen. Brooklyn carefully refolded the letter. She purposefully tucked it back into the tin and then rounded on Crystal. "We are so looking him up," she whispered conspiratorially. Crystal bit her lip as if she'd been holding back the same words until Grandma left the room. Her face had even gone red. She blew out a breath. "Get going!" She lifted her chocolate-covered hand to indicate that she wasn't able to touch a screen. "I'll keep an eye on the door." There was a small circular window that allowed them to watch the shop if they had to step back into the kitchen for something throughout the day. She'd have about 3 seconds' notice before Grandma came in, but that would be enough to darken her phone. Brooklyn went to work. With a few search words, she had a survivors list from the Vietnam War in front of her. "Bless the makers of Google," she said. "I'm looking." She typed Thomas's name into the search bar and rolled her eyes as the page loaded. Bingo! She practically hopped over to Crystal to show her the phone. "I have a discharge date." "He lived?" Crystal's eyes moved rapidly across the screen. "Where is he now?" Brooklyn pulled the phone back to her nose and tapped on his name. It brought up a bio that went through his military career. He was promoted and given honors for bravery. There's a place to contact him, but it goes to his grandson, A.L. She wrinkled her nose. Maybe Thomas is in a rest home or something? Or maybe it's not the same guy. There could have been more than one Thomas Ward. True, Brooklyn continued to read. The grandson's in Seattle. She copied the email address and started an email. There's only one way to find out if this is the guy. Dear A.L. She typed out a quick inquiry, her hands shaking. It's hard to sound professional and distant and not like my heart is pounding 1,000,000 beats a minute. Oh my gosh, I want this so bad for Grandma. Wouldn't it be amazing if she met up with Thomas and they were still in love after all these years? Crystal laughed. Slow down there, Miss Austen. You can't write a happy ending before you know if you have a beginning. Brooklyn laughed. She hit send and sent up a little prayer for the email to get into the right hands. Well, that's that. She looked from the screen to her cousin and back again. Now what? Crystal made the signature SS on top of the chocolate she'd just set down. We'll sell the world's best fudge to hungry tourists and hope he answers your email. Brooklyn nodded. Just as she stepped up to the saucepan where she'd been dumping ingredients, a light went on inside her head. It's 3 cups of sugar for the fudge and 2 for the caramel. She did a fist pump. I've still got it. Crystal laughed at her antics. Yeah, you do. Brooklyn shimmied in front of the stove. How about showing off some of those moves up at Tapper's tonight? There were several bars up on Top Road, most of them full of bikers on the weekends. Tapper's was the local scene. She and Crystal didn't drink on account of their no-good grandpa, but Crystal liked to dance with the fellas and flirt. Every now and again, Brooklyn would go as her wingman, but really, in a town this size, there wasn't a need for backup. Everyone knew everybody else, and they watched out for one another. She cupped her ear. Sorry, I've got a new novel calling my name. You know, one of these days, you're going to want a romance of your own. And when that time comes, I'll go looking for it. Until then, I'm happy to let others fall in love and be swept away. She flourished her hand through the air. Besides, no boyfriend beats a book boyfriend. Crystal snorted. Yeah, but if you try to kiss him, you get a paper cut. Brooklyn puckered up. Maybe, but he'll never break my heart. Crystal clamped her mouth shut. The lack of teasing meant her thoughts had turned to Brooklyn's dad. While Crystal had lost both her parents in the car wreck that ugly day, Brooklyn's dad had walked out. She'd watched her mother crumble under the heartbreak. As far as Brooklyn could remember, there wasn't another woman involved. Dad just decided he didn't want them anymore. Brooklyn included, which stung and bit and gnashed and tore at all the tender parts of her heart at the time. Some wounds left behind hideous scars, and Brooklyn's heart was covered in them. She was brave and strong in so many ways, But when it came to sharing her love, she reserved that for the people who had proven themselves. Grandma and Crystal. Maybe one day she'd find a man who was loyal and true, but she doubted it. The town was full of romances gone wrong, evidence that love hurts. Look at me standing here when there's fudge to make. She dumped in the sugar and stirred in the cream. It's time to turn up the heat. She winked, faking a sassiness she didn't feel at the moment, and set the temperature to medium. Grandma stuck her head in the door. It's getting busy out here. She was gone again in a flash. Brooklyn brushed off her palms. Do you have all this? She asked Crystal, indicating the candy thermometer that had already started to rise. I'm almost done here, Crystal nodded. The brownie timer still had 11 minutes, and the fudge wouldn't get to temp for another 22. Once you've washed up, come swap me, and I'll finish this batch. I'm invested in it now. She wrinkled her nose. Crystal nodded without taking her eyes off her task. They might have chatted through the morning, but they knew when it was time to get down to business. Brooklyn pushed through the swinging door to see a room full of women and men in period clothing. Some of the men carried muskets, and the women's dresses brushed the floor. The Civil War reenactment was happening one town over, but the promise of world-famous fudge brought them into Eureka Springs. Gray coats chatted with blue coats, and generals with brigadiers, and everyone wanted to buy goodies. She smiled as she handed out samples. She was smart enough to know she had a good life. There was no sense muddying the waters with dating and romance. Unless it was Grandma Julie's. Now that was a romance she could get behind. Chapter 2. Asher. I hate this tie. Asher Lockmore tugged at the blue and white flowered tie currently strangling him in the back of the limo. His personal assistant and go-to gal, Mrs. Morgan, barely gave him a glance out of the corner of her eye. Then why are you wearing it? Because I lost a polo game to Rio Silcox and his nephew. He tugged again at the decidedly feminine piece of clothing. How was I to know the kid was on track for a scholarship at Brown? He muttered. Not only did he have to wear the tie for an entire week, he had to wear it to a meeting with Adam Moreau, arguably the most influential man in the Cove, seeing how he'd developed the land and created the neighborhood for the ultra-wealthy in Seattle. And Asher had to meet him wearing a woman's scarf around his neck. His humiliation was complete. Asher was a billionaire, old money just like Adam, and, like the man they called the Beast, most of his family fortune came from real estate. However, where Adam had followed the law and developed land as a hobby, land acquisition and development was Asher's bread and butter. That was quite the phrase. Did people actually eat just bread with butter and not jam or honey or something else? He frowned. He liked crackers more than he liked bread. Crackers with cheese. Are crackers considered bread? He asked Mrs. Morgan. Ask Siri, she responded, typing away on her computer set on her knees. She had a knack for keeping it perfectly balanced, and her wrists never rested on the keyboard. If he had to type for a job, he'd have carpal tunnel in 3 days flat. According to Siri, crackers were close to nautical ship biscuits and ceremonial bread. I still don't like butter, he muttered. Here. Mrs. Morgan held out a flat sheet of crisp white paper. She ignored his ability to have a conversation with himself, but somehow always knew right when to chime in. He liked that about her, always had. It made working in such tight quarters less difficult. He tried to extend her the same courtesy when one of her adult children called to talk, but they were just so fascinating. The oldest was on a reality television show. The host, not a contestant, and he was all over the world. The second was busy with 3 kids of his own, who were all being raised to play Major League Baseball one day. Between the coaches and the other parents, there was enough drama to make a teen girl cry at night. And then there was the baby of the family. She was dating a man who was all wrong for her but couldn't see it. Asher had offered to have him shipped overseas, but Mrs. Morgan was waiting this one out. Sure, the no-good would show his true colors soon enough. He hoped so, for all their sakes. What's this? He asked, eyeing the sheet. It wasn't like he had a Tony Stark aversion to being handed things, but He'd learned over the years that Mrs. Morgan only put big news, usually bad, in print. "It's a personal email." She shoved it toward him, and he took it out of a sense of self-preservation. He scanned the letter quickly. Poorly written and sadly misinformed. Although they'd gotten his grandfather's discharge date correct. "Mrs. Morgan," he said in censure, "you know better than to fall for these tricks." He tossed the paper aside. "There was a reason I used just my initials. We don't need the sob stories." Asher was always careful about cybersecurity. His mother's father had a different last name, but there were still tricksters and scam artists who did their research, and they knew right where to hit him. He had a soft spot for the old man, a giant one that left him wide open for trouble. When it came time to register with the website, he'd convince Grandpa to put his initials and use an email that went through a security checkpoint. So far, no one had connected the familial dots from Captain Thomas Ward to billionaire grandson Asher Ward Lockmore. She looked up from the screen and locked her faded gray eyes on his. "This one's sincere." "I think the word you're looking for is clumsy." He shook his head. "She misspelled acquaintance. Lack of proper grammar is a classic sign of a fraud." "Or typing on a phone without autocorrect." She tisked her tongue. "I ran a background check. She's clean." He harumphed. "Grandfather never mentioned a place called Eureka Springs." "You never mentioned Carrie, and yet she exists." He scowled. Low blow. Throwing his ex in his face like that. His ex, a socialite, had wormed her way into his heart. Like heartworms. That's what she'd been. A disease that had nearly broken his family in two. "I'm lucky anyone in the family is still talking to me after what she did." Mrs. Morgan bobbed her head in silent agreement. Before she could get on him about the email again, he said, "We're here." Technically, they were at the bottom of the beast's driveway, but he acted like they'd be jumping out any second. He checked his tie to make sure that in all the fussing it hadn't slipped loose, and he tugged his white shirt sleeves down. Mrs. Morgan tucked her laptop into a shoulder bag and situated herself as well. The conversation about the email had been averted for the time being. Just as they were about to get out, she reached over and picked up the paper, lifting an eyebrow in challenge. This wasn't over yet, that eyebrow said. Fine, they could pick up the sparring match when they got back. For now, he needed to focus on this meeting with a man who could make him a whole lot of money. "We're putting Phase 2 of the Cove on hold for a while," Adam explained. Mrs. Morgan sat in the corner, quietly typing away on her laptop. She'd keep one ear on the conversation and take notes. The other side of her brain was reviewing quarterly reports. When the beast had first walked into the home office done in navy blue, cherry wood, and brown leather, Asher had been expecting to see the scars from an acid attack on the man a couple years ago. Instead, there was new skin, baby smooth, that blended into his face almost seamlessly. And Adam? He was a force to be reckoned with. He shook hands like they were about to start a wrestling match and made eye contact that would pin lesser men to their seats. It's a good thing Asher wasn't a lesser man. Belle, Adam's wife, was no pushover, but she had grace where Adam was gruff. She was also stunning, with hair that hung in long waves and framed her soft features. Together, they were a striking pair, but he was quickly learning that it was their minds that were a match. "What's the holdup?" Asher leaned back on the sofa. Maybe this was why the beast had called him in. He wanted advice on how to proceed with the Cove. He'd read an article about some sort of pushback from a law firm in town. Wolf and Wolf, or something like that. But nothing held up in court. There were 3 homes completed in Phase 2. Rio Silcox's, Jeff Crawford's, and his own. More were scheduled to begin construction, so pausing now would cost Adam fees. The city council just passed an ordinance prohibiting McMansions. Adam said the last word with a sneer that made Asher grateful he'd never been inclined to public service. Belle placed a hand on Adam's knee. "Seattle doesn't love the idea of building huge homes up here." "But they love our millions in property tax," Adam added. She gave him an indulgent smile that told Asher they'd had this conversation before. While we thoroughly support the City Council in their decision to allow cottage building on small lots and increase the opportunity for income for the elderly, we would like to continue developing land. It's become something of a passion of ours. Adam rested a hand on top of hers and smiled her way. Apparently, Belle had tamed the beast. Better him than me, Asher thought. The last thing he needed in his life is a woman who thought she called the shots. Carrie had been like that, demanding more and more, and withholding love like it was a currency she could exchange. It had nearly driven him mad. You're well within your legal rights to proceed. The Cove was approved before the new statute, so you're grandfathered in. But pausing construction in the spirit of doing what's best for Seattle is good press, Asher tossed out. Adam's soft smile brightened. There is that angle to consider. Asher laughed. Belle scooted forward on the small sofa. We both love this city. It's home. But we're not interested in the kind of developing that's going on. We love the challenge of carving out a place in the world. What's this got to do with me? Adam stood and went to the desk behind him, gesturing for Asher to follow. He did. I have another small plot of land in the Ozarks. Asher wondered how many acres Adam thought was a small plot of land. Belle hopped up and came to his side. And we have an idea. Her eyes fairly gleamed. Asher leaned over the map, checking the location in the square at the bottom right. Arkansas? I've never been there, because people don't go to Arkansas, he quipped. Mrs. Morgan cleared her throat, the only sound she'd made during this whole meeting, and he was instantly reminded of the email from that scam artist. The woman who'd written it, if it really was a woman, mentioned Arkansas. Some town called Alberta Springs or something. Adam tapped the table with his finger. My great-great-grandfather went to a small town there because he had a stomach ailment no doctor could heal. The waters are said to have healing qualities, added Belle. His stomach was healed, and he bought a large plot of land on Beaver Lake and built a house similar to this one, only smaller. Asher could only imagine what the eccentric Moreau had thought small. They were currently standing in the middle of a castle, a literal castle on a cliff, complete with turrets and spires and a drawbridge. I'd like you to go take a look at the land, decide if we can divide it into lots that will provide privacy vacation homes. Adam rolled out a plot map. This is what I have in mind. Asher leaned over the map to take a look. It appeared to be a finger off the lake, with plots touching the water. There was another road, high road, that had lumber. They would be wooded lots. He flipped the page to scan the elevation chart. If the numbers were correct, and knowing Adam's reputation, they were, then the development would be stunning. Each lot had enough acreage to allow for giant homes and yet still have privacy. The water was only a half-mile across, so there might be homes facing one another across the cove, but strategic placement could avoid that. He flipped back to the plot map and found the name of the development written in block letters at the bottom right. The Mountain Cove. Belle nodded. We're patterning it the way it's run off this location. Security, grounds crews, it'll be seaplanes and helicopter pads instead of a runway, but that's workable for our target buyers. He barely held back a snort. Billionaires in the Ozarks? The idea was absurd. Why Arkansas? Wrapping his brain around that was taking a while. Because it's out of the way. Being on the lake will provide water sports and anonymity. And because it's peaceful and stunning. Adam took a deep breath as if he were pulling in mountain air. I promise, you'll be hooked. Maybe there is something in the water. He smirked at the two of them, poking fun at Great-Great-Grandpa's story of magic springs. You'll not sell one lot. And from the looks of this, he flipped the page over to the elevation, you'll dump a couple million in it just to get utilities in there. Is that your professional opinion? Adam asked. Professionally? Taking on this project would be a hefty boost to his bank account, not to mention the challenge it presented. A new area, new laws to learn, new politicians to woo. It made his blood pump harder through his veins just thinking about the infrastructure needed for a development of this magnitude. Nothing got him excited like undeveloped land. There was rock, oh, so much rock, on the schematic, which meant dynamite, which was always fun. Explosives were a hobby of his that he'd love to make use of. However, he had a duty to tell Adam the truth. It is. There's no reason for anyone to buy a house in the backwoods of Arkansas. The couple shared a knowing look, and Adam lifted an eyebrow at Belle. She shook her head a little. He grinned wickedly and said to Asher, "I'll make you a deal. I'll take into consideration your assessment if you agree to spend a month out there. You can stay at our place." "A month?" "We'll pay you a consulting fee," Belle offered. "That isn't necessary." Adam jumped right in. "He'll be begging to take this on the minute he sees the place." Adam hooked his arm around her and pressed a kiss to her temple. She laughed. "Yeah, but we have to get him there first." Asher ran his hand down his face. He didn't have much on his docket now that his home here in Seattle was finished. Truthfully, he was looking at a lot of open days and quiet nights. He'd thought he'd earned the rest, but it just sounded boring. What he really wanted was a challenge. "All right, I'll go." If only to prove them wrong. He already had a to-do list building in his head, and it energized him. He spent a few more minutes going over details with Adam and Belle before climbing back into the limo with Mrs. Morgan. "It appears God's hand is on your side," she said. He turned to take her in. "I hardly call it God's hand that I was asked to consult on a project that happens to be my area of expertise." "Yes, but now you can look into this Julie person in person." She laid the email on the seat between them and smiled. He groaned. Mrs. Morgan cleared her throat and lifted her chin. "If I don't check her out, you will, won't you?" It wasn't really a question. The question of the hour was if he would leave this up to his assistant, or if finding a woman who claimed to be his grandfather's long-lost girlfriend/fiancée was something he should do personally. The fact was, he loved his grandfather, respected him immensely. Protecting him from these types of women was exactly why Asher had shrouded him in layer upon layer of cyber and physical protection. The fact that this email had gotten through all of that and to Asher was an oddity. Perhaps God was playing a role in his life. "I'll go, just to prove to you that this woman is a fake and a fraud. Don't forget scoundrel and ruffian." She had her computer open again. There were loads of details needed to get him to Arkansas. Contacting the pilot, having his things packed, moving appointments. He rubbed his temple. "I have a headache just thinking about all you have to do." She chuckled. "Give me a job," he ordered good-naturedly. As nice as it was having someone to handle life's details for him, he needed things to do to keep him sane. "Find the address to the sweet shop in Eureka Springs," she said without hesitation. "I'm craving Rocky Road and maple pecan fudge." He pulled out his phone and began searching. "Not a word of this to Gramps, understand?" She zipped her finger across her lips. "Good." He found the shop's website and looked through the pictures. The place had wood paneling. Quaint, but out of date. The display cases were chest-high, not good for children browsing, but classic for the 1970s. The whole thing screamed shabby and in need of a makeover. He shook his head as he closed the browser and opened the Screwtape Letters on his Kindle app to read. He'd get into Eureka Springs and get out without ever having to taste the water or meet a charlatan who would dishonor his grandfather. There was nothing there for him, and he'd move on before Arkansas even knew he was there. Chapter 3. Brooklyn. "Bike shows and fudge, the perfect combination," said a sweet lady in a black leather jacket with zippers everywhere. Her ash-gray hair spiked up in all directions, and she had a red bandana tied around her neck. Brooklyn smiled. "We certainly think so. Thanks so much for coming in." Eureka Springs' winding roads through the Ozark Mountains were a favorite for Harley riders. Even when there wasn't a bike show on Main Street, they packed the stores on the weekends, and there were several repeat customers in line. "Hey, Mark, what can I get you?" Crystal asked the next guy in line. "The usual," he said in his voice full of gravel. His long gray hair was pulled back in a ponytail Willie Nelson style, and he wore a faded leather vest over his Jack Daniels t-shirt. "1 pound of Sweet Mother's fudge coming right up." Crystal headed to the end where the white and pink confection waited. The swirls had come out exceptionally adorable this time. At least that's what the little girls who came in after school on Thursday had told Brooklyn. Sweet Mother's fudge was their favorite too, but Brooklyn would never tell Mark that. "I'll take a 1/4 pound of the peanut butter fudge and a 1/2 pound of the maple pecan," said the next customer before Brooklyn had a chance to ask. This woman had on a Sunday hat and a pair of bright white slacks with a navy blouse. Mark smiled at her and she beamed. "Coming right up." "Oh, and how much are those truffles?" she called. Brooklyn told her the price as she sliced fudge. The door opened and a biker group filed in, bringing the count in the store to 15. Brooklyn moved to the back counter to lay the fudge in a box. Crystal was there, sealing her order with a shop sticker. "I love it when it's busy," Crystal winked. "We might make enough for that new mixer this year." "Wouldn't that be amazing?" Brooklyn grinned. She placed the fudge on the scale and removed a sliver to get the right weight. The door dinged above the chatter. "Ooh, there's a nice-looking fella." Crystal nodded to the door. She finished wrapping her order and headed for the register. Brooklyn hardly had time to look up and glance at the man standing in the doorway. He was backlit by the sun, so she couldn't make out his features. It didn't matter, though. She could already see what Crystal was talking about. Nice broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His dress shirt fit just right to show off his muscles. She boxed the fudge and hurried to the register. "I'll bet his clothes cost more than our mixer," she said softly as she crossed paths with her cousin. Crystal giggled. "I wouldn't mind a closer look." Brooklyn fanned her face once and then focused on her job. Behind the handsome stranger, another group tried to get through the door, but there just wasn't room in the shop. They formed a line out the door, content to wait. Mark had taken up residence at the one and only table they had. It was small, a circle made out of wood and placed on a wire frame. There were 2 chairs. If business was slower, she would have sat down and chatted with him for a while. He was a loner type, but he'd seemed to warm up to Brooklyn a few months ago when he'd told her about his family. It was a sad story. Over 15 years ago, he was a truck driver, and when he was home on Sundays, they'd head out to a church his wife had found. He thought everything was fine until he went on a long haul one weekend and came back to find that his wife and daughters had moved out. They'd been chosen by the church leader to create a new nation, and he had not been picked. He always seemed kind of broken, not because the preacher had double-crossed him, but because his wife had agreed to leave and taken his daughters away. For all he knew, they were still up there in the hills. His girls would be 17 and 20 now. She wondered if he rode around the country on his bike like he did, hoping to bump into one of them. She gave Mark a smile that she hoped told him she cared before jumping back into work. Brooklyn did her best to shorten the line while keeping an eye on the new guy. He certainly wasn't from Eureka Springs, unless he'd graduated high school years ahead of her and just came back. No, he wasn't that old. Now that the light was better, she could see that he wasn't much older than her. Blonde hair, the color of fresh straw, shone under his ball hat. A mystery man. Their eyes met briefly, and she looked away. Butterflies flitted around her stomach. That wasn't good. She wasn't a tummy-flipping-over-a-guy kind of girl. Chatter was happy, and sugar cravings abounded. As luck would have it, she ended up helping the handsome stranger. Crystal walked behind her and pinched her side out of jealousy. Brooklyn restrained herself from sticking out her tongue. It was all in good fun, but she had to act a little professional. "What can I get for you today?" "I came for fudge. My secretary demands it." His voice was deep and clear like Beaver Lake, and it rolled over her like a spring fog, sending goosebumps over her skin. "It is the best in the world," she quipped. Thankfully, she'd delivered that line so many times she didn't have to think about it. The thing she was currently thinking about was the cleft in his chin. She'd probably seen 2 in her whole life as deep as his, and that little line was fascinating. His jaw was strong and straight, and could have been chipped right out of the side of the mountain like a piece of quartz. He had on a ball cap and sunglasses, which he left on in the store. Crystal wore sunglasses inside when she had her eyes dilated. Maybe he'd come down after an ophthalmology appointment. Maybe she needed to stop thinking about his life and focus on his order. Yes, I saw the sign that claimed it was the best in the world. He nodded to the window. It's not just the sign. Everyone claims it's the best. She fired back with a wink. Several of the regulars called out their agreements. The line outside had been able to make it inside, so the place was once again packed shoulder to shoulder. You should try some. Crystal put a square of red velvet fudge on a piece of wax paper and set it on the counter. Samples are on the house. She smiled and went back to cutting fudge for her customer. Several more people in line asked for samples now that they knew they were free and available. Brooklyn pinched Crystal and gave her a "look what you've done" glare. She handed out several tastes to people while the stranger made up his mind. Their noises of appreciation were enough to make her grin. She loved putting smiles on people's faces and continually glanced out of the corner of her eye to see if the cutie was listening. He chewed his samples slowly, thoughtfully, but he didn't smile, which made her pause. What kind of a person didn't grin at free fudge? Finally, she was able to get back to her handsome customer. Not that she was one for having a fling with a tourist, but if she was going to break that rule for any stranger, it would be a guy like him. This is good. He said the words so blandly that he barely placated her claim to greatness. Is it just the two of you who run the shop? He turned quickly to the side and concentrated on the nameplates in the display case. Us and Grandma Julie. There was no leaving Grandma out. Today was her day off, but she'd still gotten up and dusted the store before heading to the grocery. Being in the shop was like medicine. If she didn't get her daily dose, she went through withdrawals. Maybe that was more like illegal drugs, but the idea was the same. She couldn't be away from this place any more than she could stop the springs from flowing. What's she like? He asked, still not making eye contact. Brooklyn blinked in surprise at his question. She'd kind of thought he was going to ask another question about her, flirt a little. That's the way these little back and forths usually went. She's pretty much amazing. Why? I'm trying to get a feel for this place. His eyes roamed over the wood paneling and then the rough-hewn floor. She got the feeling he didn't approve. It wasn't that he scoffed outright. It was more in the way his attention moved on so quickly, like not one thing was worth spending much time on. Crystal perked up. Are you a reporter? They often had travel journalists come through town. The write-ups were generally generous. There was something special about Eureka Springs, and they were good for business. He shook his head. I'm in land development. Brooklyn's grip on the spatula handle tightened. They'd had these types come in before, sticking their noses into the place, wanting to know yearly revenue and overhead, pretending to be sweet and interested in the girls, when they were really interested in snatching this place right out from under them. What they really wanted was to take her legacy and turn it into a franchise. So much for his good looks. He could keep his cleft chin and his scrumptious-looking lips to himself. Look, this shop isn't for sale. It's been in the family for 4 generations, and it'll be here for 5 if I have anything to say about it. His eyes dropped to her left hand, her bare left hand, no wedding ring. I didn't say I was passing it on tomorrow, she clarified. His cheeks flushed at having been caught looking. He jutted out his finely shaped chin, drawing her eyes to that cleft again. Why was it so darn interesting to look at? It wasn't like it made him Mr. Universe or anything. It gave his face character. That was all. I wasn't going to, he started. Mark was at the guy's side, his eyes narrowed and his whiskers quaking. I believe the lady told you to buzz off. Brooklyn's face heated. She'd said no such thing. Crystal's hand went to her arm in a silent show of support. I didn't mean to offend you, the man snapped at Mark. And I certainly wasn't going to make an offer on your store, he said to her and Crystal. He spoke with such derision that Brooklyn was offended, in a completely new direction. What's wrong with our store? For starters, it's out of date. Crystal huffed next to her. It's called vintage. It's called worn out. He looked down and scuffed his highly polished shoe over the floor. He tucked his hands in his pockets. His tone was light, like they were having an everyday conversation and he hadn't just insulted her favorite place in the whole world. "You need a complete makeover. I bet your kitchen could use one too." Murmurs started in the crowd. "Our kitchen is stunning, thank you very much." Brooklyn shucked off the plastic gloves and threw them in the garbage. Her palms were sweating and needed air. His eyebrows rose above his glasses at her tone, like he was surprised she was mad at him. Mark stepped closer, growling as he did. "Stop picking on the Fudge girls, man, or you and I are going to take a walk outside." "I was being honest," he said, with an added cup of righteous indignation, like his opinion should carry so much weight. "You were being mean," said the woman standing behind him in line. Brooklyn glanced around to find the whole place watching their interaction. Thank goodness no one was filming it. The store didn't need that kind of publicity. In fact, the store didn't need this guy and his bad juju filling up the space. She folded her arms. "I don't think we have any of the fudge you ordered today. We're sold out." His forehead wrinkled, and it was kind of adorable and sexy all at once. Not that she thought he was any of those things. "I haven't told you what flavors I want." She cocked an eyebrow at him, daring him to name one flavor on the counter and see what would happen. He drew his thick eyebrows down. "You refusing service?" He glanced at the people around them. "Can you do that in Arkansas?" She had no idea. They had a sign up in the front window, small and indiscreet, that said they could refuse service to anyone, but they'd never put it in practice. "Watch her," gruffed Mark. The man eyed Mark up and down. Brooklyn held her breath as the tension grew thick as cookie dough. This new guy would demolish Mark, and she really, really didn't want Mark to get hurt on account of her stubborn streak. She was on the verge of backing down and sending the man out the door with a free £quarter when he smirked at her. "That's okay. I've figured out what I came here for." He swaggered out the door as if he owned the whole darn town. She glared after him and let out the breath she'd been holding. "It's okay," Crystal said. "He won't be back." Brooklyn shook out her fingers. I don't know why he got to me so bad. Usually she could handle a developer or potential buyer checking in with a lot more grace. There was just something about this guy that irked her. She turned her attention to Mark. "Thank you so much. You're the hero in all this." She reached across the counter and patted his arm. Several people nodded and smiled. One woman patted him on the back. His story would be told all over Eureka Springs by sundown. "I'm giving you fudge," she smiled. "Name your flavor." He grinned, large enough to reveal his gold tooth. "I didn't do much, but I wouldn't say no to that cherry cheesecake over there." Brooklyn chuckled, feeling the heat seep out of her cheeks and neck. "You bet." She cut a generous portion and put it in a box with a small plastic fork and knife. Mark took it with a thank you and headed out the door. She and Crystal picked up where they'd left off helping customers, but Brooklyn's mind wouldn't leave the stranger alone. She came up with a half-dozen things she should have said and stewed in her own thoughts until she was thoroughly exhausted. When there was a lull in customers, Crystal grabbed a bottle of glass cleaner and went to the other side of the counter. Brooklyn headed for a fridge, hoping a can of soda would perk up her mood. She could use a sugar rush to get her through the evening shift. "Want one?" she called over her shoulder. "Sure." Crystal spritzed and wiped while Brooklyn popped the tops of the cans. "Can you believe that guy?" she asked as she set Crystal's drink on the counter. "Walking in here like he had every right to buy our shop." Crystal blew a piece of hair off her face. "Yeah, I can. We had a store full of customers. Business looked real good today." Brooklyn leaned her hip against the back wall. He should be here now. The shelves were picked over and the beautiful display of fudge were hacked into, some of the remnants no more than 1/4 of an inch big. She took a long pull from her drink before setting it down and taking mental inventory of what she'd need to pull from the stock in the back. "What I don't get is why you're still thinking about him." Crystal moved to the next glass section. "Unless you thought he was something special." Brooklyn garbled a response. "Special? Not in the least." "He was hot, though." Well, there's no denying that, but hotness does not make a man. No, but it can make him kissable. Stop. Brooklyn wadded up a piece of wax paper and threw it at her cousin. I saw you eyeing him up while he was in line. Well, yeah, along with every other woman in this place, including you. Crystal shrugged. I love me a good set of shoulders. That got a laugh out of Brooklyn. Have you checked your email today? Crystal easily changed the subject. I haven't. Brooklyn grabbed her phone and tapped on the icon. You'd think we'd have heard from his grandson already. It's been a couple weeks. Was that the only contact information? Maybe we should make a call or something? No, it was just the email. But I'm going to run a search for his name in Seattle and see if anything comes up. She snagged her soda and headed for the small table in the front. She'd take her break now, and Crystal could take hers in a bit. Neither of them kept an accounting of time off. They just did what needed to be done, including looking out for one another's well-being. If Crystal was sick, there was no question that Brooklyn would work double shifts to cover for her, and vice versa. She stared out the window for a moment, watching the black and chrome bikes headed up Main Street. There was a parade scheduled for 6 p.m., and the windows would rattle with the noise from their engines. In her mind, she could see the developer strutting out the door, and she looked for him on the street. Maybe he was scoping out other businesses, too. Maybe he'd be in town for a while. The thought left her feeling lightheaded and hot all over. She pushed thoughts of him away and focused on finding Thomas Ward. Besides the mention on the vet's page, there wasn't much. She glanced through the links, feeling desperate to find Thomas, though she couldn't pinpoint why. There's an AOL email address on a MySpace page for Thomas, she called across the room. I'm not even sure if it's him, though. The picture is grainy. It's not like you'd know what he looked like. True. I'm sending an email to this guy. She took a moment to tap out the "you don't know me" part and explain herself, then asked if he was the Thomas Ward who had proposed to Julie Drury over 40 years ago. Will it even get through? Who has AOL email addresses anymore? Asked Crystal. Or a MySpace page. Don't they harvest those for fossil fuel? Brooklyn snorted at the joke. I don't know, but it's the only shot we have. Crystal sat down across from her. She fiddled with the cleaner bottle. I'd like to see Grams with someone. She seems lonely here. She has us. We're not her age. She needs to connect with people, really deeply emotionally connect. I read an article the other day that said women need an emotional connection every day or their health deteriorates. Brooklyn lifted her eyebrows. It's true. Crystal leaned forward. I have you and you have me, but Grams needs someone her own age. Someone she can complain about her hip to and they get it. What about the group that she plays dominoes with at the Highbury Hotel? It's not the same thing, Crystal sighed. I know. Brooklyn closed her eyes and prayed the email would find Thomas, that they'd be able to make this work, and that somehow love would come to Eureka Springs. Chapter 4. Asher. Asher stormed the streets of Eureka Springs for a good hour while he waited for Mrs. Morgan to get back from the grocery store. Actually, he wandered the street. As far as he could tell, Main Street was the tourist area of town, with an eclectic collection of shopfronts, restaurants, and hotels all laid out side by side. There were 2 hotels downtown, one advertising a séance that guaranteed he could meet up with his dearly departed. He decided to pass on that. The other hotel had pictures in the lobby of the famous people who had stayed there, and a museum-like display of a gang of bank robbers foiled by local citizens. He shook his head at the pictures. If you're going to rob a bank, don't do it in a town where every man wears a sidearm. He glanced around, unable to see any locals armed today. There was also a ghost tour advertised on another building. That sounded interesting. He'd done one of those in Park City, Utah, and Williamsburg, Virginia, and learned a lot about the histories of the towns. He may just have to come back for that one night. Trolleys went up and down the street with a stop at the top and bottom of the road, and then they were off to other destinations. Their drivers wore old-fashioned uniforms and big smiles. He'd glanced at the sign on the outside of the trolley station and found that there were several routes to take visitors around town, and even out to the Christ of the Ozarks statue. Throughout his walk, he groused about the incident at the fudge shop. When he'd stepped into a t-shirt store, 2 women who had been in the fudge shop nodded his way and laughed between them. He'd earned a reputation already. Great. He tried to brush it off. It wasn't like he was planning to settle down here. The woman behind the fudge counter had jumped to a quick conclusion and stood behind it. If she'd only listened to him. He'd covered the entire stretch of Main Street by the time Mrs. Morgan returned with a back seat full of grocery bags. They have 1 grocery in town, 1, and the selection is limited, but I found your chocolate-covered cinnamon bears. Thanks. He pressed the bridge of his nose to ward off the headache that had been following him all afternoon. Where's my fudge? She rubbed her palms together. He moaned. I will buy you chocolate from any place in the whole world. Anywhere but that shop. She folded her arms, in no hurry to get into traffic. He mirrored her posture. She wasn't the only stubborn one in the car. What did you find out? She asked. Julie Drury apparently raised 2 very rude granddaughters while building a confectioner's business for bikers and meddling locals. Mrs. Morgan put the car in drive and eased onto Main Street. She sounds like a strong woman. She ignored the barbs he'd thrown out at the Fudge Girls, as the overprotective biker had called them. The name didn't quite fit. They weren't girls. They were women. The one who had refused to sell him fudge had a particularly fiery spirit. Her bright blue eyes could have pierced him. I didn't see Julie, just her granddaughters. For all we know, she's in an assisted living center or something. Although it hadn't sounded that way. It sounded like she was a part of things. They began the climb out of the tourist area and headed to Adam's house. Mrs. Morgan already had the GPS programmed, and the electronic voice with an Australian accent guided the way. The email came from one of those granddaughters, Brooklyn, I think it was. Mrs. Morgan slowed down as they got closer to the lake. A light mist grew thicker until they were in the middle of a fog with only 10 feet of visibility. The highway wound this way and that, probably following the contours of the lake. Mrs. Morgan slowed down to 35 miles per hour. She sounded like she really cared about her grandmother. He thought back to the beautiful woman who had refused him service and knew in an instant she had to be Brooklyn. She'd chase me off with a pitchfork. She wouldn't be the first woman to do that, scoffed Mrs. Morgan. He leaned forward as 3 sets of eyes reflected in their headlights. His skin prickled, and he remembered the ghost tour. Maybe this place really was haunted. The eyes continued to stare at them, unmoving, unnatural. The road jogged left, and their light swept over 3 deer holding still as statues. He let out a breath and leaned back again. Mrs. Morgan drew in a breath. I wish you'd try to be a little charming. He covered his eyes. Not this again. Not all women are Carrie. Carrie was a train wreck. Like I said, we're not all like that. You're a gem. She smiled her thanks at him. The GPS told them to take a right off the highway. They slowed down and stopped. In front of them was a dirt road. Dirt, as in unfinished and not paved. Mrs. Morgan tapped the dash. Really? She asked. Mr. Australian Map God didn't answer. She signaled and made the turn. They went down the path, slowly. The air was syrupy with moisture, and the windows started to fog. He turned on the air conditioning. I can't imagine someone like Mr. Moreau owning a house on a dirt road. He nodded. Seems out of character for him, but he was adamant that this was a special place. Mrs. Morgan yelped and slammed on the brakes, barely stopping before hitting a full-grown tree in the middle of the road. What in the world? She maneuvered them around it, hugging the right side, which looked like it had been carved out of marble. The left had a steep drop-off, but they couldn't see where it went because of the fog. I wish I had some fudge to settle my nerves. She glared at him quickly before looking out the windshield once again. You're welcome to take the car and go back tomorrow. I'll pay for it. She pressed her lips into a thin line. That wasn't our deal, but I'm willing to change it up. He moaned. What now? I'll get the fudge. You answer that email. He tossed his hands up. Why do I keep you around? Because I don't take your crap. She flicked her hand his direction. She was right. He valued her honesty. Very few people in the world were real with him. As hard as she was on him about this, and how utterly annoying it was that she wouldn't let it go, he didn't want to lose her. Fine, I'll send it right now. He used his phone to tap out a response as they continued along a winding mountain dirt road. It was slow typing, considering the number of bumps they hit. If they ended up building a new development here, a new road would be the first thing he put in place. He read aloud as he typed. Brooklyn. No Dear Brooklyn or Dear Miss Delano or Hello. Thomas is my grandfather. He served in the Air Force. However, he hasn't mentioned a Julie or Eureka Springs. If you have any more evidence of their acquaintance, I'd welcome it. A.L. That was very professional. The way she said professional made it sound like cold or calculating. Thank you, he responded. You have arrived, said their guide. They pulled up to a one-story Rambler with a two-car garage that did, in fact, look like a small castle. The stacked stone on the exterior was aged and weathered. The front porch was hidden under an overhanging roof. The whole place looked dark and spooky. No wonder Adam wants to make this over. Mrs. Morgan turned off the engine. Well, let's see what kind of accommodations we have, shall we? She popped the trunk, and they retrieved their bags. There was a keypad on the door, and she punched in the access code. They were just through the door when the lights popped on to reveal an older gentleman wearing a pair of slacks and a polo shirt. He bowed slightly. Mr. Lockmore and Mrs. Morgan, I presume? His stately manner could only mean he was the butler. Mr. Taylor. Mrs. Morgan patted her hair. It's so good of you to meet us. He bowed again. A pleasure. May I show you to your rooms? Of course. We brought groceries with us. They're in the back seat of the car. Mrs. Morgan adjusted her grip on the handle of her suitcase. Mr. Taylor took her bag from her. I'll have them brought in immediately. They headed off down the hall. Asher waited to see if they'd notice he didn't follow. They didn't. Wrapped up in pleasant get-to-know-you conversation, they didn't even look his way. He dashed off after them, rolling his suitcase behind him. He didn't want to get lost. The house felt bigger than it looked from the outside. At least it had something going for it. He was shown his room first and then left quite alone. The master suite was larger than he anticipated. His brain had built a floor plan, much like a digital program in his head. This room probably took up half the building. Large, dark windows ran along the exterior wall. He turned up the thermostat to ward off the oncoming chill. A 4-poster king-sized bed was in the middle of the far wall. He barely glanced at the rest of the room. It had been a long day, and all he could think of was getting it over with. There was nothing left on his list for the day, and he was clear to read for an hour and then doze off. He shucked off his clothes and climbed between the covers. There was one thing in Eureka Springs he'd miss when he left. This bed. The duck feather mattress cocooned him like a flock of angels. He certainly wouldn't miss Brooklyn. He flipped to his other side with a grunt and reached for his phone. He didn't need to think about her at all, especially not while he was trying to relax. He just couldn't seem to forget her wink as she'd told him they had the best fudge in the world. That wink had made his heart turn over and back again. He didn't want to know why, but he had a sinking suspicion it was because he was attracted to her. She had fresh, smooth olive skin, bright eyes, and a sleek, low ponytail of chestnut hair. And until she knew he was a developer, she'd been looking at him, too. He kicked the blankets off, feeling much too warm. The sooner he was out of here, the better. Chapter 5. Brooklyn. Brooklyn trudged up the steps that led from the shop to the apartment above, where she, Crystal, and Grandma lived. They closed at 8, but she'd spent an hour and a half setting the place to rights. Working at night was so much easier for her than waking early to get things done, but when her tank ran out, it was out. She entered the family apartment and found Grandma Julie rubbing peppermint oil into her arthritic elbow. "Candy arm giving you trouble?" Brooklyn kissed her head of brown hair and settled into the recliner next to her. It had been Grandpa's once upon a time, but the girls had long since taken it over. A pink blanket lay across the seat because neither she nor Crystal appreciated cold leather. Even in the summer, it was a jolt. Grandma nodded. "It feels better on days I work than it does when I take the day off." "You're doing different motions on days off. The doc said that was normal." Grandma rolled her eyes and wiped her hands with a baby wipe. She had dispensers of them all over the house, said they were perfect for just about any job. Brooklyn had seen her dust with them, get a stain out of a t-shirt, clean her hands, and wipe tears, among countless other little chores. "I heard there was some excitement in the shop today." Grams changed the subject. Brooklyn feigned innocence. "What excitement?" "Robert said you kicked someone out." Robert Merrick was a trolley driver. He and Grams went way back. Technically, it was Mark who kicked him out. She smiled, thinking of the way Mark had stood up for her and Crystal, calling them the Fudge Girls. "I just refused to sell him fudge." Grams shook her head. "I taught you better than that. You're supposed to sell him the fudge first and then kick him out." Her eyes twinkled with laughter. Brooklyn giggled. "You're despicable." Grams laughed. "What made you refuse service, anyway?" The image of the developer in his dark glasses and tight shirt brought heat to her face. "He was condescending." Agitated, she pushed to her feet and began picking up diet soda cans. As a general rule, the three of them were clean people, but they loved their diet soda. He had this perfect cut shirt and stupid wavy hair and a cleft in his chin that was just so perfect. She spit out the last word. "Were his eyes perfect too?" Grams teased. Brooklyn stopped pacing and put her hands on her hips. "Someone's feeling sassy tonight." "That's a yes." Grandma threw her good arm in the air in triumph. "I couldn't tell if his eyes were perfect or not," she countered. "He wore dark sunglasses, but I could see that they were full of greed. He wanted the sweet shop." Grandma's eyes dropped to her elbow. "Maybe I should sell to him. I'm not getting any younger, and you girls have put off your lives to stay here and help." "Whoa!" Brooklyn threw her arms up like she was trying to stop a runaway horse. "Let's not get all crazy. Crystal and I are happy to take over the place. Really, it's what we want. And we want you with us for always." Graham's eyes softened. "Thanks for that. But I know how much we bring in, and it's not enough to pay for help when I need it. I have to start thinking about aging. I don't want to, but I need to. And there's no way you girls are going to change my diapers." Her eyes narrowed in challenge. Brooklyn shrugged. "You changed ours. That was different, and you know it. You're not senile quite yet, so how about we put off getting old for another night?" Grams considered her. "You may be able to persuade me." "Go on." Anything to keep Grams in a good mood. The last thing Brooklyn wanted was to make her all mopey and down. "With a good description of this hot developer guy." "Grams!" Brooklyn fell into the recliner, her mouth hanging open. "How do you know he's hot?" "Ha! I guessed, but now I know you think he's hot, so spill." Brooklyn sat up a little. What was the harm? The guy was gone, and Grams needed some cheering up. "Let's just say he looked as good going as he did coming." Grandma hooted. Brooklyn laughed. "I love you." She stood up and kissed her once more. "I'm going to bed." "I'm going to wait up for Crystal. I've got one more season of Downton Abbey, and then I can see the movie." Grandma had put off watching the episodes as they came out, preferring to binge watch them all at once. It had nearly killed Brooklyn keeping it all to herself. She'd waited on bated breath for every episode and planned her day around sitting up with caramel popcorn and drooling over cute English guys. "Sounds great." Her phone vibrated and she pulled it out to check her email. Her heart stopped as she stared at the return address. A.L. Holy crap. She tucked her phone behind her back. "Night." Grams gave her a funny look. "Good night." Brooklyn did her best to walk like she wasn't dying to get to her room and read the email. She shut the door behind her and leaned against it. Brooklyn, grandfather, Air Force, more evidence. She looked up at the ceiling. What more evidence? She racked her brain. The letter. Surely A.L. would know what his grandfather's handwriting looked like. She rolled her eyes. The letter was in the shop. With a quick breath, she swung the door open. Grams was in her recliner with her legs popped up, munching on popcorn. Did you forget something? Brooklyn was overcome with the sense that someone was missing. She glanced at the empty seat to Grandma's right. Crystal was right. While they were a tight family, Grams would be happier with someone at her side. Maybe he'd want to watch war documentaries instead of Downton Abbey, but they'd work it out. You shouldn't be alone either, came a small voice. One love story at a time, she replied, and Grams has been waiting a lot longer than me for her happily ever after. Besides, she'd tried giving her heart away once. Billy had taken it with him when he left Eureka Springs, and he'd never brought it back. Yeah, I left something downstairs. She hurried past Grandma and through the door to the landing before jogging down the steps. Her nerves were on high alert, making every sound louder and every light brighter. She'd need some time on the lake to work the kinks out of her neck. On the main floor, she paused to see if Grams had followed her out. There wasn't a sound, so she bolted to the kitchen and found the letter right where she'd left it in the recipe box. Dear A.L., this is the letter I mentioned in my email. I'm hoping you recognize the handwriting. Holding her breath, she took a picture and sent it off. Maybe, just maybe, if this worked out, she'd believe in taking a second chance at love. And then she could open her heart up to someone new. Chapter 6. Asher. The next morning, Asher was awakened by the sun as it poured into his bedroom. He moaned. He'd forgotten to close the blinds. Getting up was always harder than staying up. Stumbling to the window, he groped for the control panel to close out the world. He cracked his eyes open to look beyond the glass and gasped. The fog that had settled so deeply over them the night before had begun to lift and revealed a world of stunning beauty. The lake was calm, mirror-perfect, and an inviting blue-gray that reminded him of a certain fudge woman's eyes. Throwing those thoughts off the mental train, he studied the hill on the other side of the lake. Green elm and ash trees filled the view, with brown, rich earth filling in between. Seattle was green and Seattle was beautiful, but the sound was noisy and active most days, churned up by storms and the constant rains. This place was peace that called out to him to lay his troubles down and breathe in the light, clean air. A desire to stand at the water's edge filled him. He dressed quickly and ran out the front door, remembering a staircase on the side of the garage that might lead him down to the water. The property sloped, something he'd have to take into consideration as he laid out future lots. As he jogged down the steps, he chuckled to himself. What had appeared to be a bungalow in the dark last night was actually a 4-story mansion built into the side of the hill. His overly large room was only a small portion of the building. Adam certainly had surprised him with that one. From this side, the house did resemble Adam's castle in Seattle. There was a turret on the back, but it was not visible from the road. Interesting. So much could be done with a property like this. Adam's great-great-grandfather had a good imagination and enough sense to have the bottom floor of the building on a solid slab of rock. He wondered how it had been anchored in. He made it to the lake's edge and leapt across the 2-foot gap between the shore and the dock. His movements made splashing sounds that were an affront to the quiet morning. Every step to the far railing made ripples in the clear water, telling him the dock floated and wasn't anchored down. He took a deep breath in, allowing the mountain air to reach into his soul. As the sun began to rise, the fog went from gray to a rosy salmon shade. The beauty of it was enough to take his breath away, and he stayed there until the fog burned off, mostly, and his stomach growled. He smiled, satisfied in a way he hadn't been for so long. He turned to go back to shore only to realize The gap between the dock and dry land had increased to 15 feet. He knelt down to see thick cables running underneath the dock. He followed their line to a winch on shore. As he watched, the handle unwound, letting him out another foot. He stared, wondering if the end of the cable was actually attached or if he'd end up floating out to the middle of Beaver Lake. His stomach growled again, reminding him that the only thing he'd eaten the night before was a sample of fudge. Fudge reminded him of Brooklyn, and Brooklyn reminded him of the email he'd sent. He checked his back pocket, then his front pocket. No phone. Fabulous. He cupped his hands around his mouth and called, "Hello!" His voice echoed off the canyon walls. A flock of birds took flight, screeching back at him. He stared harder and found that they were turkey buzzards. That's great. I'll be buzzard bait by the middle of the day. The dock was empty, not even a discarded piece of driftwood to help him get back to shore. The soft sound of a paddle cutting through waters reached his ears. He strained to find the source. "Hello?" He called toward the lake. A few moments later, someone on a paddleboard appeared. He fist-pumped in triumph. A rescue! "Hey, over here!" He waved his hands over his head. "Help!" The boarder saw him and changed directions. She came into view, wearing a large floppy hat and one of those belts that could turn into a flotation device at the pull of a ripcord. She pulled alongside the dock and lifted her chin, allowing him to see past her wide brim. "You?" they exclaimed at the same time. The sight of Brooklyn Triggs brought back the shame of being kicked out of a shop in public. "Jinx," he said. Immediately he felt ridiculous for being childish. She just made him so mad. The way she acted like she was queen of fudge just because she owned a candy store. No, not even owned it. Worked in it. "What are you doing out here?" she asked, her gaze traveling over the dock and the distance to shore. "I could ask you the same thing. This area is privately owned." He pointed down. According to Adam's papers, he owned the land and the water, or at least access to this part of the lake. Brooklyn scowled. In a heartbeat, he realized that look was foreign to her features. They didn't fall into it easily, which meant she was probably a happy person in general. It was only around him that she was upset. The feeling was mutual. "I guess I'll leave then." She put her paddle against the dock and pushed away. "Wait!" He swallowed crow that went down about as easily as it sounded. "I'm stuck. Can I—" He looked over the board. While it was large enough to fit two, he didn't have a desire to be that close to her. Something inside of him said that would be a bad idea. "Borrow your phone?" She lifted a shoulder. "I didn't bring it." He jammed his fingers in his hair. "I don't suppose you could fix the dock." She shook her head. Her hair, bouncing on her shoulders, caught the sunlight, turning it a deep red color. He scolded himself for even noticing details about her. She was a gold-digging scam artist. "The mechanism is motorized. There's no way I could turn it myself." "It unwound easily enough." "This dock weighs over 500 pounds. She lifted her free hand as if asking, what could she do about it? He sighed. She wasn't giving him an idea, a plan, or even an inch. If he was going to get help from her, he'd have to beg for it. How? He swallowed more pride. How about a ride back? She puffed out air. Seriously? I'll pay you. He patted his empty back pocket. As soon as I get my wallet. She used her paddle to splash water at him. He jumped back to avoid getting his shoes soaked. I don't want your money. She tipped her head back and groaned. But I can't go to church this Sunday if I leave you stranded, she growled. Bleeding hearts. Get on. She came closer and scooted forward on the board to give him room. He'd seen paddleboarders before, but he had no idea how to get on one. He ended up stepping with one foot, expecting it to remain flat like the dock. Instead, it wiggled and jerked under his weight. He lost his balance and fell into the cool water. A second later, he heard another splash. He burst through the surface, sputtering. Brooklyn came up right next to him and splashed him in the face. Are you kidding me right now? She lunged for her floppy hat, which was barely floating a few feet away. Another moment, and it would have sunk. "I'm sorry." He really was. She was wearing shorts and a t-shirt, clearly having planned to stay on the board for her trek around the lake and not go swimming. He needed to smooth things over with her to make up for his mistake. He should have been more careful or asked for advice. "If it makes you feel better, you're beautiful when you're wet." She gaped at him. They reached for the board at the same time. Shoot! She lunged after her paddle, which had gone quite far. Her wake filled his nose with lake water and he coughed. He debated between going after the paddle as well or holding on to the board. She was a good swimmer and was there and back in no time. "This place is quickly losing its splendor." He wiped his face down. His pants were awkward to swim in and he'd lost one shoe. "Wonderful," she smiled sweetly. "Be sure and tell all your developer friends how horrible it is here, okay?" She laid her arms across the board and swung one leg up. Asher didn't want to notice the way her clothes clung to her nice, tight little body, but that seemed to be all his eyes could focus on. "What's your problem with progress?" She settled on her knees and motioned for him to come up. Her face was young and her skin soft. The smattering of freckles across the bridge of her nose was adorable. He followed her example of laying one arm across the board, making the whole thing rock precariously. This time she was ready and shifted her weight to keep them from dropping back into the water. "I like progress," she replied. "I set New Year's goals every year, and I even stick to them. What I don't like are people who come to our small town and see dollar signs." She grabbed his other arm and pulled, giving him the leverage he needed to get his legs out of the water. His skin warmed at her touch. He lifted his head, and their faces were mere inches apart. His stomach dropped out, and he nearly lost hold on the board. She was pretty. Too pretty for his own good. "Slippery," he muttered as he dropped his eyes. He grasped for some way to safer ground because her blue eyes had made him feel more unstable than this blasted board. "Business means jobs. Development means jobs." "We have jobs aplenty." She wiped the hair off her neck and put the paddle in the water. She stayed on her knees, and he had to admit that it was probably a smart idea. "Yeah, I bet you're raking it in at that candy shop." Her lips gathered together. "Keep it up, Buster, and I'll let you swim back." He glanced down at the water. The initial drop-in was cold. Too cold. The sun, on the other hand, was warm and inviting. He had no desire to go back in the lake, and he had no doubt that she would shove him off without notice. He pantomimed, zipping his lips shut. She maneuvered the board around the dock, careful to avoid the cables, and pointed them to shore. Her movements were strong, and he admired her form before realizing what he was doing and cutting his eyes away. "You never said what you were doing out here," he prodded. She glanced over her shoulder with a look that said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" He'd seen images of women doing that look in travel magazines and online. They had heavy makeup and scarves and were all about allure. She wasn't even trying, and she outdistanced them easily, momentarily making him forget his question. She found a way to get him right next to a rock so he wouldn't have to step in the water at all. He scooted his bottom onto the flat surface first and sighed when he was on solid ground. The sensation was enough to loosen his tongue. "Thanks for the ride." She was staring up at the house, her eyes calculating. "This is your mansion?" He turned to look up the hill. The house was even more spectacular than he remembered. "A friend's." "No one's been here for years, except the staff." She turned her careful eyes on him. He squirmed, feeling like a kid caught jumping in the lake when he should have been posing for family pictures. "What exactly are you planning to develop?" she asked, her voice low. She dismissed him when she thought he was after her shop. He could only imagine what she'd do when he said they planned to build 30 mansions on the quiet hills surrounding them. It wasn't like there wasn't enough room, and then some. The homes would be tucked away and empty most of the year. Still, he couldn't in good conscience spill Adam's secret. "Good day." He smiled easily and then limped his way up the stairs wearing one shoe. He made it up a flight before hearing her paddle away. He turned to watch her leave. As she hit the bend in the lake, she looked back at the cove, but he could swear he felt her eyes on him. He'd have to keep his eyes on her. She was full of fire. He smiled to himself. Fire was the most attractive feature in a woman. If she weren't such a pain, he'd ask her out. Chapter 7. Brooklyn. The ancient door to the Sunny Side Up Cafe creaked loud enough to announce Brooklyn's arrival to the owner and waitress, Mabel Marsh. Mabel glanced up from where she was making a fresh pot of coffee and smiled. She was going through a phase where she fought aging tooth and nail. One of her tactics had been teeth whitening, so her smile was ultra bright. Another was having her eyebrows tattooed on, and they were ultra dark. She claimed the woman who'd done them said the ink would fade, but they were midnight black 9 months later. Instead of getting upset, she dyed her chin-length hair to a silvery gray, said it was all the rage in California, and went on with life. Who was Brooklyn to argue? "Hey, hun, you want a plate?" A plate meant 2 eggs, 2 strips of bacon, and 2 pieces of toast, Brooklyn's regular order after a morning on the lake. If she was going to eat protein, it should taste like bacon. Today, however, her stomach was in knots. Ever since she'd watched the rich guy climb the stairs to the mansion. Actually, it had tied up before that, when he'd called her beautiful. Sure, he dumped her in the lake, but there wasn't really a reason for him to say that, unless he believed it. Maybe the cold water had shocked his brain and he'd blurted out the first thing that came to mind. So why would he be thinking about how pretty, or not pretty, she was? She'd barely made it through a shower, her mind was so wrapped up with the question. She couldn't remember the last time a man had called her beautiful, except for the tourist types that wanted an extra sample of fudge. She was in such a state, there was no way she could eat. "Not this morning, thanks though." Mabel winked and went back to her task. Brooklyn found her target and wove through the shiny red vinyl seats. She pulled out a chair and sat across from Norm just as he was forking a large piece of ham into his mouth. He choked on it in surprise and reached for his water. "What's going on?" he rasped, coughing a couple times into his napkin. He then drank half his water before gasping for air. Brooklyn frowned. Norm was her age, a good guy. They'd grown up together and he'd asked her to homecoming their senior year, but she was already dating Billy and turned him down. He'd avoided her ever since, which was hard to do in a high school and town this small, but he'd managed. If there was anyone else she could talk to, she would have, but desperate times and all that. She wasn't here to rehash or reopen his high school crush. Better to just talk to him like a member of the city council, which he was. The one over building and permits and the like. "We've got some big problems coming our way," she chose as a conversation starter. He leaned back like he was trying to avoid getting drawn into her drama. She pressed on. "You know the old mansion on the lake?" "Yeah?" His reply was slow and somewhat skeptical. "Someone's staying there." Mabel stopped by to top off Norm's water. "Bring them in. I'll make them lunch today." Her acrylic nails were painted bright green. "And then send him on over to my studio and we'll get the old place updated with some modern art," said Art, sitting 2 tables away. His black goatee hung down to his chest now. He'd been growing it out for years. Brooklyn didn't mind them listening in at all. The more people aware of the issue, the better off they'd be. "He doesn't want food or art. I think he's here to buy up our businesses. He was snooping around the fudge shop yesterday." "That's the guy you kicked out? He's staying in the mansion?" Art asked. Mabel plopped the water jug on the counter and a small wave splashed over the side. "Who told you I kicked him out?" She knew the story would get around, but Art was holed up in his studio all day and only came out to eat. Of course, if he came to the Sunny Side Up, then he could get the scoop on things. "Viola?" His face flushed as they all stared at him for a moment, working out why the 2 of them were together. Viola was the town restoration specialist. She was in her early 20s, friendly and outgoing. Basically the complete opposite of Art. Plus, there was no reason the 2 of them would cross paths, unless they were seeing each other. That was a juicy bit of gossip, but Brooklyn wouldn't be deterred. She had a mission to save her hometown. She waved her hands like she was scrambling an Etch-a-Sketch. We can't let this guy take over. And he was the total alpha type who thought that he owned the world. He was staying in someone else's house, but he had money and he had power and he knew it. Truth be told, his confidence was a bit overwhelming, like walking into a cloud of cologne, but in a good way. No, not in a good way. There was nothing good about being around this guy. She really should have asked his name. Norm cut his ham. I don't think there's need for widespread pandemonium and panic. He ate as if he had all morning to work on his breakfast. Brooklyn stifled her frustration. She was worked up, but only because she cared about this place. Eureka Springs had been a haven for her broken heart when her dad left, and the town carried her when her mom died. Mabel gave her free hot chocolates for years, said they could soothe a troubled soul. And they did. She'd felt special sitting at a table here, like someone could see her at a time when her foundation had been yanked away. She lowered the pitch of her voice to make it sound less crazed and more thoughtful. You're the first person I've told. She smiled at Norm. I'm hardly panicking. I've seen her panic, added Mabel. Remember that time she ran down Main Street screaming about the ghost of Nick Bradshaw? I saw something in the catacombs, she defended herself. Plus, I was in 7th grade. Under their pretty little town was a series of tunnels and caves used by bootleggers, outlaws, and even murderers. They were notorious for their supernatural activity. They'd even been featured on Ghost Hunters. Mabel shrugged. I'm just saying, when she's panicked, we'll know it. Mabel may have thought she was helping, but Brooklyn didn't feel helped at all. Thanks so much. She glanced around at the bored faces. You guys, this is serious. The person who owns a whole finger of the lake has enough money to bully his or her way into this town. Norm lifted one cheek non-committally. There's nothing to do about it if he does. Brooklyn pointed right at him. When those no-good bank robbers came to town, did your great-grandpa let them walk away and clear out the bank? No, he didn't. He pulled out his six-shooter and protected what was his. An energy began to flow in the room. It was charged with action and history and pride. Brooklyn rounded on Mabel. And Mabel, your grandpa Buddy grabbed the shotgun off the wall of this very cafe and charged inside the bank. She drew a much-needed breath. We are not a town that rolls over when our way of life is threatened. We take action. She made a fist in front of her, riding high on the sense of justice coursing through her veins. Norm threw his napkin down on his empty plate. You're right. Great-grandpa would stand up and stare down trouble, and that's what I'm going to do. You can bet old Moneybags will be sorry he came to town when I'm through with him. Mabel's eyes doubled in size. What are you going to do? We'll block his permits and licenses, that's what. He smacked his hand on the table. Brooklyn grinned. It wasn't pistols and shotguns, but it would do. She shook hands all around and patted Norm on the back before heading out the door. She took in a deep breath of clean mountain air, content to know Eureka Springs would stay just the way it was for years to come. The hat shop would be here in 6 months, and so would the soap store that was just getting on its feet. She started down the narrow sidewalk toward the sweet shop. Crystal was covering for her while she stormed the castle, so to speak. As she neared the doors, she slowed her steps, thinking about what had happened that morning, replaying it in her head and laughing. Watching Moneybags step onto the board and have it throw him into the lake was pretty funny. She'd burst out laughing at the sight and lost her hold on the board. Not that she'd tell him that. Still, he wasn't so bad when he was humble, dripping water, wearing one shoe, limping up the stairs. That was a guy she could even sort of maybe like. Chapter 8. Asher. At the head of the cove, where a small stream of clear water trickled into the lake, was a big, flat rock. There were lots of rocks like this in the area, but this one jutted out over the water. Asher had spent a good amount of time sitting there, thinking about this place, about possibilities, and every once in a while, a certain brunette with freckles. He pushed to his feet and began to climb the hill behind him. Big, chunky squirrels, their bushy tails twitching, chattered at him for interrupting their day. Having made a decision, he called Adam Moreau's direct line. Adam answered on the second ring. "You love it, don't you?" Asher chuckled. "Not quite, but I can see the potential." Everywhere he looked, there was seclusion. The trees were thick enough to provide privacy and a great view. The water was calm today. He was dying to see it during a storm with giant raindrops and a mist. "Which lot do you want?" asked Adam. "I'll give you first pick." "You're a better salesman than I am." He kicked up a bunch of leaves as he walked back to the house, enjoying the sour, earthy scent. It was spring, but there were piles left over from last fall. "But no thanks." If Brooklyn thought along the same lines as the rest of the town, he'd be on a wanted poster before nightfall, and she'd hang it in every store window on Main Street. On Adam's insistence, he'd brought everything he would need to get the project going. "I think we can break ground within a week. A new road is the first thing on the list. We can't get machinery down the dirt path." "Whatever you do, don't take out the sweetheart tree." Asher pressed the phone closer to his cheek, thinking he'd heard wrong. He was breathing a little heavier now, having to climb across a steep section of hill. "The what now?" "The sweetheart tree. It's in the middle of the road and it stays, no matter what." Asher remembered the tree that had almost killed him and Mrs. Morgan on their way in. "It's a hazard, a liability." "Put up a sign, paint lines on the road, whatever you have to do." Asher sighed in resignation. Adam was the client, and the client was always right. "We'll keep the tree." "Good man. I'll send a consulting contract out for you to sign." He reached the back of the house and tapped his feet against the stoop to remove dirt. "I'll have my attorney look it over." Adam laughed. "You do that." Asher shook his head. He'd have a fleet of attorneys look it over. Not that Adam would cheat him, but he was a master at the law, and Asher wanted to know what he was signing. They said goodbye, and he entered through the lowest level of the house. Mrs. Morgan sat on the couch in the game room, her feet propped up on the coffee table and her laptop in her lap. She didn't bother with a hello. "The handwriting analysis confirmed everything Brooklyn says." He stopped in his tracks, his mind needing to shift gears. Where he'd been thinking about backhoes and graders, she was stuck on this woman from the sweet shop. "Grandpa wrote the letter?" She glanced down at his feet. "Take off your shoes, would you? Mr. Taylor has enough to do around here without cleaning up your footprints." He grinned. "Since when are you worried about Mr. Taylor?" "That's none of your business," she sniffed lightly. He laughed deeply. Mrs. Morgan was unflappable. To see her even slightly flustered was an anomaly. "Are you going to tell Brooklyn who you are?" He snorted. "Yeah, that would go over well. I think it's best to keep the two interactions separate. I am, however, headed over to City Hall. The Mountain Cove project is officially underway." "So, we'll be staying on for a few months?" Her cheeks turned pink. "You don't mind telling Mr. Taylor for me, do you?" he teased. "Go on with you." She shooed him along. "I don't need your sass." "You wouldn't know what to do without it." He laughed as he made his way to his room, carrying his hiking shoes in his hand. The drive into town didn't take long, and soon he was in the public parking lot next to the city offices. The building was 3 stories high, made of red brick, and as boring as a piece of chewed gum. He entered through the large wooden double doors and was immediately greeted by a woman in her 40s. "Can I help you?" She had a bun so tight that it pulled her crow's feet smooth and gave her eyes a cat-like appearance. He got a headache just contemplating the tension. "I'm looking for your city planner." The development was a large one, with over 30 lots. He needed to go straight to the top. "Is he expecting you?" "No, but I'm sure he'll be glad to see me." The amount of taxes and building fees they dump into Eureka Springs would more than quintuple their annual income. He was about to make things a lot easier for this small town's budgeting committee. The receptionist's smile was unsure, like she didn't quite know what to do with him. He got that a lot in life and enjoyed keeping people on their feet. "Here, hand him these and tell him I'll wait for 10 minutes. After that, he'll have to make an appointment with my assistant. The number is on the card." He passed the rolled tube that housed the plot plan for the Mountain Cove development to her slightly shaking hands. It was only after she'd bustled away that he noticed the 3 half-empty coffee mugs on her desk. The woman liked her Joe. He tucked his hands into his pockets and strode to the long windows that looked out on Main Street. It was a Monday, but there were tourists walking the streets, and the trolleys made their faithful loops. School was out today, so there were a bunch of strollers in the mix. He'd have to take a tour soon and get the local scoop. The receptionist returned with a man hot on her heels. He had his hand out to shake as he crossed the tiled lobby floor. "Cap Marshall, city planner. It's great to meet you, Mr. Lockmore." Asher smiled and allowed his arm to be pumped for oil. "You too. Come on back to my office and let's have a sit-down." He motioned for Asher to go first. Asher shook his head. "After you." "Carly," he hissed as they passed the desk. "Get something for Mr. Lockmore to drink, would you?" She screwed up her nose, giving Asher the impression that she wasn't too keen on sharing her pot of coffee. "Water, if you have it," he offered. She relaxed. "I'll bring that up in just a moment." "Thanks," he smiled. She batted her eyelashes and he quickly looked away. He wasn't here to make connections or have flings. He had a job to do. Truth be told, he was happiest when he had a purpose. He could have sat back on his bank accounts and frittered his life away, but there was something inside of him, a drive, that wouldn't allow him to relax for too long. Sure, he'd take the occasional vacation to a tropical beach or a snow-covered slope, but he tired quickly of wasting his days away. Cap, that's an interesting name. He unbuttoned his suit and sat in the chair across the tidy desk from Cap. Cap huffed as he moved a pencil holder and ruler off the corner of the desk and rolled out the plot plan. "It's short for captain. My dad was in the army, and he never made captain but swore his son would, even if he had it branded on my birth certificate." Asher chuckled. He liked this guy for his honesty. "Let's get down to business, shall we? Tell me about this." He waved his hand over the sheet. Asher scooted forward on his chair. He liked the guy even more after an hour of talking him through Adam's hopes and dreams for the property. Cap could see the vision right off the bat, and as his enthusiasm grew, he rubbed his almost bald head enough that it shone. They wrapped things up and stood to shake hands. Asher rebuttoned his jacket. "How long will it take to get approval?" "I'd say about a week." There was a light tap at the door, and a man with Elvis hair looked in. "What's going on, Cap?" He eyed Asher from loafer to gel. This is your first day on the playground," gleam in his eye. Asher nodded his way in a casual greeting. He could handle the local big shot. Cap made quick introductions. "And the development is exciting, let me tell you." He rapped his knuckles on the desk to emphasize his point. "I've heard." Norm eyed him. Brooklyn. Asher mentally growled her name. She had to be the one spreading rumors about him and his plans. The way she'd looked at the house the other morning had been calculating. "And I have to say, I'm surprised that you jumped on the bandwagon so quickly, Cap. There's quite a few citizens upset about what this guy wants to do to our town." Cap's eyebrows rose. "There are?" "Yeah, I'm not sure we can approve the permits without getting input from the citizens." Cap's brows dove downward. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lockmore. If that's the case, we might have to extend the timeline." "A new road is the first priority," Asher stressed, especially if he'd be driving it every day, multiple times a day. Norm hooked his thumbs in his belt loops. "Well now, that would take up a whole lot of city funds. I'm not sure that's such a good idea." Asher was getting the idea here. This guy had it in for him. He cocked his head. "Mark my words, gentlemen. The Mountain Cove development will become a reality in Eureka Springs." He nodded once to Cap. "I'll be in touch. Start the paperwork if you don't mind." "I'll do what I can." Cap glanced at Norm out of the corner of his eye. Asher strode out, showing a confidence he didn't actually feel. Oh, the development would progress. The only question was, how long was it going to take? With every Tom, Dick, Norm, and Brooklyn standing in his way, it could take years. He nodded to Carly on his way out, noting to himself that the water never did make an appearance. There was, however, a 4th mug on her desk with steam rising out of it. He stepped into the bright sunlight and shielded his eyes as he grabbed his phone. "Mrs. Morgan," he said when she answered, "I'm going to need you to find a few phone numbers for me." He glanced up the street at the sweet shop as he passed. A part of him hoped to see Brooklyn, so he could tell her to mind her own business and leave his alone. That was all. Not so he could count the freckles on her nose. He'd estimated 17, but that wasn't his motivation. His heart sank when it was her cousin who lifted a hand to wave instead of her. She wasn't inside. He returned the gesture and continued on, berating himself. He wasn't here to make friends. The sooner Norm figured that out, the sooner he'd back off. And when Asher figured it out, he'd stop looking over Main Street for a head of brown hair. Chapter 9. Brooklyn. The sun was out, the weather perfect for an afternoon drive. Yet all Brooklyn could do was scowl at the back of the dump truck in front of her. "That smells to high heaven." Grandma Julie put her hand over her mouth and nose. "Can you give him some more room?" Brooklyn tapped on the brakes. The trip to Bentonville for Grandma's checkup wasn't supposed to take the whole morning. She needed to make a batch of chocolate bombs for Karina Hawthorne's birthday party. They didn't normally have the decadent dessert on the menu because they had to be refrigerated, and the sweet shop didn't have a cool display case. But Karina had ordered them special, and Brooklyn was up for a little challenge. Anything to keep her mind off Asher Lockmore. That's right, she'd finally learned her pain-in-the-neck's name, thanks to Norm. He tracked her down that very same evening and told her all about Mr. Hotshot going straight to Cap with his fancy set of papers, and his declaration that the Mountain Cove development was going to happen come tornado or flood. Brooklyn swerved to see around the truck, and then cut back behind him as a pickup barreled past in the opposite lane. She groaned. Where's this guy going, anyway? There were a few remodeling projects in town, but there were always remodeling projects in town. Some residents took decades to restore the old mansions on the hill or family homes that had sat empty for far too long. The truck slowed to a crawl and then signaled to the right. Brooklyn's pulse rushed in her ears. That's the turnoff to the cove. She gulped. What's a truck full of asphalt doing here? The rushing in her ears grew louder. Follow him and see. Grandma flicked her fingers. The medical tape around her elbow flashed bright pink in Brooklyn's peripheral vision. The poor gal had been harvested like a vampire victim. The doc was pretty sure her elbow was arthritic, but wanted to run a bunch of tests to make sure. I'm going to. Brooklyn nosed the car around the curve and followed the truck to the sweetheart tree. Asher was there, wearing a hard hat and a suit. He stood out as badly as the tree in the middle of the road. The road looked like it had been widened with road base. The truck lumbered down a ways before stopping at a paving machine. The driver left it idling as he talked to the man in charge. Brooklyn ripped off her seatbelt, threw the car in park, and jumped from the idling vehicle. What is this? She threw her hand toward the truck, which was beeping loudly. The only place to turn around and dump his load was by the tree. His tailgate scraped off a patch of bark. Tell him to look out for the tree. Asher took her elbow and ushered her out of the way. Her skin tingled at the point of contact, and she pulled quickly away, not wanting to think about how or why that happened. That tree has been here for over 100 years. It's a landmark. I know. He had to raise his voice to be heard over the beeping backup noise. We're putting the road around it with plenty of room for it to grow. See that guy over there? He pointed to a man in a white shirt and black jeans. He's an arborist, and he's here to ensure nothing happens to the precious tree. Brooklyn placed her hand over her heart as if that could stop it from racing away. Though she wasn't sure if it was the thought of losing the sweetheart tree, the very place where couples had carved their initials and wedding dates for almost 100 years, or if it was because Asher smelled so nice, like snuggle up and sniff nice. She looked at him, but then glanced quickly away as he looked at her. What's so special about this tree, anyway? I mean, I get the initials and hearts and stuff, but... She gulped. My parents and aunt and uncle are on there. He cocked his head. She turned and met his questioning look. They've all passed away. Well, not Dad, but he may as well be dead. I certainly mourned him when he left. This tree is, well, it feels like a moment of their lives are preserved there. A happy moment. A moment that assured that she'd come from a place of love and hope and faith. She pointed just a little above eye level. The two almost touching hearts. My mom and her sister wanted them close together. I can see it, he said, his voice low. I'm sorry for your loss. She nodded. Tears didn't come easily anymore. She'd come to a place where she mostly remembered the good times they had, the laughter, and of course the lessons in the kitchen. From the time she was a toddler, her mom had her mixing and baking. She took a quick breath. Most people don't know this, but birch trees grow from the ground up, not from the top out, which means that initials at the bottom will move upward as the tree grows. She drifted closer to the tree as she talked. Asher followed, inclining his ear. It's symbolic, I think, of the way families work. The new generations coming in and making their mark, while the older ones travel to heaven. She tipped her head back and watched the sunlight filter through the leaves. She breathed in, needed the mountain air to clear her head. All she got was a nose full of tar and rock smell. She wrinkled her nose. How did this happen? She pointed at the trucks. Is this city funded? He chuckled. Don't worry, your tax dollars are safe. My client is paying for the road improvements himself. She sputtered. You have to have a permit. Norm was supposed to have this covered. So much for the cowboy in him. I got the permit for the roadway just this morning. And you conjured up all this in a matter of minutes? I'm a talented man. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. She felt a full-on panic attack growing inside of her. If he could do this, then he could take over the city before any of them knew what had happened. Watch out! A man yelled. Asher looked over his shoulder. Moving quickly, he wrapped Brooklyn in his arms and picked her up, barely escaping the bumper end of a new dump truck. Brooklyn breathed hard. That was close. The truck must have been lumbering forward as they talked, and neither of them noticed. Asher's chest rose and fell beneath her palm. She couldn't help but notice how solid he felt, how perfectly she fit in his arms. They made eye contact, and her whole body tingled. She stared at him, wondering if he was really the bad guy, because at that moment, she couldn't see anything bad about him. His hazel eyes were full of warmth and curiosity, so honest it rocked her to her toes. Realizing what train her thoughts were on, she pushed out of his arms. This isn't over. She meant to sound threatening, but her voice came out breathy and weak. He smirked. You're right. I think this is just the beginning. He brushed his fingers down her arm before turning back to supervise the project. Brooklyn glared at his back before stomping to her car and slamming the door shut behind her. He's insufferable. He's cute, Grandma countered as she leaned forward to get a better look at Asher. It's that cleft in his chin. He'd only be half as gorgeous without it. Grandma shoved her arm. It's good to know you haven't lost your head over him. Brooklyn laughed. Hardly. In fact, I'm thinking very clearly. Do you want me to take you home? I have one more stop to make. Norm was going to hear about this one. Grandma laid her hands in her lap. I think I'd like to come along for the ride. The twinkle in her eye said she found this amusing. Brooklyn was all sorts of things. Upset, indignant, tingly. But she was not at all amused by the situation or Asher's antics. He's got no right to come in here and change everything. He saved your life. I was scared to death watching that truck. I kept thinking you'd notice, but you didn't. There was a lot of noise, she argued. Grandma didn't argue. They pulled up to Norm's house and Brooklyn stormed the front picket gate. Grandma followed behind but stood a few feet back, letting her have her fight but too nosy to stay in the car. Norm opened the door a crack. Brooklyn, he said in warning, it's not what you think. I think there's a road to the Billionaire Cove that's being paved as I stand right here, Norm. Well, that's the truth. He eased out through the crack as if she'd blow right past him and start throwing things at the walls. But the guy's not after Main Street at all. He's not? She echoed.
No, he wants to build vacation homes. That doesn't sound too bad, offered Grandma.
Norm cast her a grateful look. He ran his hands through his Elvis hair.
The whole development is amazing, really. It will be one of a kind. Well, two of a kind. But this one is different from its counterpart in Washington. I've spoken with several people in Seattle. They have nothing but good things to say about Adam Moreau, the mastermind behind the development.
I'll bet. Did Asher give you their numbers? She jammed her hand into her hip.
Norm's ears turned red.
Come on. Grandma hooked her hand through Brooklyn's elbow.
Thank you, Norm, for doing your civic duty. You're welcome, Miss Julie.
The door clicked shut behind them. Norm had snuck in like he'd snuck out. Grandma tugged Brooklyn closer. You're upset about more than a few homes going in. Brooklyn sagged as if the weight of all that she carried were too much. He shouldn't be here. He's not one of us. I think you're avoiding that spark I saw between the two of you. You're upset because he makes you feel things you don't want to feel. Am not. Brooklyn lowered her chin. She disentangled herself and went around to get in the car. Grandma was already in, seatbelt on by the time she got behind the wheel. Don't think you can hide from this. These things have a way of popping back up. Brooklyn desperately needed to change the topic. Grandma's words hit too close to home and had her squirming like a fish on a hook. Like the letter from Thomas popped up? She asked before she chickened out. She'd been dying to know more about Grandma's first love, and A.L. wasn't exactly dishing. Grandma turned to the window. She lifted her finger and touched the glass. Asher reminds me of him. How? She practically spat the word out. Grandma sighed heavily. He was tall, blonde, and handsome, driven, with sharp eyes and a quick smile. He was going to make something of himself. He had big plans. Promised to name a star after me and take me there one day. That's sweet. That was Thomas. He was a planner. Oh? Grandma turned toward Brooklyn, warming to the topic now that the jewelry box of memories was open. Picnics were his specialty. They sound so simple, but that wasn't the way he operated. Brooklyn took the upper street to get to their apartment through the back. She didn't want to stop the conversation just because she parked, so she kept the motor running. One time, he sprinkled flower petals over the blanket and gave me a bouquet tied with a purple ribbon because he knew it was my favorite color. We didn't have a lot of money, but that didn't stop him from making me feel special. She glanced down at her hands. He didn't even have to do all that. Just holding his hand was enough to make me giddy. She continued to stare down, not focusing on this moment, but on one long ago. Another time, he cut out hearts. Oh, there had to be 200 of them. The fool must have spent days with scissors. He left them along the path for me to follow. He was always trying to make me smile, said it was the prettiest sight in the Ozarks. Brooklyn put her hand over her mouth. If she'd been excited about reuniting the two lovebirds before, she was going to burst with the joy of it now. Surely Grandma would be thrilled for a second chance with this man. Heck, Brooklyn would love a first chance with a guy like that. Asher. She shoved away the thought. He may have saved her from a backing truck, but that didn't make him a paper heart-scattering kind of guy. Just as she was getting up the nerve to tell Grandma about the email she'd sent, Grandma brightened and asked, "Did you get the t-shirts ordered?" Brooklyn mentally stumbled to keep up with the change in direction. Yes, they'll be here in a week. Wonderful. Grandma patted her knee. You'd better get started on that special order. She jumped. I forgot. Chocolate bombs were an all-afternoon project. I thought you might have. Grandma gathered her purse and got out, cutting off any chance Brooklyn had of asking more questions about Thomas. That was okay. She'd learned enough for one day. Enough to spur her determination to play matchmaker. Chapter 10. Asher. The road was done. It had taken the majority of the day, but Asher could drive in and out of Mountain Cove without jarring his teeth loose. That was something. He stood in Adam's driveway, his arms folded, contemplating a day's worth of work. He'd ordered the asphalt to arrive today out of pure stubbornness. Norm's rooster show had spurred his competitive side, and he'd talked Adam into spending the money on the road to speed things along. With proper access, development would move forward quickly. And yet, it wasn't the next item on his to-do list that had his mind completely occupied. It was holding Brooklyn in his arms that he couldn't stop thinking about. She'd fit so perfectly, smelled so sweet, and that had him thinking about kisses and candlelight in less than a heartbeat. She practically hated his guts, and he couldn't shake the attraction building inside. "You're awfully quiet tonight," said Mrs. Morgan as she approached. Her sensible heels marked her even steps with a tap-tap sound. Asher asked, lifting his eyes off the road. "What are you thinking about?" He scrubbed his face. "You know the old saying, treat someone as if they're having the worst day of their life, and 70% of the time you'll be right?" "I've heard something along those lines before." She stood behind him, contemplating the rough-cut rock on the hillside across the street. Streaks of red, brown, and black were stunning. If someone had taken a little time and made it even, it could hang in a museum. It was raw in its beauty, like much of Arkansas. "I've also heard it said that you can never see the scars people carry, but we've all got them." He nodded, thinking of Brooklyn losing her parents and her aunt and uncle. He'd known they were gone, but he hadn't thought much about it until she'd talked about the tree reaching up to heaven. Curious, he'd searched out an article about the accident. It was awful to contemplate, but didn't mention her father. There was more to the story than what she'd told him. However, he could understand why she clung to the way things were and fought change. He would too. "I saw Julie today. She was in the car when Brooklyn stopped to yell at me." Mrs. Morgan chuckled. "Brooklyn's keeping you on your toes, that's for sure." "It's that or fall in the lake," he joked, earning him a smile. "I'm curious about Julie, though. She lost all of her children and gained 2 grandchildren to raise in one fateful afternoon." He shifted. "What she's done, it's pretty incredible." "Well, if you're really curious, we can change up our agreement again." "What do you have in mind?" "You provide the fudge, and I'll tell you why Samantha finally broke up with her boyfriend." He tipped his head back in relief. "It's about time." "Don't I know it?" "So what was the deal breaker?" he prodded. Mrs. Morgan folded her arms, a smug look on her face. He'd be in the fudge shop soon because he wanted this information. "He tried to sell her cat." "Mr. Grumpy Face?" Samantha had rescued that cat from the shelter 5 years ago and restored him to a healthy body and mind with loads of love and major time spent teaching him to trust her. She loved that animal more than she loved anthropology, and she dedicated her life to that. "Yeah, she saw an ad for him in the local classified. He was asking $400, claiming she was pure-blood Russian blue." He shook his head. "Some guys are so dumb." "And my daughter seems to find the dumbest of the bunch. She kicked him out, though, so maybe there's some hope for her." "She'll be fine. She has a smart mother on her side." She patted his shoulder. "Oh, I almost forgot why I came out here. Your sister is coming for a visit." His heart lifted. His ex had caused some hurt feelings with Naomi and bent the normally strong bond between them. She hadn't made a trip to visit him since before the breakup. Her trip was a sign that she'd forgiven him for being one of those dumb guys who didn't see the disaster right in front of his face. "When?" "She'll be here in 2 weeks." "Perfect. Book us lunch somewhere, will you?" "Of course." "Do you want to come?" he offered. Mrs. Morgan and Naomi got along famously. It was possible she was coming out to see Mrs. Morgan and not him, but he'd take it. "I have a previous engagement, but thank you for the invitation." He grinned. "This wouldn't happen to involve Mr. Taylor, would it?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" She left him on the driveway to stew in his curiosity. When he couldn't stand hanging around not knowing things, he decided that he'd have better luck getting to know Julie than he would getting information out of his assistant. So he drove the car over to Main Street and parked in the public lot at the bottom. Finding his way around town had quickly become second nature. Instead of walking in the shop, he walked past, glancing through the large front window to see who was behind the counter today. He could ask Brooklyn or Crystal about Grandma, but he really wanted to talk to the woman herself, without an audience. Thankfully, she was the only one in sight. He made a U-turn and went back to the door, pushing it open and stepping inside. The smell of sugar and cream hit him first, with chocolate laced throughout. His mood instantly lifted. "Hello, Mr. Perfect!" Julie smiled up at him as she carefully removed a square of fudge from a pan. "What can I get for you?" "Did you say Mr. Perfect?" Julie kept her chin down, but he could see her large smile. "Just something my granddaughter said the other day." His chest expanded. Brooklyn had called him perfect. Of course, she could have been sarcastic. He rubbed at the 2-day stubble on his jaw and decided to let it go. He wasn't here for a "does she like me" conversation. "What's the best flavor on the menu?" He took his time considering the options. White chocolate macadamia nut, moose tracks, turtle, Rocky Road, the list went on. "Well, our best seller is the mint cookie, but my personal favorite is the pina colada." She cut off a slice and handed it across the glass. He sampled it. "This is good. Surprisingly good." "Best in the world." She winked, reminding him of Brooklyn. "What made you want to open a fudge shop?" Images of a grandmother trying to support her granddaughters and doing the only thing she was good at came to mind. "I didn't." He tipped his head, curious. She continued talking as she worked. "My grandmother started the shop. I was just lucky enough to be born into the right family." He chuckled more at himself for creating a sob story than at her joke. "Was it hard, running a business and raising 2 girls?" "The second 2 were a lot easier than the first 2. She sliced off a sliver of tiger stripes, and the scent of peanut butter hit him. He reached for it, ready to try something new. "We Drury women tend to fall for men with plane tickets in their eyes, which makes for a lot of heartbreak." He wondered if that applied to Brooklyn. She was such a hometown kind of girl, he could imagine that she'd choose Eureka Springs over a man. For a moment, he wondered if she'd choose him. The thought was silly. It wasn't like they'd so much as exchanged phone numbers. Although, he did have her email address. But she didn't know that. "I'll take a pound of every flavor." That should keep Mrs. Morgan happy for a few days. The woman had a serious sweet tooth, and his half of the ever-changing bargain would be settled. "You are Mr. Perfect," Julie teased. They chatted more as she boxed up his order. As he watched, he wondered if his grandfather had been one of those guys who'd flown away and hadn't come back. Had he left Julie here to make his way in the world, choosing adventure instead of family life? Asher hoped not. But there was no way to ask such a delicate question without revealing his identity, and he wasn't ready for that either. Julie didn't seem like the gold digger type. Neither did Brooklyn. So what held him back from revealing his identity? He wasn't quite sure. Although he was enjoying the rivalry with Brooklyn. Perhaps a little too much. Chapter 11. Brooklyn. "I needed this!" Brooklyn hugged her friend Molly hello in the lobby of the Crescent Hotel. With the French doors thrown open in the back and front, the interior of the hotel was bright, despite the dark wood paneling and furniture that beckoned the trolley tourists to wander through and gawk. The view off the back porch was stunning, as the Ozarks rolled in greens and blues and browns today. Equally as beautiful was fall when the colors changed. As busy as they both were, it might take that long before they could meet up again, so she was taking full advantage of this opportunity and splurging. Molly had on a black shirt and black pants, which meant she was working that night. She ran the ghost tours after hours when most of Main Street was asleep, and the town's past awakened. "How's business?" Brooklyn asked. They turned and made their way up 4 flights of red-carpeted stairs. Molly made a face. "Same as always." Her voice came out gravelly and sarcastic like it always did. Her friend hid a heart of gold under a quick wit. "Any sightings of Nick?" Brooklyn let her hand trail up the dark-stained handrail. She loved the ornate woodwork of yesteryear. IKEA might be easy to assemble, but their furniture lacked character as far as she was concerned. "Last week, he knocked a guy's cell phone out of his hands. The screen cracked, and he threatened to sue us. I told him to go ahead and try to find a lawyer that would take the case." She rolled her crystal blue eyes. Brooklyn giggled. Nick had been a construction worker on this very hotel. He'd fallen from scaffolding while flirting with a couple female guests and died. In her tours, Molly related the story or faced the consequences. She claimed Nick didn't like to be ignored. Brooklyn had another theory. "He is trying to get your attention. He's a ghost diva." She glanced quickly around. "Shh, he could hear you." They both dissolved into giggles. If you lived in Eureka Springs long enough, you believed that the living weren't the only inhabitants, but the spirits who hung around weren't scary. Sometimes they were legends, and often they were family. They entered the restaurant and were shown to a table on the patio. When the weather was nice, like today, the screens were up and they could dine al fresco. If a storm came in, the staff lowered the plastic liners and cranked the heaters, allowing for an outdoor eating experience without being subjected to Mother Nature. They said hello to Noah, who wore the traditional white button-up and black pants. He jotted down their order and was off. When they were alone, Molly quirked an eyebrow, a dimple showing at the corner of her mouth. "What's this I hear about you lying down in front of a bulldozer to stop some guy from putting in a road?" Brooklyn laughed before taking a sip of her ice water. "Never happened. You should know better than to listen to Norm. He said you were spitting mad about the changes going on." Brooklyn groaned. It had been 2 weeks since she'd confronted Asher about the sweetheart tree. 2 weeks since he'd held her in his arms, and she could still remember the way his chest had felt under her palm. Warm, strong, comforting, protective, safe. Ugh! The more she thought about it, the better it sounded. Weren't memories supposed to dim with time? Norm was supposed to have my back on this one, and he caved like a sandcastle. "I hear the developer is cute, though. Indigo, the one who does alterations out of her home, said he had a jacket altered. He had good measurements." She pumped her eyebrows. Brooklyn swatted at her arm, laughing. "Stop!" Molly held both hands up. Her words, not mine. She paused for a minute. She was beet red after she said it, though. "She's still mourning." Brooklyn frowned. Indigo had lost her husband not long before she moved to Eureka Springs. Molly acknowledged her statement with a frown. "But this guy," she brought the conversation back around. "He's rich, right? Successful? I bet that makes him even better looking." Brooklyn gave her a look. "You of all people don't believe that." Molly blew off any man she thought was arrogant, but she shrugged, her sparkling eyes giving away the joke. "Either way, I'd love to see you take this cute developer on. He won't know what hit him." Brooklyn lifted her glass and saw the very man they'd been talking about standing in the doorway. He wore a polo shirt that stretched across his good measurements in the most attractive way. Her eyes darted to the cleft in his chin and then back up to his hazel eyes before scattering everywhere else in the room. She didn't want to be caught staring. But she couldn't stay away for long. On her second drive by, she noticed the woman at his side. The beautiful woman wore a blush pink dress. Her hair was shiny and perfect, and her lipstick was in place. Brooklyn's hand flew to her messy bun. Of all the days to run into Asher and a date, why did it have to be taffy pulling day? She never looked good after slaving over hot taffy. "Speak of the devil," she muttered behind her glass as she tipped her head in the direction Molly needed to look. She sucked on a piece of ice. Her body temperature had gone up at the very sight of Asher. Her curiosity over this woman was eating away at her. Who was she? Not a local. Was she staying at the mansion with him? Were they serious? Why did she care? Molly casually turned in her seat and then flipped quickly back around. "That's him?" A surprised smile danced over her lips. Brooklyn glared at the white linen tablecloth,
feeling all those darn feelings Grandma told her were because of Asher. Molly let out a low whistle. Yeah, he's totally hot. And he's a toad in Prince's clothing. Brooklyn cut her off, still looking down instead of at the stunning woman at Asher's side. She was so upset seeing him with someone else, even though she had no claim on him whatsoever. She'd thought they'd connected, at least for a moment. That moment had taken hold of her, but it must not have meant the same to him. Believe me, there's not one redeemable quality in his whole being. "You must be talking about me," said Asher. She whipped her head up and stared at him in surprise. "He's coming this way." Molly smirked at her. She must have been trying to warn Brooklyn when she'd cut her off. 1 point for manners, 0 points for Brooklyn. "We weren't—" He lifted a finger. "Now tell me, could you go to church on Sunday if you finished that sentence?" His hazel eyes danced a tango only the two of them knew the steps to. No one had been on the lake when she'd told him she couldn't leave him behind and still go to church. He was flirting with her, in front of his date. "Probably not," she admitted flatly. The woman looked back and forth between the two of them. Understanding dawned and her whole face lit up. She pointed to herself. "I'm Naomi Lockmore, Asher's older and wiser sister." "Sister," Molly mouthed with her back to the two of them. Amusement flashed across her face. Clearly, she enjoyed this little drama at her friend's expense. Brooklyn did her best not to react, even though her insides were jumping around like ballerinas on a sugar high. Asher wasn't on a date, and he'd stopped to talk to them. To her. "It's nice to meet you. Maybe you can talk some sense into your brother. He seems to think he owns the place." Naomi laughed easily. "That's Asher." She looked at Asher as if he'd hung the moon. The loyalty between these two reminded her of how she and Crystal were tight. No one came between them. The allegiance was a rock Brooklyn had leaned on more than once in her life. "Your table's here," said Noah, gesturing to the empty seat next to Brooklyn and Molly's table. Brooklyn's heart flipped over as Asher brushed her back on his way to his chair. They ended up sitting close to one another. His aftershave was musky and made her lightheaded. For a moment, she forgot what she was doing here. Molly cleared her throat and Brooklyn started back to lunch with one of her best friends. Their food arrived and they took a moment to get settled. "Blue cheese dressing is the best part of a salad," Brooklyn joked as she poured the contents of 2 small containers over the lettuce and chopped veggies. She could feel Asher listening in and groaned. She'd never be able to loosen up with him so close. "Agreed." Molly did the same, fighting a grin as she gamely played along. Brooklyn leaned forward to talk. Her chair was so close to Asher's that she could feel the heat coming off his shoulder blades. "How's your research?" Talking about Molly was safe. Molly shrugged. "There's so much to comb through in the library, so many diaries and journals. I haven't found anything more than a few affairs and the story of a dog that went missing and turned up again 8 years later." "Maybe you can work that one into the tour." Asher turned in his seat. "I'm sorry, did you say tour?" Brooklyn turned in her seat, eager to brag up her friend and not at all sorry he'd inserted himself into their conversation. It was so much easier than trying to pretend he wasn't there. Because every cell in her body screamed, "He's right there!" "Molly gives the ghost tours on Main Street after dark." His attention shifted to Molly, and she felt immediately let down. "Do you have room tonight?" he asked. "Naomi and I love a good ghost tour." Naomi nodded eagerly. Molly's eyes were on Brooklyn, silently asking permission before she gave the others her most charming smile. "Tonight's booked, but we have space tomorrow." "Wonderful!" Naomi clapped her hands. "Your town is so full of history. I read some things on the plane ride here. I have so many questions." For the next half hour, Molly entertained Naomi and Asher with anecdotes she couldn't or chose not to use on the tour. Her cheeks grew rosier, and her whole face lit up as she lost herself in her storytelling. Brooklyn tossed in a few words here and there, but she mostly watched Asher watch Molly.
Despite being forced to dress in all black for work, Molly was adorable with her flame of long red hair and her animated face. It was no wonder he found her interesting. Brooklyn didn't have a claim on Asher, so why did she feel so jealous that he was giving attention to her friend? She scolded herself for being childish, but that didn't stop the green-eyed monster from raging inside. When she could hardly stand it, there was a lull in the conversation and she jumped in. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to get back to the shop." Her salad was long gone. She reached for the check that had been dropped off only moments before. Asher snatched it out of her grasp. "Allow me." "I will not." She grabbed for the leather folder, but he held it out of her reach. "I owe you for saving my life on the lake." Naomi gaped. "You did?" "It was nothing," Brooklyn assured her. "Nothing?" Asher faked shock. "My life means so little to you?" Brooklyn pressed her lips together to keep from laughing. "I hardly know you," she countered. "And yet you despise me all the same." He winked to let her know he was teasing. "Go." He shooed her away with his hand. "I'll consider our debt settled after this." He lifted the bill up a little higher, still keeping it out of her reach. "So you think your life is only worth a Cobb salad?" The words were out, and in such a flirtatious tone before she thought better of them. "Did you get the ham?" Naomi asked. "Yes." "Then you're even." She laughed at Asher's affronted look. "Trust me, he's all ham." Brooklyn giggled. "I can believe that." Asher glowered at the two of them. "I'm not sure I like you two together." "I think we'd get along famously." Naomi tipped her glass to Brooklyn. "And I'll be stopping by your sweet shop while I'm here. I can't wait to try the truffles." "That would be great." She and Molly said goodbye and then made their way out of the restaurant and back down the beautiful stairs. Molly was quiet until they were out of hearing distance, and then she slanted a mischievous look at her friend, grasping her hands excitedly. "How did she know you work at the fudge shop?" Brooklyn stopped in her tracks. "I don't know. It didn't come up, did it?" A slow smile spread across Molly's face. "Asher must have told her about you." "You think?" Molly nodded. "I know, and he made sure to take the seat closest to you." Brooklyn loved the way her heart lifted. It had been so long since she'd thought of a man as more than a neighbor or customer. For a moment, she allowed herself to feel the sensation of 100 butterflies taking off in her stomach, and 1,000 fluttering around her, brushing her skin and making it tingle. But, as it often did in her life, reality crashed through the buzz. "It doesn't change anything. He's still building a massive development in our town and ruining it." She shook her head. "He's the bad guy in all this." "Well, that bad guy didn't have to buy us lunch." Molly studied her with an appraising look and then hugged her. "I think you like him. You just don't want to like him." Brooklyn shook her head. There was no sense liking him. Sure, he had a deep voice, a way of getting things done, confidence, and a strong set of arms, but there was nothing else to recommend him. Except, he could take a bad situation, like being dumped in the lake, and laugh. And he'd listen to her talk about the sweetheart tree like he cared. She forced her features into a frown. Asher wasn't for her. The sooner she realized that, the less likely she'd be to do something stupid, like trip into his arms accidentally on purpose. "He's trying to distract me from stopping his plans. I can't let him do that." Molly's brow lined with worry. "What are you going to do?" Brooklyn gulped. She hadn't thought through this until now. "I'll ask for a water right investigation. If they don't have the water shares, then they won't be able to put in as many houses. I may not be able to stop things, but I can slow them down and even scale it back." Molly nodded. "Eureka Springs fought off swindlers and gangsters. We can keep that hot man out, too." Brooklyn took a deep breath, not wanting to be reminded of how much she liked Asher. "Our quiet town deserves to stay quiet." Her friend squeezed her hand. "Yeah, but not too quiet. I need new stories for my ghost tour." She winked. "You're the only one not allowed to star in them. I like you too much." She broke into a laugh. "Thanks." She waved as she and Molly split up to find their cars in the parking lot. Submitting the form at City Hall took less than 30 minutes, and then she was back at work, doing her best to put everything that had happened that afternoon out of her mind, including the way she'd melted under Asher's touch. Chapter 12. Asher. Asher and Naomi took their cups of gelato from the restaurant to wander the hotel grounds. There was a well-kept lawn out back and gardens to the west. They ate in silence as they took in the giant chessboard and the archery club. Seeing Brooklyn had stirred up the curiosity inside of him again. He finally asked, "Did Grandpa ever mention Eureka Springs to you?" "No." She sucked in her cheeks, a sure sign that she was on her way to a brain freeze. Should he have? Asher wasn't ready to divulge his email correspondence with Brooklyn quite yet, but he could share some things. "I think he may have stopped in here before he was deployed. I'm not sure, though." "You should ask him. He used to tell us his stories all the time." "Yeah, to get us to sleep." "True," Naomi laughed. She looked lazily at the church spires to their right, and then the mountaintops in front of them. The Crescent Hotel was built on the highest peak, so the views were fantastic. "I like it here, though. The people are open and friendly." She watched him from the corner of her eye. "Brooklyn's nice." "She's a stinker. Been stepping in my way since I got here." "You like her." She bumped him with her shoulder. "Admit it." He chuckled. "I like feisty." Naomi hooted. "I knew it! The moment we got to the restaurant, your eyes were glued to her. And buying her lunch? A dead giveaway."
"I bought her lunch because I knew it would annoy her."
"Yeah, because people just hate free food." She tossed her paper cup into a nearby trash can. "I say go for it. You need love in your life, little brother."
"Coming from you, that's a huge recommendation."
She tipped her head back and soaked in the sun. "She's a huge improvement over your last girlfriend."
That was an understatement. Unfortunately, all that proved was that I'm not the settling down type.
Who said anything about settling down? Go for some romance and see what happens.
Maybe. The thing with Brooklyn was that he felt whole when he was around her. Even in their short interactions, he could tell that there was something chemical between them. But it was more than the obvious attraction pulsing between them that drew him to her time and again. There was a connection on a whole other level. A connection that had a more permanent, forever feel about it. He just wasn't sure what that meant for him. But maybe it was time to find out.
Chapter 13. Brooklyn. Brooklyn set the large box of t-shirts on the pavement and turned to make sure the door locked behind her. The UFO convention was coming right up. She and Becky from down the street had gone in on t-shirts together to get a major deal. She needed to get these to her tonight, so Becky had time to get them marked and in her system before Friday. Brooklyn had worked late tonight, scrubbing the pots and pans by hand and enjoying the quiet kitchen. Spring break was winding down, and families from the surrounding areas liked to take day trips to Main Street, picnic in the hills, play at the lake, and eat fudge. Only the ice cream shop across the street was busier than the sweet shop had been.
"Hi."
Brooklyn spun around to see Asher and Naomi smiling at him. "Hi," she said breathlessly. Asher looked so good in his khaki shorts and white polo shirt. She scrambled for something to say. "Are you ready for the ghost tour?" "More than ready," Naomi replied, rubbing her palms together. "Good, good." She rocked back and her foot hit the box. Realizing she had a reason to move, she bent down and grabbed hold, only to feel like an uncoordinated goof as she tried to steady the box and stand up at the same time. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Asher took her load.
"Let me."
He held it easily like it didn't weigh a thing. "I can't let you do that." She took hold, but he didn't release it.
"I insist."
He smiled at her. "You'll miss your tour." She nodded to the alley where the tours started. Several people were already gathered, and Molly was chatting them up. She wore a long, flowing black skirt and a leather jacket with sharp studs. Her makeup was darker tonight, smoky eyes with lots of white powder on her face. Paired with her red hair, the outfit helped her play the part of a supernatural guide. I'll get us checked in." Naomi quickly left, leaving the two of them alone.
"So, where to?"
Asher lifted the box and his eyebrows. Admitting defeat, Brooklyn released her grasp. This way." She started off up the sidewalk. They walked in silence for a moment. "I feel bad you're missing out on the tour. You paid for tickets, I'm sure." Asher lifted a shoulder.
"Why don't you give me the highlights?"
She snorted. "You sure you can handle it?"
"I have you to protect me."
She stopped before the large glass display of an empty storefront. 2 tattered teddy bears stared back at them, one of them bigger than her. A seam on the larger bear had come loose, and stuffing popped out. "If you're sure." She narrowed her eyes, daring him to chicken out. He smiled. "He'd ask for it." "Okay, well, this building used to be a toy store. The man who'd owned it prided himself on bringing in traditional toys that would stand the test of time. Wooden blocks for toddlers, handcrafted teddy bears, that sort of thing." He stared into the dusty store.
"Sounds like a good business plan."
It was. People trusted his products. She swallowed. He didn't have any family, so when he died, the building just sat here for several years. Finally, a young entrepreneur secured a lease and came in to clean up. He wandered upstairs, spent about 5 minutes up there, and then left town without saying a word.
"Ooh, interesting."
His attention turned to her and her pulse raced. She nodded. People were curious. They pestered the sheriff to look in on things, speculating that there was a dead body up there somewhere, or that the previous owner was a hoarder and the young guy decided it wasn't worth the cleanup.
"Was there a body?"
She shook her head. Worse. He leaned closer and whispered,
"What's worse than a dead body?"
"Dolls. Hundreds of Victorian dolls, with hair made from the children who owned them and filled with their baby teeth." She held the TH sound just a second longer than necessary. Her arms broke out in goosebumps.
"Ew, that's not true."
He tipped his head back to look up at the windows on the second floor. "It's true," she assured him with all the confidence of someone who had first-hand knowledge of the situation. The sheriff said he was fine being up there until he felt something brush his calf. When he turned around, there was a doll with lifelike eyes and a secret smile sitting right behind him. She lifted her shoe and brushed it against Asher's calf. He jumped forward and she giggled. "Got ya." He laughed too.
"How much of that was true?"
She held up a hand, swearing. "All of it." He stepped closer, moving the box to the side and keeping his eyes on her face, her lips. She was suddenly overwhelmed by him, his scent, his wide shoulders, his intensity. "What are you doing?" she asked, a feeling of panic and jubilation rushing through her.
"There's safety in numbers."
She shook her head.
"Besides, I need to be close enough that if the dolls attack, I can throw you at them and run away."
"Why do I believe you'd do that?" She started walking again. Her body was screaming at her to move, or to get closer and see what happened. Having him look at her so intently made her heart hammer.
"I wouldn't."
He gave her a lopsided smile.
"Contrary to popular opinion, I prefer being the knight in shining armor as opposed to the town yellow belly."
"Funny, because I seem to recall rescuing you."
"An odd moment in my life."
He shifted the box.
"Have you always lived here? Did you go to college?"
"Crystal and I talked about it, but with Grams here and the shop, we knew where we wanted to be. So many of our classmates moved away and haven't come back. Our town is full of talent and promise, if we could just get them to invest in Eureka Springs instead of wanting to run away from it."
"Why do they run away?"
"They think life is bigger out there, better." She stopped and looked at him. "Is it?" He stopped too. She waited for an answer. For some reason, his answer to this question was important to her. She held her breath, waiting to see if he was the kind of man she so desperately hoped he was. He thought for a moment.
"People, not just you, but you do it too. But people like Norm and Cap and some others I've met, you all talk about this town like it's family. I've never seen that before."
She released her breath. Eureka Springs is family. They make it to Curios and Curiositus, and she knocked on the door. Becky hurried over from the register where she was counting out the deposit. Is that the order? Sure is. Brooklyn took the box and handed it over. The invoice is inside. You can Venmo me. Sounds great. Sorry I can't chat. Her eyes darted to Asher and back to Brooklyn. I've got a ton of work to do. No worries. I'll see you later. She waved and they were off, meeting up with the tour, which had worked its way up the street. Naomi waved at them. Brooklyn waved back. Well, thanks for your help. She tucked her hands in her back pockets to keep from hugging him goodbye like a friend or something. He bobbed his head slowly. You're welcome. You know, this was nice. You're not so bad when you're not trying to run me out of town. She giggled. Oh, I'm still trying to get rid of you. I'm just being nicer about it. He shook his head. Thanks. It's a lot easier to take when you flash that brilliant smile my way. She bit her lip, uncertain about how to proceed. He handed out compliments too easily, and she had a hard time accepting them. Molly moved the tour up the street. Asher, whispered Naomi, motioning for him to join her. I'll see you later, he smiled. She smiled back, taking a quick moment to admire his chin. It was silly that she liked it so much, but it had character. Sure. They stood there and stared at one another for a moment longer. Brooklyn didn't want to let him go. She liked teasing him, and he was a good listener, easy to spend time with. She could go out with him, once or twice. He was the first one to turn, breaking the spell that held her feet in place. She took a few steps and then stopped to watch him meet up with his sister. She closed her eyes and pictured herself chatting with him across a white linen tablecloth. The image was pleasant and left her bubbly inside. There was no harm in fantasizing, so she followed up dinner with a pretend goodnight kiss as she made her way around the building, up the steps, and through the apartment door. Crystal was in the recliner, painting her toenails. Hey! Hey there. Someone's happy tonight. Brooklyn lifted a shoulder. Does this have anything to do with a certain land developer? Crystal prodded. Maybe. Why do you ask? I saw him carry your box. Brooklyn laughed. It wasn't scandalous. Flirting with the enemy is always scandalous. Have you changed your mind about Mountain Cove? No. Have you changed your mind about Asher? She buried her face in her hands. Crystal poked her leg. It shouldn't be that hard of a question. He's nice. Bad guys aren't supposed to be nice. Maybe you should look at it from his perspective. Maybe. She headed to her room. Was there another side to this situation? One she hadn't considered before? She needed to think on that because if Asher wasn't wrong, that meant she was. Chapter 14. Asher. Asher followed the inspector as he tromped through the brush, stopping every now and again to drop into the trench and check the gas lines. This was the third utilities check this week, and he had no doubt that they'd pass with flying colors. He stepped and heard a squishy sound. His mud boot had gone an inch into the muck. There were pockets of it everywhere thanks to the spring rain they'd had last night. He kept walking. The smell of freshly washed air made up for whatever mud he tracked home with him. I've seen everything I need to. Here's your yellow slip. Gary scribbled his name on the bottom line of the inspection sheet, tore off the carbon copy, and handed it to Asher. Thanks. It's been a pleasure. Asher shook his hand. Gary glanced around. I have a feeling you're going to keep me pretty busy for a while. I hope so. Asher smiled, wondering if Gary fell into the same camp as Brooklyn. She wasn't the only local upset about the changes, but she was the most vocal. Or had been. He hadn't seen her in 8 days. 8 long days. When he got back to the house, Mr. Taylor was loading Naomi's bags into the trunk. Sack after sack came out of the house. She'd shopped her way up and down Main Street for several days. You're not really going to leave me here, are you? He pouted as she came out carrying 3 hat boxes. His private plane would shuttle her wherever she wanted to go, so she didn't have to worry about checking bags or weight limits. She handed the boxes to the driver, Clark, who arranged them in the trunk.
Asher would have to check his resume, but the man might just have a degree in engineering, because he managed to make it all fit.
You'll have plenty of female company if you just play nice with Brooklyn.
He gasped and splayed his fingers over his chest in mock indignation. I've been a gem. She pegged him with an "I'm older and know better" stare. He deflated. What am I supposed to do? She hates me.
She doesn't know you. Give her a chance and she'll fall head over heels.
She reached for a hug.
You're a really good guy, Asher. Act like it.
What if she doesn't want me? With all that Carrie had put him through a few years ago, including the manipulations and alienating his family, the biggest fear she'd created inside of him was that no one wanted all of him. His money? Sure, everyone wanted some of that. His time? That too. But the guy who liked to be busy and dig into projects, the one who wanted to know how machines worked and watch birds fly, that was the person no one wanted to keep.
I don't think it will be a matter of not wanting. She grinned at him. She wants you plenty. It's allowing herself to have you that will be difficult.
Women are weird.
She laughed loudly. That's the pot calling the kettle black. He laughed as he hugged her.
I don't like saying goodbye to you. I wish you'd stay.
She patted his back. I'm off to make my mark on the world. She pushed back and squished his cheeks. He laughed, gently pushing her away.
Go then. I'll send an email out warning everyone you're coming.
It won't stop me. She kicked her leg behind her and blew him a kiss before getting into the back seat of the car. The driver nodded to him as he backed out. Asher watched her leave, a sense of dullness settling in. He didn't feel like heading back into the big empty house, so he wandered back down to the dock. Repaired so it wouldn't strand him in the lake, the dock was made of treated lumber and steel. He rested his hands on the rail and watched a hawk circle above. Several boats went past the cove, but none of them turned in. He'd had a buoy placed with a sign that said private property. It was standard procedure. The sooner people got used to the idea that this area was out of bounds, the better. Just as he was about to head inside for lunch, the sound of a single paddle slicing through the water reached his ears. He leaned forward over the railing, hoping to see a blue paddleboard and a head of brown hair. Brooklyn came into view and his heart leapt. He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, "Hey there!" Her head whipped around and she stared at him, drifting, her oar dragging on one side. He waved her over. She shook her head and pointed at the sign. Even at this distance, he could tell she wasn't happy about being kept out of the cove. He moaned, "Wait there!" He hurried to the end of the dock to where he'd hung a paddleboard several days ago. He'd actually hung 3 of them, hoping to convince Naomi or even Mrs. Morgan to go out on the lake. But neither of them had been in the mood to get wet. He shucked the mud boots and rolled his pant legs up to his knees. Carefully, he lowered himself onto the board and then paddled out to Brooklyn, grateful that she hadn't gotten impatient and left. When he got closer, he splashed at her with his oar, missing completely. "Good afternoon." She looked lovely in a tank top and board shorts, her hair hanging loose. She leaned away from him. "Are you sure you're steady on that thing?" The grin that split his cheeks was too strong to hold back. "I got here without getting my tie wet, didn't I?" She chuckled and splashed back at him, the water barely sprinkling his knees. "I've never seen someone paddleboard in a button-up and tie before. Is this standard attire for a private cove?" "Of course." He straightened his tie and met her eyes. They held gazes for a moment, the energy between them buzzing and growing in intensity. She was the first one to look away. "Nice board." He pointed to the name painted on the side of hers. "I figured you knew what you were doing, and buying the same brand would serve me well." She ducked her head. "I'm an amateur at best." "Novice." He raised one hand. She smiled softly and briefly met his gaze again. "Want to see something?" "Sure." He wasn't as confident as he tried to appear, but if she wanted him to follow her out on the open lake, he would. She pointed to the sign. "Do I need a special permit to go in there? Or is being with you going to keep me out of jail?" He smirked. "I can't make any promises." She rolled her eyes. Fine, but you're paying bail. He grinned as he followed her into the cove and to the right. They paddled in silence. He liked how quickly they moved, even though they didn't have to work hard. He tried rowing once in college and hated it. Not that the experience was bad, but the next day he could barely move. This worked his muscles, but didn't overtax them. And there wasn't a guy with a megaphone telling him to keep up. They passed Adam's house and the dock and kept going until the waterway narrowed. At the very farthest end, he could hear water running. She turned and revealed a small waterfall. About 4 feet high, the water came off a series of big rocks. It moved slow enough that the sound was muted until they were practically under it. He gaped. How did I not know this was here? The water comes from an underground spring about 20 feet that way. She pointed up and to the right. The current is slow. Unless you'd hike down to the water's edge, it's unlikely you'd know it existed. He scrubbed at the back of his head. It's stunning. The water was clear, and the rocks beneath were marbled with reds, black, and gray. Grass grew in patches along the flow, clinging to the black soil. The sound of it was like a cello, low and slow and singing over his skin. It's really beautiful here. He tipped his head back and searched for the hawk he'd seen earlier. You sound surprised. Well, it is Arkansas. He hoped she could see the teasing in his eyes. She laughed, startling a squirrel with full cheeks. He scolded her and ran away. Best kept secret around. She paused and swallowed. Why are you doing this? He knew she was talking about more than just a paddleboard ride. Though they'd been light and teasing, he wanted to give her a real answer. Several reasons, the first being that a friend asked me to. That's a pretty big favor. How long is all this going to take? He ran his hand through his hair. We start the foundation for the first home in 2 weeks. It should take about 9 months to build. There are several others right on its heels. The whole development should be done in 2 years. She blinked rapidly. That's fast. That's why he hired me. I'm good at this. She ran her hand along her oar. The truth is, I love what I do. I had a great-great-great-grandpa who headed west in search for gold. He carved out a piece of land, sold it a few years later, and did it all over again. There's something about taming wild things and exploring and making my own way in my blood. I have more advantages, sure, but something like this? He waved his hand around to indicate the mountains on either side of them. Is a challenge even for me. I just don't want it destroyed. She spoke so quietly he had to lean forward to hear her. Me neither. Part of my mission is to preserve the land. Each home has to blend in with the surroundings and meet Eureka Springs' building codes and requirements, some of which are kind of out there, I gotta say. She chuckled. That sounds about right. But how would you feel if someone wanted to develop your hometown? I grew up in Phoenix. She threw her hands up. Okay, bad example. An idea struck, one so brilliant he was already patting himself on the back. He paddled so they were right next to each other, their legs touching as they dangled in the water. Will you show me your hometown? Her eyebrows wrinkled in confusion. I thought you took the tour with Molly. I did, but I want to see your Eureka Springs, through your eyes. She pressed her lips together as she thought. All right, but if I do this, then you have to call off the Mountain Cove development. I can't do that. My friend is a good person, and he has a vision for this place. And I believe in it. She frowned. I'll buy you a funnel cake. He'd seen the small shack at the end of town, not far from her shop. The smells that had come from it made his stomach rumble. But he hadn't, as yet, given in to temptation. It's a lowball counteroffer, but I'll take it. Deal. He put his hand out and they shook on it. He held on, not wanting the sense of right and warmth that came from touching her to end. She didn't pull away, and he took that as a good sign. When do you want to start? He tugged her and her board a little closer. Right now? She jolted. Now? It's your day off, isn't it? Yeah, but wait, how did you know that? Are you spying on me? He lifted a shoulder.
It's good business to keep an eye on your rival.
He still hadn't let go of her hand, and he used that moment to brush his thumb over her knuckles. She gasped, and her cheeks blushed pink. He thrilled at her response and brushed her hand again. His eyes darted to her full and inviting lips. With the waterfall and the sunshine filtering in through the trees above, this would be the perfect place to kiss her. She slowly pulled her hand away. "We should get going," she ventured. Their boards drifted apart, and with the space, his head cleared. "We'll take your car." She turned her board and headed for his dock. He sat there a moment, needing to gather himself. He'd almost kissed her. He should have done it. Should have taken the chance instead of hesitating. If he got another chance, he wouldn't hesitate. Chapter 15. Brooklyn. Brooklyn maneuvered her board next to the dock. She tapped the wood with her oar, getting a hollow sound. "You sure this thing is seaworthy?" He chuckled, a sound that was both warm and scary at the same time. Scary because she liked the way it made her feel, all gooey and doe-eyed and clever, like what she had to say was important enough to listen to. Not that the feeling was foreign. Grams and Crystal laughed at her sarcasm all the time. It was just, Asher was a harder nut to crack. Getting that chuckle was a prize.
"Trust me, I had a professional come out. I wasn't about to get stuck in the middle of the lake again."
She crawled onto the platform, wishing there was a more graceful way of getting there. Asher had a great view of her behind. She glanced over her shoulder and found him holding her board and looking at the tip, giving her some privacy. Well, that was gentlemanly of him. She couldn't say that she would have done the same thing if the tables were reversed. She pulled her board up and hung it on the lower rack before going back to steady Asher's board for him. She had to lie on her tummy to get both hands on it. He set his oar on the dock, but stopped just before getting off.
"You're not going to dump me in, are you?"
She grinned wickedly. "Turnabout is fair play." He gripped the sides of his board dramatically, making her laugh. "I promise I won't toss you in. This time."
"I'm not sure I trust you."
He eyed her, and she caught the glint in his eye, the one that made her stomach do somersaults. "You absolutely should not." He laughed.
"At least you're honest about it."
With that, he moved fast to get off the board and onto the more stable dock. She held his board still for him and then helped him lift it out of the water. "Thanks," he said. She brushed off her hands. "You mean for helping or for not dunking you?" He stopped and tucked a piece of hair behind her ear.
"Both."
The world around them blurred and Brooklyn's breath hitched. He dropped his hand and walked away as if he hadn't stopped the world spinning with a touch, like it was totally normal for a man to tuck her hair behind her ear. Except it wasn't. She had a lot of good guy friends, men she hung out with at the 4th of July picnic, the zombie parade, and even the barefoot ball. She'd danced with them, eaten with them, and even fallen asleep in their cars. But not once had any of them tucked her hair off her face. She sucked in much-needed air and made her eyes refocus. They headed up the long staircase to the main level of the house. From the back, the home was 4 stories and absolutely stunning. Huge windows framed every room, giving them all a dazzling view of the lake and mountains. She stopped to take it all in. Asher noticed she wasn't on his heels and stopped too. He looked up at the house and then back at her. "I've never been this close before. I didn't realize how beautiful it is. The stonework." She trailed off as the thick wooden beams caught her attention. "Is that a stained glass window?"
"It's in the kitchen. The dinette is there. It's quite beautiful in the mornings."
"I'll bet." She let out a sigh. "I always paddle right past." He tapped his finger on the cleft in his chin. She was hypnotized watching him, wondering what it would feel like to trace her fingers over the dimple.
"We can take a tour, if you'd like."
"A tour? Of the mansion?" She looked up at the imposing structure and shook her head. In truth, she could see herself loving a house like that. Eating breakfast behind a stained glass window, boarding on the lake every morning, weather permitting, and enjoying the peace of the cove.
If she could see all that, then she could understand why people would want to live here. And if she went that far, then she could even extend Asher some understanding, and then she wouldn't have a leg to stand on. I may never leave, and then you'll miss your first stop on the exclusive Brooklyn Triggs expedition through Eureka Springs. Sounds official. It is. She took 3 steps and was above him. It's also the inaugural tour, so, it's kind of a big deal. She batted her lashes and then spun back around and hurried up the rest of the stairs. At the top, he led the way into the garage and flipped on a light. They climbed into his SUV rental. Where to? She pressed her lips together as she thought. I guess we'll start at the very beginning. That's a very good place to start. She tipped her head and smirked at him for the Sound of Music reference. He surprised her with that one. She couldn't picture him hanging out with the Von Trapp family singers, but then again, he had a sister. Naomi's great, by the way. Yeah? Yeah, she came in the shop and we had a chat. I like her. His whole face softened with sibling fondness. It was just the 2 of us growing up. We're close, but we don't get to see one another very often. She told me to buy a house here and she'd come to see me more. Brooklyn turned to face him. Would you? Live here? He shook his head. I just built a new home in Seattle. I'm only here long enough to get the job done. She bit her cheek to keep back her snarky comment about him ruining her town and then running off. Today was about showing him all the wonderful things about her city. Rudeness wasn't going to win her any points. They passed the sweet shop. Do you want to change? He glanced down at her board shorts. Oh yeah, Grandma would love it if she showed up with this guy in tow. Thanks, but I'm good. They found a parking space right across from the park on Main in front of the Ghost Tour building. The shop was all locked up and Molly was at one of her day jobs. As much as she loved giving the ghost tours, they didn't quite pay the bills. That's where we're going. She pointed to the green archway and unbuckled, jumping out before Asher had a chance to open her door. He gave her a look that said he didn't like it, but he didn't say anything. They made their way across the street and climbed the cement stairs. In the center of the plaza was an iron fountain painted forest green, and behind that was a circular iron railing over a locked grate. This is it. She waved her arm over the grate. His eyebrows lifted. A sewer? She laughed. No, this is where it all began. Thousands of years ago, a Native American princess was born without sight. It's said that she came here and washed in the springs and was healed. From that time on, the valley was considered sacred ground. Wow. He leaned over the railing to get a better look in the hole. The plaza had been built up to stop flooding, so the spot where the water came up from the ground was about 8 feet below where they stood. What does sacred ground mean exactly? He took out his phone and snapped pictures. Well, there's no fighting on sacred ground. Even if you were at war with another tribe, you had to call a truce when you entered the valley. Everyone was welcome. He gave her a pointed look. What? I never once aimed a spear or an arrow your direction. He snorted, letting her know he didn't quite agree with her claim to innocence. What happened if you did engage in battle? He leaned toward her. She moistened her lips. Her mouth had gone dry at his nearness. You and your tribe were banned from the springs for eternity. That's a long time. He snapped a few more pictures of the plaza. He was looking at the place like a tourist, not a local. The point of this tour was to show him the city like she saw it. What could she say? I think the spirit of that role is still here. We gather our share of misfits and outcasts and happily take them in. He stopped looking at the world through his phone and met her gaze. Except land developers. Everyone has their limits, she countered. He chuckled again and she threw herself into the sound as if it were a pile of feathers. It's also been rumored that this is the fountain of youth Ponce de Leon claimed to have found in his travels. He glanced at the arch, his eyes tracing the words, Balm of Life. Do you believe that? She smiled easily. We do have a large number of octogenarians running around town. Why is it blocked off? He grabbed the railing and tugged. What if I want to live forever? She sighed. A while back, the government tested the water and claimed they found pollutants.
They moved us over to their water supply.
And made you guys pay for it, I'll bet.
She shoved his arm. You're familiar with Uncle Sam's ways. She took his hand off the railing and tugged. Come on, we're headed for stop 2. He gave her hand a squeeze.
There's no dilly-dallying on this tour.
She was in a predicament now. Taking his hand had been natural, but now that she had it, she wasn't sure if she should hold on or find a way to casually let go. He solved the problem for her by lacing their fingers together. Her cheeks flushed. She looked up from under her lashes. It was too bad he was a heartless land grabber because she kinda liked him.
Chapter 16. Asher.
Asher wasn't sure what had possessed him to get a tighter hold on Brooklyn's hand, but it probably had something to do with the tingles shooting up his arm. That, or he was having a stroke. Which was also a possibility, considering his erratic heartbeat. Being close to Brooklyn was affecting him in ways he hadn't felt in a long time. When she'd grabbed his hand to pull him along, his chest expanded and it was like he could breathe for the first time. He didn't want to let go. They went down Main Street and turned right at the funnel cake stand, going up a set of well-made and well-maintained stairs with yellow safety paint on the treads. They stopped at the landing about halfway up. So, this is stop 2 on our grand tour. Brooklyn flipped her hair out of her face and grinned up at him. From her smile, he would have thought they were looking at the lost tomb of an ancient pharaoh. He glanced around, wondering what he was missing. Over the railing to their left was a large cave opening and a well-worn path, but there didn't seem to be a way to get there from where they stood. Above them, another 15+ stairs up, was a private residence.
Wow, he teased. You know how to show a guy a good time.
She smacked his arm with her free hand and giggled. Stop, or I won't tell you why this made my top 2 places to go in Eureka Springs. He leaned forward and said, Do tell, as if he were asking for the latest gossip. She glanced at him, a bit unsure. He gave her hand a squeeze, hoping she would trust him with whatever it was she was holding back. She took in a breath and then quickly said, What I love about this spot is the ghost.
The what now?
He leaned closer. He must have heard her wrong.
I thought you said ghost.
She nodded shyly. Apparently this wasn't something she talked about. I know you went on the ghost tour and heard all of Molly's stories. Well, all the ones she can fit into an hour. There are so many more. He thought back to the other night, about the stories of ghosts talking to visitors at the hotels and wandering the catacombs at night. Typical hoodoo and voodoo stories that went well with a campfire and s'mores, but nothing to give any credence to.
You don't believe all that stuff, do you?
Well, she drew the word out at the same time she took her hand from his. Grandma Julie has a theory about that. He felt the loss of her hand in his as if a part of him had gone missing. He hadn't meant to alienate her with his skepticism, but it seemed he'd done just that.
Go on.
He leaned one arm against the railing because it brought him closer to her. She didn't move away, so he counted that as a win. Grandma thinks that areas where lots of people died thinned the veil between this world and heaven.
Lots of death?
Gettysburg is a great example. People who don't believe in an afterlife speak in whispers there, because even they can sense the lingering spirits of those who have died. Eureka Springs has seen her fair share of death, so naturally the veil is thinner here, and people who have died and maybe have unfinished business or feel a tie to this place can come back, for short periods.
I'm picturing a bridal veil. He reached his hand out and groped at the air around him. Something tangible.
She twisted her lips. Perhaps from the other side it is. We can't see it, but you can feel it when it's thin. It's almost sacred. She whispered the last part. Her eyes dropped to the boards at their feet and then lifted to him again. You don't believe me, do you? He paused before answering, and a memory flooded his thoughts with such clarity it was like he was there again.
My grandma died in a hospital. I remember the monitors beeping crazy and the nurse and doctor running around. I was holding her hand, and then suddenly it all went quiet.
He met her gaze.
That moment when she died, it was sacred. That's the perfect word to describe it.
She reached out and placed her hand on his arm. There was a connection between them, like their souls had found a common link. He'd never had a moment of complete understanding of or from another person before. It was almost too strong to stay in. Brooklyn was the first to break eye contact. She turned and stared at the other side of the landing. Like all old towns, we have our tragedies and even darkness. While the Springs healed many who came here looking for miracles, there were many more who never left this place. The sense of being watched crept up his neck. He looked over his shoulder.
In the cave?
He asked quietly. No. She gently turned his chin. Right here. She nodded to the other side of the landing. He stared hard but didn't see anyone. No one knows his name. I call him Alfred. He was a Civil War soldier who lost his leg in battle. Many people have seen him. He stands here in full uniform. He's even spoken to some tourists and locals.
But not you?
She shook her head. I've never made his acquaintance, but I used to come sit here in this corner when I was upset and missing my mom. And I felt like someone understood me.
Why do you think he haunts this place?
She leaned into his shoulder. With his arm on the railing, it was easy to wrap it around her side and tuck her to him. She didn't protest. Maybe she felt alone again. Maybe she wanted to be close to him. He wasn't sure of the reason, but he wasn't going to complain about it. I think he's waiting for his wife to come. People say he wears a simple gold ring and he's always kind. I think he has a good heart.
That's a beautiful thought, that love lasts longer than life.
He tucked her hair behind her ear. He couldn't help himself. It kept escaping, and he just wanted to touch her. Some loves are too big for this world. He looked deeply into her eyes and found that she had the capacity to love like that, to love longer than life allowed. He instantly wondered if he did too. He glanced at her mouth, wondering if he could taste that kind of love on her lips. The world around them slowed down. A sense of being in their own space filled him.
It's different here,
he murmured. She leaned in. 3 kids screamed and ran down the stairs, bumping the 2 of them together. Oof! He wrapped her up and absorbed the impact as they bumped the railing. He'd feel that tomorrow. I'm so sorry. She brushed her hands down the sides of his face and then down his arms. Are you okay?
I'm great.
He hugged her tighter, reveling in the feel of her body flush with his, her curves fitting against him so perfectly. Her hands rested on his arms, not quite holding him close, but not pushing him away either. He didn't want her to push him away. She was amazing, strong. The things she'd lived through, the childhood she'd survived, just...
Wow,
he whispered. She blushed and ducked her head. He prayed he wasn't pushing her too far, too fast, as he hooked his finger under her chin and lifted her face, brushing his lips across hers. Chapter 17. Brooklyn. What was that for? Brooklyn asked quietly, barely able to breathe. If he kissed her again, her knees would buckle and she'd slither down the steps like warm caramel.
I couldn't help myself.
His gaze deepened. He traced the outline of her lips with his finger, making them tickle and tingle. His arm around her back held her close, protected, safe. She could get really comfortable in this space, with him.
I'm beginning to understand the magic of this town.
The reminder of why she was here, to show Asher how special Eureka Springs was and how it shouldn't change one bit, fell on her like a wet washcloth. His eyes dipped to her mouth, and she quickly stepped back before he could tempt her into losing her mind and her good sense over him. Asher's hand slipped across her body as she pulled away, sending fireworks exploding over her skin. She couldn't do this right now. She couldn't fall for a handsome man who was going to leave one day. So the point of this stop was to explain that we live with our past here. It's a part of each of us.
I'll bet Halloween is fun.
She smiled over her shoulder. We have a zombie fest. You're going to love it.
I'll have to fly out.
She stopped moving, feeling like a music box that had run out of spring.
What?
He asked, concerned. For a minute I forgot you were leaving. She frowned. We should move on.
Lead the way.
He stepped aside, allowing her to go down the steps first. They stepped out from behind a tree, and the sun blinded them both for a moment. Its warmth didn't compare to how her lips had felt when he'd kissed her. She needed some space, a chance to set her thoughts straight. Because right now, all they were doing was circling around Asher. Being in his arms had felt like coming home, which was ridiculous because the whole point of this tour was to show him what a home was really like. They got to the bottom and she made up her mind. So that's it. She grabbed for the smile she used when a customer was out of sorts. Saying goodbye to him right now was the safest thing to do, and Brooklyn was nothing if she wasn't cautious and safe.
That's it?
He looked up the street. Well, she folded her arms, felt silly, and then let them hang at her sides. If you'd like to see the best version of yourself, have Agnes at Le Chapeau find you a hat. It's transformative.
Really?
He narrowed his eyes. It's not something I can explain. You have to experience it for yourself.
And you've done this?
She nodded eagerly. There's a whole side of me you haven't begun to see, mister. He laughed, the sound like an elixir for her troubled mind. A smile tugged at her lips, a real one. There were a lot more shops, a lot more stories to share. She longed to walk through each one with him, to see what he thought of Art's paintings, to share a cream puff and then taste it on his lips after. She shook herself. What she really needed was a dose of reality. They both did. There's more, but you're not here forever, so you get the condensed version. Her reminder that they were on opposite sides of a fence did the trick, and he frowned. He was firmly planted on the change side, and she was entrenched on the no-change side, and they weren't supposed to meet. The fence was supposed to keep them apart, but the more time they spent together, the shorter the fence became. Asher tucked his hands in his pockets.
Well, thanks for the tour. It was enlightening.
What was your favorite part? His eyes took on a bit of mischief, and she instantly regretted asking. Never mind. She held up a palm, even as her cheeks flushed. His eyes gleamed.
I think I know what your favorite part was.
He brushed his knuckles over her cheek.
But I'll be a gentleman and not mention it.
Her laugh was breathy. Would a gentleman point out that he was being a gentleman?
Most certainly.
She laughed and shoved him away, enjoying the feel of his solid body under her hands. Her phone dinged. Shaking her head, she checked the screen. Holy chocolate pop! She stared at the AOL return address, not believing that after all this time, she finally had an answer from Thomas. This was big. So big it was colossal. I have to go. She took 2 steps away.
Is something wrong?
Asher touched her elbow, bringing her eyes up to meet his. I think something is about to go right. She grabbed his arm. At least I hope so.
Is there anything I can do to help?
She looked down at where her hand held his arm. She hadn't thought about touching him. It had just happened because she'd gotten too familiar with him. No, thanks for the offer, but I really have to go. Can you find your way back? He tipped his head back and laughed.
It's one road. I think I can find my car.
She grinned, the sound of his laughter wrapping her up like a warm hug. He's leaving, she reminded herself. Okay then, I'll see you later. She wanted to, even if it was just for a few minutes here and there. Another day like today, and she'd fall for him. Heck, she might have already. She waved and dashed down the street to the sweet shop.
I owe you a funnel cake, he called after her.
This tour's on the house, she yelled over her shoulder. Her chest was warm, but it was all from Asher, and not from running up the hill. The closer she got to the store, the more excited she was to share the news with Grandma and Crystal. Look what the wind blew through our door. Crystal put her hands on her hips. Date over already? Brooklyn ignored Crystal's hint for information and searched for Grandma. Whatever she could tell them about her date with Asher wouldn't compare to having a long-lost love show up on their doorstep. Well, the kiss might overshadow that. It was pretty epic. She found Grandma in the corner, stacking jars of homemade fudge sauce. "Grandma!" She sprinted over and took both Grandma Julie's hands in hers. Grandma's eyes grew wide. "What on earth? You're flushed!" She put her hand to Brooklyn's forehead, checking her temperature. "She doesn't have a fever, Grams. She's been cozying up with that developer," Crystal called. Thank heavens the shop was empty. "Who told you?" There was no sense denying it had happened. "Robert Merrick." Brooklyn rolled her eyes. Robert was the trolley driver who passed the soldiers' steps 50 times a day. He had eyes like an eagle and didn't mind pointing out things of interest to those on his trolley, even if the interesting moment was Brooklyn snuggled up to a certain hottie. Brooklyn berated herself for falling under Asher's spell. She'd gone into a trance-like state up there on the landing. Other people in town had talked about things like that happening, but she hadn't experienced it herself until now. She wondered if it had more to do with the soldier or if it was because of Asher. "Did he kiss you?" Grandma grabbed onto both her arms. The woman lived for a good romance story. Brooklyn groaned. Of course she would zero in on the one thing Brooklyn wasn't ready to talk about. Maybe would never be ready. Her lips were still tingling from the contact, and the butterflies in her stomach were overreacting. "I have something I need to talk to you about." She ran her sweaty hands down her jeans. Now that the moment had come, there was so much to confess to that it tied her tongue and had her thoughts in knots. "Don't stand there hemming and hawing, spit it out!" Grams gave her a little shake. Brooklyn blurted the most important information out first. "Thomas is coming." Crystal slapped her hand on the counter. "Shut the front door!" "I swear, I just got his email. I ran all the way here." Sure, that was why her cheeks were in high color, not because she'd spent time with a single attractive, successful male who happened to hold her close in the most delicious way. Grandma sagged. "Thomas? My Thomas?" Brooklyn made eye contact with Crystal and they exchanged an excited glance. My Thomas, indeed. Grams carried a torch for this guy even if she wasn't going to admit it. Yes. Brooklyn took Grandma by the arms and helped her to the table in the window. Crystal came to stand behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder while Brooklyn took the chair across. She tapped her phone and slid it over to them. "I wanted to know if he'd lived through the war. I was curious, I guess." Graham smiled up at her. "You get that from me." Brooklyn patted Grandma's rose-soft hand in agreement. "I found him on a list of survivors. They have a site for reunions and such. Anyway, I sent out a couple emails trying to get hold of him, and he wrote back." They bent over her phone, scanning the short message. Grandma's hand covered her mouth. "You're not upset, are you?" Brooklyn asked, leaning over the table. Now that she was sitting here and worry lines framed Grandma's eyes, she wondered if she'd done the right thing. Grandma closed her eyes, thinking for a moment. "I don't want him to see me like this." "Like what?" asked Crystal. "Old?" Grandma laughed at herself. She swiped at a tear. "When I think of him, he's young and strong. What will he see when he comes but an old lady?" "Grams, no!" Brooklyn picked up her hand. "You're beautiful." "Besides, he could be bald." Crystal stood tall, "and have a potbelly and dentures. You're way hotter than that." Brooklyn and Grandma laughed, though Grandma's laughter died off quickly. "It's true, though. You have all your teeth," Brooklyn teased. "Oh, you too." She pushed off the table, her jaw set. "There's nothing I can do about the extra 30 pounds or the worry lines y'all etched into my face. And since he didn't tell me when he's coming, I can't put on my good blouse." She charged toward the kitchen. "Don't you dare tell a soul about any of this. There are still people in this town that remember when he was here, and I'll not have them sticking their noses in my personal affairs." "Okay," the girls squeaked in unison. "If you need me, I'll be making marshmallows." The door swung shut behind her, leaving Brooklyn and Crystal staring at it. She's freaking out, said Crystal. She made her way behind the counter and rinsed out a rag to wipe things down. Well, yeah, she's making marshmallows. For the love. If I'd known it was going to drive her into desperate acts, I would have... Brooklyn stopped. Crystal cocked her head. Would you have not contacted him? Brooklyn groaned. I probably still would have done it. Darn it all. I get my hopeless romantic streak from her, too. She drummed her fingers on the table. Do you think she's mad at me? Nope. I think she's scared spitless to see this guy. That doesn't make me feel better. Brooklyn folded her arms and laid her head down, blocking out the world. The door chimed, but Brooklyn kept her head down. A lot had happened this afternoon.
Brooklyn?
Asked Franz from the funnel cake stand. She popped up and smoothed down her hair. Thanks to Robert Merrick, the trolley driver, there were enough rumors floating around about her already. She didn't need to act depressed in front of anyone. Hey. Franz held a giant plate, and the smell of fried food breezed through the door with him. He grinned. Hey. Hi there, Franz. How's things going? Called Crystal. His attention shifted to Crystal in a way that guys had when they were interested in a woman, like a fox eyeing up a sweet little mouse. Brooklyn twisted in her seat to find Crystal giving Franz the same hungry look. Well, well, well. His face went blank like he couldn't come up with anything to say. Brooklyn eyed the giant funnel cake, worried he'd drop it and run. He tried to fold his arms, then remembered he held something in his hand and shifted his feet.
Business is good. How about this place?
We're getting along. The UFO convention this weekend should be good. They prepared several alien-themed treats that sold out fast. He bobbed his head. Then, as if he remembered he should use his words, he added, Yeah, us too. The amount of awkwardness in the air was enough to choke a person. What brings you by? Brooklyn prompted. He wrinkled his brow and looked at her like she'd asked a dumb question. She stared pointedly at the plate he carried, and he came to himself. This is for you. He set a giant funnel cake on the table. It was their deluxe cake with whipped cream, chocolate, and caramel sauce, powdered sugar, and strawberries. Her stomach rumbled. It looked so good. I didn't order this. Funnel cakes were for special days like birthdays and bets, like the one she'd made with Asher. Oh! Tiny beads of happiness spilled through her from her head to her toes. A loud bang came from the kitchen like Grandma had slammed a pot down on the stove. She and Crystal ducked but didn't say anything. Franz glanced at the door and then turned back to Brooklyn. There's a note. Franz pointed at the napkin hanging off the side. I gotta go. I closed the shack to deliver this. Brooklyn shook her head. I'm sorry. I hope this didn't mess up your day. Are you kidding? Best tip I ever got. He patted his shirt pocket that bulged with bills. Brooklyn's eyes bugged out. He paid you that much to deliver this? He nodded. Yep, said it was worth every penny, too. He smiled. I think someone's got a crush on a fudge girl. He waved to Crystal. I'll see you at Tapper's. She lifted a shoulder. Maybe. He waved and sauntered out. While part of Brooklyn wanted to dive into the whole Franz romance thing, the bigger portion of her was curious about the note from Asher. It had to be from Asher. She prayed it was from Asher. If this was some kind of a prank from someone, she was going to be really upset. Crystal ran over, flapping her hands like a fangirl. Read it, read it, read it! Brooklyn couldn't help laughing. Her head floated way above the clouds. She pulled the napkin out from under the cake. The wax paper had protected it for the most part, but the corner had a grease spot. The tour was worth 100 funnel cakes, but I can only get this guy to deliver one. You've shown me your town. How about seeing my vision? Dinner tomorrow night? My place, 6 p.m. His number was at the bottom. She fanned her face with her free hand. Crystal slapped her shoulder. You're going. Brooklyn let the napkin rest in her lap. She leaned her head on her hand and sighed. It's not a good idea. Give me one reason. He's a short-term implant. Okay, that's a pretty good reason. Crystal pulled out the other chair and sat down. But it's also in the pro column if you ask me. Tell me, O wise one, how falling for a man who won't be here for the zombie crawl is a good idea. Well, because life is short, and because you don't know what his plans are long term. She ticked them off on her fingers. People change their minds all the time, and because you don't want to end up like Grandma, wondering about him 40 years later. Okay, that one rang true. She picked off a piece of the funnel cake, dipped it in the whipped cream on the top, and popped it in her mouth. I'm going, but only so I can lay this whole crush to rest. Crystal grinned. You're crushing pretty hard, huh? She snagged a section of funnel cake and made a mess of herself trying to eat it. He listens, and he makes me laugh. There's just something about laughing with him that's different. Crystal grinned. Chocolate sauce dripped down her chin, and she had whipped cream on her nose. Brooklyn rolled her eyes. A wooden spoon smacked the side of a pan in the kitchen, making them both jump. They knew better than to try to talk to Grandma when she was in a marshmallow mood. It was best to let her work through this for a while. She'd come out when she was ready to talk. You know what? I think I'm going to eat this upstairs. Brooklyn grabbed the plate and dashed for the apartment. Good luck with Grandma. Crystal shook her fists at her. You owe me one. Brooklyn cackled until she shut the door. Instead of going to the kitchen to sit at the table, she went to her room and put the cake on her desk. For a moment, she stared at her phone. She needed to do this, needed to face her fears of love and abandonment. Why did it have to be so hard? Why did it feel like such a risk? Even adding his name to her contact list was a giant step forward for her. She didn't put just anyone in there, and now he was a big enough part of her life that she had to keep track of his information. Brooklyn. Thanks for the cake. It's delish. The 3 dots started going almost the second she hit send. Asher. You earned it. She replied with a smiley face. Asher. Dinner? She moaned as she typed, Love to. Asher. Great. I'll send a car to pick you up. She blinked at the screen. Was that a thing? Not in her world, but whatever. If he wanted to send a driver, she wasn't going to say no. She stared at her closet. Did a driver mean she had to dress up? Shoot. She rushed to the closet and dug through, coming up with her prom dress, 2 church dresses, and a little number Crystal had talked her into buying a few months ago. It was navy blue lace and hugged her curves. She hadn't had a reason to wear it before. However, the idea of wearing it for Asher made her squeal. She hugged the dress and spun in circles. No regrets, she told her reflection. Crystal was right. She didn't want to wonder about Asher in 50 years or have one who got away. Even though it was scary, and even though her heart was peeking through its fingers, she was going to let herself fall for this guy. Maybe, just maybe, he'd catch her. Chapter 18. Asher. Sunset had been spectacular. Pink and orange streams of light lit up the sky, and the water, doubling God's handiwork with a paintbrush. As beautiful as the cove was, Asher couldn't take his eyes off Brooklyn. She was stunning. They watched the spectacular show from the dock while sipping sparkling cider. He'd wanted to show her his vision for the mountain cove, but had lost all interest in proving anything to her the moment she walked in wearing that dress. Who cared if she agreed with his job? She was here for him, and that was more important by far. She lifted her glass. Cider? That's an interesting choice. He leaned against the railing. When I was in college, a group of us took off to Lake Powell for a weekend. It was supposed to be a great time. One of the guys, not someone I knew well, got wasted and crashed his boat. We got to him in time, but he lost an arm and has scars all over his body. That's horrible. I haven't touched a drop of liquid fire since. He reached up and brushed his fingers over her brown hair, blazing in the fading light. Until now. Her cheeks flushed. My dad was a redhead. I'll bet he didn't look as lovely as you. He hated himself for using a line, but he couldn't have held it back if he tried. Brooklyn had him tripping over himself to make her laugh. She snorted. He had a crooked nose and a mean snarl. Mom always said I got the best of both of them.
He cocked his head. I don't know. I think you could pull off a crooked nose. She laughed, using her whole face in the process. It was like watching fireworks light up the sky, only he was close enough to feel their warmth and sparkle. Trust me, it would send you running. He grinned. One glance at the balcony on the hill above them, glowing with the light of 100 candles, told him dinner was ready. He offered Brooklyn his arm. Hungry? She pressed her hand flat against her stomach. Starved. They headed up the steps, going slow because of her heels and because neither one of them wanted to get out of breath or sweaty. He asked about the shop, and she filled him in on decorating for the UFO convention starting Friday. They reached the top of the steps, and she gasped. Her eyes went wide, and she covered her mouth. Did you do all this? He shook his head, leading her to the small iron chair with a cream cushion. I did not. My secretary is the mastermind behind the design and layout. I'm rather hopeless when it comes to decorating. He sat down and unrolled his silverware. But I told her to make it beautiful and to use lots of candles. Brooklyn laughed as she looked around. He did the same. The sideboard was covered in silver trays full of wonderful things like smoked salmon, quail eggs, imported olives, specialty cheeses, fresh fruits, and salads. Wow, you're basically an evil mastermind. I don't mean to brag, but I have some pretty great ideas about taking over the world. They both grinned, and their gazes held. Blast this table between them. If Brooklyn were sitting next to him, he could kiss her. You look like you're getting an idea right now. He sighed and set his napkin next to his plate. I am, but that one will have to wait until later. Let's get some food. They took their plates to the sideboard and loaded them up. A chattering noise came from the tree off the deck, and they both paused. Brooklyn pointed. A squirrel! I'll bet he's after these eggs. The squirrel in question stared at them as it hugged the tree trunk. The branch he was sitting on could get him within a foot of the deck. That's my buddy Rupert, Asher informed her. We have breakfast together 3 times a week out here. You do not. Her eyes sparkled. Even though he was teasing her, he ran with it. We do. He's been seeing this squirrel from across the lake, but I don't think it's going to work out. Oh? Her eyebrows lifted. Yeah, she's all into yoga and stuff, and he's more of a tech guy who has to see it to believe it. Some couples can overcome such a difference. He wagged his head from side to side, considering her words. Yes, but she isn't ready to make a commitment, and he is. That's tough. I never knew squirrels had it so hard in the romance department. He sighed heavily. You just never know what a varmint is going through until you take the time to feed him breakfast. She giggled. That sounds like a line from a children's book. He set his plate down and held her chair as she sat. Maybe I'll write it one day. Rupert's Broken Heart. That's a horrible name for a children's book. He took his seat. Breakfast with Rupert? He ventured. How about relationship advice from a squirrel? She twisted in her seat to look at the little guy again. He was frozen in place, waiting for them to become distracted enough that he could sneak over and feast. Did you tell him I was coming? Of course, we talk about everything. She laughed. And? He said to feed you quail eggs. He leaned forward and whispered, although I'm starting to think he had ulterior motives on that one. Most definitely, she whispered back. He took a bite of the salmon. The smoky flavor was just right, and the meat was tender and cold. They ate for a few moments in silence, but it wasn't the kind that he'd want to get out of or look to escape. It was nice. And the candlelight had turned Brooklyn's skin a soft golden color. He wished he'd specified to Mrs. Morgan that they should sit next to one another. How's your grandma? He asked. Brooklyn choked on her food. Her face turned red and she took a long drink from her water glass. Fine. Why? Did someone say something? He paused with his fork nearly to his mouth. No. Should they have? She took another drink, her eyes everywhere but on him. No, nothing's happening in her life worth mentioning. He bit into the salad on his fork and chewed slowly. Why am I not convinced? She lifted her eyes as if asking heaven for permission. Okay, there are things happening.
She scooted forward in her seat. "And they are so good, but I promised her I wouldn't say anything." He waved his empty fork as if cutting off a symphony. "Say no more." Her shoulders lowered. "Thanks for not pushing." She leaned back in her seat and tucked into her meal. Asher gave his own sigh of relief. He was pretty sure Brooklyn was talking about the emails they'd exchanged in regards to his Grandpa Thomas, and he wasn't ready to blow that one open yet. He'd forwarded the information on to Grandpa just the other day with a strong warning for him to proceed with caution. He hadn't heard anything back yet, except a thank you note that told him absolutely nothing about what Grandpa was planning to do. It could have been quite a shock. Asher didn't know what he'd do if he were in the old man's shoes. "So, is this your vision?" asked Brooklyn. Her voice was soft, barely louder than the violin music coming from the hidden speakers in the eaves. He stood up and took her hand. "Come here." Leading her to the far end of the deck, where there were fewer candles and no trees to block the view, he placed his arm around her from behind and swayed lightly. She leaned into him. All he could see were her lashes against her cheek. "Look," he whispered in her ear. She looked out over the lake and sighed happily. The water was a mirror for the heavens. Even though the stars were still, the sky felt alive. From way up here, in between the lake and the night, it felt like they were floating, like time and stress didn't exist, like they were a part of eternity and nature and all things holy. "This is my vision." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "How can you ever leave?" she asked softly. He closed his eyes, drinking in her scent, a combination of the berries she'd eaten and her. "I don't want to." She turned and snuggled into him. "Then don't." He held her close. "Life's complicated." She nodded, her cheek brushing his. Fire ignited in his belly, and he dipped his head to kiss her lips. She tasted of sweet things and goodness and hope, all of which tugged at his heart like he'd never experienced before. She smiled against his lips. "Couldn't help yourself?" He chuckled, taking her hand and placing it on his chest. "Not in the least." "I like that about you." She leaned in and kissed him, her other hand trailing up his arm and behind his neck. Even if Asher didn't love the quiet of the mountain cove, and even if Eureka Springs didn't feel like home, Brooklyn did. She was a star fallen from the sky, someone he could laugh with, share his history with, and build a future around. He was in love with her. Brooklyn was tied to this town, and if he wanted her, he'd have to find a way to stay. There was a lot at the top of the cove. She hummed against his lips, and his attention was all on her, on this moment, on the perfect rightness of it all. Chapter 19. Brooklyn. "I'll take 2 alien patties and a little green man." Brooklyn grabbed the mint patties for her customer. He had on a bike helmet with a wire hanger coming out the top and a t-shirt that read, "Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride." The UFO convention was in full swing. For over 30 years, alien enthusiasts had been gathering at the top of the hill to swap sighting stories and watch for UFOs at night. They camped in the woods, gathered in the town square to dance from 7 to 10 p.m., and ate a whole lot of chocolate. The mint patties were a tradition, and one of the first chocolates Brooklyn had been trusted to make on her own. She'd used white chocolate and green food coloring to pipe the aliens on the top. The little green man was made of marshmallows stacked on a wooden skewer and dunked in the same green chocolate. Finally, she'd added large white eyes and a smile. The spaceships and green garlands would come down Monday morning and get tucked away next to the Regency decorations they'd used the week before to celebrate the ball held at the Basin Park Hotel. There'd be another gathering next weekend, and the weekend after that. "I'll be back in an hour," Crystal threw on a jacket. There was a light drizzle outside, nothing to keep the crowds away. "You'll be okay while I run to the store?" Brooklyn glanced at the line that wrapped around the store. She'd had bigger rushes than this, and they needed the specialty flavorings for baking tonight. "Get going." "Okay, loves." She waved and dashed out the door. Brooklyn gave the Wild Ride man his change and smiled at the next customer. He had Willie Nelson braids and a tinfoil headband. Her smile widened. People were awesome. "What can I get for you?"
"I'll have a whole pound of your amaretto fudge."
She nodded, cutting the section as quickly as possible. It was a good thing Crystal was going for flavors. At the rate they were selling today, they'd be out of stock before the mothership landed. Working steadily and keeping a smile on her face, she chatted with people as they came through the line. About 10 minutes in, the line was out the door. She glanced up at the apartment door. Grandma was down with a migraine today. She'd been up and down all night, probably worried about when Thomas would show up. With a guilty heart, Brooklyn picked up the pace. There was no way she was going to ask Grams to come down here and help. Nope. She just prayed that the end result would be a good one. Because if Grandma was this upset and the situation turned out bad, then she'd have some major apologizing to do. The door opened for the 300th time. Something inside of Brooklyn was drawn to the doorway. She glanced away from the person ordering and found Asher, his hands tucked in his pockets, grinning at her. The whole shop faded away. The music blaring from the center of town silenced, and her heart jumped. "Excuse me." The woman waved her hand. "Are you okay?" Brooklyn blinked back to the present and the line that was quickly forming out the door. "I'm fine." She glanced out the corner of her eye at Asher as he made his way to the counter, standing by the register but not in the way of customers. "What are you doing here?" she asked.
"I had some business at City Hall and thought I'd stop by. It's pretty crazy out there."
He hooked his thumb over his shoulder. She smiled. "Don't you just love it?" She handed over the lady's order and set to work as the next woman ordered a 1/4 pound of every flavor of fudge. The man behind her, wearing makeup that made his face look shriveled and pale, shifted with impatience. 3 women in short silver skin-tight dresses and with blue hair giggled when Asher looked their way.
"You were right about this town accepting all sorts."
He nodded to a guy wearing a spaceship costume. The silver disc hung over his shoulders, and flames in red, orange, and yellow danced down his body as he walked. She nodded. "I'd love to give you a lecture about the benefits of tourism in this town and whatnot, but I don't have the time right now." A slow, sexy smile spread across his face.
"I would really like to have that lecture."
She burst out a laugh. "I bet you would, Mr. Businessman." "You two are just adorable," said the 3 girls. "We're totally melting under lasers of love over here." She fanned her face and her friends giggled. Asher turned to Brooklyn, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brooklyn, however, took it in stride. "Ladies, you have no idea. This man is a romance mastermind." His face went deep red, and she barely held back her giggles. "He's so good, he's been helping his friend Rupert to woo his ladylove. How's that going, by the way?" His mouth fell open in shock that she'd brought up his squirrel joke from the other night. He slammed it shut, and a split second later his eyes gleamed. "It's nuts." She barely held her lips together as laughter threatened.
"I think he needs to bury some of his commitment issues. But then again, he has stored up a winter's worth of love that he's just got to share."
The girls cooed as they took their purchases and headed out the door. Brooklyn covered her mouth and laughed. "You're shameless." Asher glanced down the line.
"I was hoping to steal you away for a late lunch, but I'm guessing that's not a possibility."
She frowned. "I'm here till closing."
"Shoot. I was really hoping to spend some time with you."
"I'd like to spend some time with her, too, if you'll let me get an order in," grouched an older man. He was dressed in a black suit with a skinny black tie and had a pair of sunglasses in his white shirt pocket. His silver hair was slicked back, and he had all the attitude of Tommy Lee Jones and then some. "What would you like?" she asked sweetly, throwing an apologetic look to Asher. "I'll take 4 alien patties." "Coming right up." She was down to 2 in the display case and had to run to the kitchen to get another tray. When she came out, Asher was at the sink, washing his hands. "What are you doing?" she hissed as she walked by.
"You could use the help, and I can cut fudge."
He used a paper towel to dry his hands. "You aren't supposed to be back here." Grandma would have a fit. There are rules for working in the shop. No boyfriends hanging out while you're working was a big one. He lifted a shoulder and spoke to the woman next in line, taking her order. Brooklyn cast a worried look at the despondent green, gray, and fleshy-colored faces now trailing out the door. She could do this on her own, but she'd have upset customers, and this was a big weekend for the store. Asher stood by her side and placed a bag of truffles next to the register. "Relax," he said low, right next to her ear. Her whole body erupted in goosebumps. "I'll get the hang of it. You do the register, and I'll do whatever I can." His hand brushed her lower back, and her knees about gave out. "Yeah," she breathed. He kissed her temple and then was off. She rolled her eyes at her reaction to his nearness. She was so far gone for him, she might be off the planet. "You two had better watch it." The lady snatched up her truffles. "I think you're going to melt the chocolates." She glanced in the bag to make sure her purchase was safe. Brooklyn giggled. "I'll do my best to keep it professional." She winked and wandered into the sunlight. The light rain had disappeared. She'd bet there was a stunning rainbow over Asher's Cove right now. Asher set a box next to the register and ran his hand up her arm. "Half a pound of peanut butter?" She nodded and rang up the purchase, her mind more on the man gathering alien patties for a family of 6 than on the buttons she pushed. She gave the total and then hurried to help the next person. As she went behind Asher, she brushed her hand along his back. He leaned into her touch, his eyes never leaving the dad trying to get his kid to make up his mind. A minute later, he kissed her cheek as he passed, making her knees feel like marshmallow goo. Making out in the sweet shop was also against the rules, but it was all she could think about. And Asher wasn't helping. Every chance he got, he touched her arm, her hip, her cheek. He wore a deep, woodsy, musky scent that would suddenly fill her senses and carry her away, making her have to ask the customers to repeat themselves. They were making good progress on the line when her phone rang. She checked the number before answering and saw Crystal's name. "Hey, what's up?" "There's been a wreck on the highway. I'm running late. How you doing?" "Great, really." "Shoot, I was hoping we'd be swamped." "We are." She smiled at the next customer, who pointed to what he wanted. It was horrible customer service to talk on the phone while she was helping someone. "In fact, I have to go. I'm in the middle of an order." "Okay, I'll hurry." "Be safe, not fast." Grandma always told them that phrase. It probably came from losing her family in a car wreck. The police had said her uncle had been speeding. There were other factors involved, but Grandma pounded into them the importance of following the speed limit. "I will. Loves. Loves." She hung up and thanked the man for his patience. "No problem," he replied. He had on a shirt that said, "Packed and ready to go," with a picture of a flying saucer on the front. "Everything okay?" asked Asher. Brooklyn looked at the line, now only halfway around the store, at Asher as he carefully cut a block of cookies and cream fudge, and a good look at her heart, which was lighter than it had been in years. "Everything's great." 20 minutes later, when the store emptied out for the mothership landing near the springs, Brooklyn threw her arms around Asher and kissed him long and slow and with all the excitement and hope building inside of her. She was falling in love with him, and she couldn't stop herself. When they finally pulled apart, gasping for air, he asked, "What was that for?" She searched for a reason that she'd thrown herself into his arms and finally said, "I couldn't help myself." He grinned and grabbed her up, kissing her with urgency. "I like that answer." She smiled against his lips but went right back to kissing. Maybe he wouldn't stay, but if he left and she had this moment in her pocket, she might survive. But if he stayed, then they'd have thousands more kisses to share, a life and a home to build, and she could give herself over to this love that was quickly growing too big to contain. Chapter 20. Asher. The alien convention was something to behold. He'd never thought he was the kind of guy who would get into something like that, but Saturday night, Brooklyn had taken him into the woods, where the group had set up telescopes and such to stargaze and watch for strange occurrences. The sky was amazing, even alive. The UFO enthusiasts were a fun group, harmless in their hobby.
While some believed wholeheartedly in beings from other planets, others were there for the fun atmosphere, the live music, and the comedians performing on a temporary stage. Sometime in their long kiss goodnight, he'd said, "Can we say we're an us? I'd like us to be together exclusively." She'd nudged his nose and nipped at his lower lip. "You mean you want to be boyfriend and girlfriend?" Her tone was teasing and light and comfortable where he'd been nervous. "Yeah, except I'm a man friend. There's no boy in this," he'd replied. And then he'd kissed her until her knees went weak, and he had to hold her up. She'd moan softly, and he had to lean against the door. "I'm in," she'd whispered, and his heart was all in, too. He was looking forward to celebrating the anniversary of that moment next year, which was why he'd asked Mrs. Morgan to connect him with Adam Moreau as they sat in the portable trailer brought in to function as the office for the Mountain Cove development. They had 2 more inspections to go, one on the sewer lines and one on power, and then the individual home construction could begin. Several lots were already sold. Adam was well connected to his target market and had sold these plots by word of mouth. If possible, that would be their only means of advertising. A few well-spoken words in the right circles, and billionaire clients would send liaisons to make inquiries. "I hope you have good news," was Adam's way of answering the phone. Asher laughed. "Always. I sold a lot for you today. Number 21. I need the contract sent over." "Great. Who's the buyer?" Adam wasn't one to spend time on niceties, especially on a business call. "Asher Lockmore." Adam's laughter chortled through the phone, and there was a beep, signaling he'd been placed on speakerphone. "What's her name?" asked Belle. It was Asher's turn to laugh. "Why do you think there's a woman involved?" "Because you were dead set against Mountain Cove from the beginning. The only thing that can make a man change his mind that quickly is a beautiful woman. What's her name?" Belle pushed. Mrs. Morgan pointed a finger at him and nodded her head, silently saying she agreed with Belle. "It's a good investment for me." Belle groaned. "So help me, Asher, I'll kick you out of our house." "She'll do it. Her whole face is red as a rose right now." Adam chimed in. Asher laughed. "All right, her name is Brooklyn. She works at the sweet shop." "Oh, I love that place," Belle squealed. "We'll send over the contract today and get you locked in on Lot 21, Adam said. "Thanks for saving me from more questions from Belle. It's been a pleasure doing business with you." Adam clicked off without saying goodbye. Asher looked at Mrs. Morgan. "Would you be oh so disappointed to be here for a year while I build another new home?" "I think I could stand it." She continued labeling the folders on her desk, one for each lot in the cove to hold the building plans and permits. He wasn't sure how things would look long-term. It wasn't like he and Brooklyn had talked about a future together, though he liked their current arrangement. Quite a bit, actually. The only thing nagging at him was the sense that it wouldn't be enough. At some point in the future, he wouldn't be able to say goodnight, and he'd want the right to hold her close no matter the time of day. He went about unpacking office supplies and organizing his desk. Working from Adam's house had been fine, but once they started homes, there would be too many contractors coming and going, and he'd need a base of operations. Most billionaires would have their own general contractor working on their house, but Asher would oversee them all and make sure they complied with Eureka Springs laws, building codes, and regulations. He'd also work with the contractors in city during inspections. Mrs. Morgan answered her phone. "Hello?" She laid down her pen and focused on the top of her desk. Then she started snapping her fingers at Asher to get his attention. A finger snap meant this situation needed immediate attention. Her job was to remain calm as she spoke to the person on the phone, while his job was to scramble around and set things to right. He was on his feet, his phone in his hand, listening to her side of the call for clues as to what was needed. "Of course, we can be at the airport in 30 minutes. Asher pushed the button on his phone to call for his driver and car. He grabbed Mrs. Morgan's purse and her elbow and ushered her out the door. The car arrived, and he gave instructions to the driver as they slid inside. "It will be wonderful to see him. Thank you for the heads up." She slouched back in her seat. "Your grandfather will land in 20 minutes. Here? He looked through the windshield as if verifying that they were still in Arkansas. Why is he coming here?
His man didn't say, but he's bringing the whole crew along, so he must be staying for a while. She pushed a button and put the phone back up to her ear. Have you told Brooklyn who you are? He jammed his fingers through his hair.
I haven't. It's like...
She cut him off with a shake of her head. Mr. Taylor, thank you for taking my call. I'm afraid we have a last-minute house guest, and he's bringing several staff members with him. Asher leaned back in his seat. There could only be one reason Grandpa was coming to Eureka Springs. If he was flying all the way out here, then he had it in his head to visit Julie. Asher leaned forward to talk to the driver.
Can you arrange for a second car, an SUV? I'm not sure how many people Grandpa's bringing, but there will be luggage to deal with as well.
I'm on it, sir. He pushed a button on the console to start a call and transferred it to his headset. Mrs. Morgan hung up and looked at him expectantly. She wasn't waiting for a progress report on the car situation. She wanted an answer as to why he hadn't told Brooklyn he was A.L. He thought through the situation.
You know what? This isn't that big of a deal. I'll explain everything to Brooklyn, and I'm sure she'll understand.
She huffed and searched through her contacts, connecting another call. Understand why you withheld information from her about the grandmother she holds near and dear to her heart? The woman who took her in and raised her when her world fell apart. Yes, I'm sure she'll be completely understanding about that. She turned slightly away as the person answered. Hello, this is Mrs. Morgan. I have a grocery order placed for tomorrow. I'd like to change that. Asher pulled out his phone and stared at the screen. They were about 10 minutes from the airport. He could call Brooklyn right now, but was this really something he could do over the phone? The words stuck in his head like peanut butter. He smiled. Or fudge. Several phrases came up like, so there's something I've been meaning to tell you, but they all seemed trite at best. The truth shall set you free. He'd just have to go with that, no matter how awkward. I'm going to tell her tonight. I'll get Grandpa and his staff settled, and then I'll go into town and talk to her. Mrs. Morgan patted his hand. It'll go better if she hears it from you before Mr. Ward arrives in her life. And I'm sure the ladies would like some warning. Your grandpa isn't exactly subtle. That was the truth. They turned into the private landing strip and pulled up to the plane. The engines were already off, and Grandpa stood at the bottom of the stairs. He didn't wait for the car to stop before he started their way. His eyebrows were pulled down, and his chin, too. Asher got out and hugged him hello. No time to dally. Grandpa pounded his back and climbed into the car. Hello, Mrs. Morgan. You're looking lovely as always. Mr. Ward, it's wonderful to see you. Asher closed the door behind him and settled in the seat. It was time to take charge. Wait until you see the house. It's right on the lake. You're going to love it. I said I don't have time for that right now. Grandpa grabbed onto the headrest and pulled himself forward. To the sweet shop on Main Street, please. Yes, sir. Clark shifted the car in gear and maneuvered them off the runway. Asher tugged his tie loose. This was so not good. What's the rush? I've waited a long time to see Julie again, and I'm not going to waste another minute. The trees sped by their windows as they got closer and closer to town. Really, wouldn't you like to at least freshen up? What am I, a pile of junk? I can take a plane ride and not come out looking like death. You look very handsome. Mrs. Morgan patted his forearm. Asher shot her a death look. She wasn't helping. She continued in her negotiation voice. But perhaps a moment to orient yourself would be wise? He shook his head. I know this town. It's imprinted right here. He tapped his temple with 2 fingers. Eureka Springs gets into your soul. He stared out the windshield for a moment, his eyes seeing the past. I've had dreams about this place. You don't say. Asher turned slightly. And why didn't you ever tell me or Naomi about it? Grandpa chuckled. You pups wouldn't have understood. We're not children anymore. Seems like you aren't smart yet either. Grandpa. Asher took offense at his words. Nothing against you. Asher, you've built a fine life for yourself and a considerable fortune.
But you haven't lived, my boy. You haven't had to choose between someone you love and surviving. Carrie. He spat her name. Grandpa shook his head. You didn't love her. She messed with your mind, not your heart. Thank goodness you came out of that one with your head on straight. I wondered if you were going to pull it together. Thanks for the confidence. Though his grandpa had always been a hard-nosed man, he'd never been this blunt. I'm just talking to you man to man. If you can't take it, all right. Asher waved his hand. They turned onto Main Street and his stomach dropped. Maybe Brooklyn wouldn't be there. She'd worked all weekend, only going out after the shop was closed, and Mondays were usually her day off. The only reason they hadn't spent the day together was because he had the new office coming today. The car stopped in front of the sweet shop door, and Grandpa shoved at Asher's leg. Get a move on. Asher took a deep breath and opened the car door. This wasn't ideal, but he could make it work. Brooklyn wasn't overly emotional or crazy. They'd handle this bump in the road just fine. If that didn't work, he'd grovel. He climbed out and waited for Grandpa, determined to let him go through the door first. This was his big moment, and Asher couldn't take it away from him. Grandpa's hands shook, and he grabbed the door frame to pull himself up. Asher took him under the arm and lifted. You sure you're up for this, old man? I'm out of my body with nerves, but I'm not backing down. He glanced at Asher. I've worked out what I want to say, but I can't think straight. Asher patted him on the shoulder. He'd never seen the war veteran at a loss for words, let alone nervous. This was the man who'd stormed a POW camp, facing down 2 automatic rifles to rescue half the men under his command. He was fearless and headstrong and completely at a loss as to how to approach a woman he'd left behind years ago. You could start with, I've missed you, or better yet, you haven't changed a bit. Grandpa snorted. We've both changed. He ran his hand down his face, and Asher saw the lines and the wrinkles he usually ignored. To him, Grandpa was still the same guy he'd been since Asher was 5 years old. I'm going in, he said, and he made his way to the door. He swung it open with purpose and strode inside. Asher glanced back at Mrs. Morgan, who was still in the car. Get in there! She shooed him along. Jumping into action, he rushed up, grabbing the door before it swung shut. He ducked in, his suit jacket flying open, and stopped in his tracks to take in the situation. Julie was behind the counter, her arm out and her hand in Grandpa's. He was leaning over, pressing a kiss to her fingers. Brooklyn and Crystal were against the back wall, hugging each other and swiping tears. So much for not emotional. I came to see if you'd go on a picnic with me, Jules. Grandpa's voice was gravelly and low, and had lost the edge it so often took with Asher. All 3 women sighed romantically. Julie rolled her eyes and shot her granddaughters a mind-your-own-business look. I'd like that, Thomas. Let me get my purse. His eyes wrinkled at the corners as he smiled. I put the cart before the horse, Jules. I don't even have a picnic basket. She laughed. You fool. Her voice was so full of remembrance and tenderness that the years melted away, and Asher could see the young beauty that had caught his grandpa's eye. She had eyes like Crystal and hair the same color as Brooklyn's. When she laughed and tossed her head, he couldn't help but think of Brooklyn and squirrels and starlight. Brooklyn caught sight of him and made her way around the counter. Isn't this sweet? She whispered as she wrapped her arms around his middle. He put his arm around her and kissed her hair. She smelled of sugar and brownies. I need to tell you something. She lifted her chin to look him in the eyes. Can we go tomorrow? Grandpa asked. I'd like that, Julie answered, her eyes dropping demurely. Just as Asher opened his mouth to explain everything, Grandpa patted him on the shoulder. Let's get going, son. I've got plans to make. Brooklyn's nose wrinkled. Son? She looked back and forth between the two of them. Do you know each other? Grandpa slapped him on the back hard enough to make him step forward. This here's my grandson. He's working in the area. I'll bet you're Brooklyn, the one who sent the emails. I am.
She untangled herself from Asher and shook Grandpa's hand. "It's nice to finally meet you." She glanced at Asher out of the corner of her eye. "I'm sorry, did you say you're related?" Her eyes widened as she put the pieces together. "You're A.L." He nodded. "That's what I was going to tell you." She blinked several times. "When?" "I was hoping to tell you before Grandpa got here, but he was stubborn about coming right from the airport." Grandpa lifted a shoulder. "I'm a man who knows what he wants." "Why didn't you say anything? We emailed like 3 or 4 times." She took a step away from him and he felt the distance as if it were a mile. "Even after we'd met." "I didn't know you," he said softly as he brushed his fingers down her cheek. She didn't flinch away, but she also didn't lean into his touch. "I should have said something before now. I was trying to protect my grandpa. There are people who would use him to get to me." She nodded. "I can understand that." She grabbed her right elbow with her left hand as she looked over her shoulder. "Maybe we should talk about this later, in private?" "That's a great idea. I can get Grandpa settled at home and come back." She smiled softly. Not the radiant kind of smile that filled her face, but the kind that had hope. He'd take it. "Okay." "Okay." He kissed her forehead and then turned to see 3 sets of eyes watching them. "We're a thing," he told them all. Crystal giggled. Grandma flapped a hand at him. Grandpa rolled his eyes. "Get in the car." Asher winked at Brooklyn. "I'll be back soon." She nodded. He wasn't out of the doghouse, but this wasn't too bad. If Grandpa won Julie's heart again, he'd be forgiven in a heartbeat. But he couldn't bank on that. He needed to tell Brooklyn how he felt and let her know how sorry he was. That might take a lot of kissing and hugging, but he was up for the job. They piled into the car. Mrs. Morgan tapped her foot, waiting for an update. Grandpa put his hand over his face. "Did I make a mess of that? I can't believe I asked her out. A picnic? I'm not 18 years old anymore." Asher patted his shoulder. "You came out fine. I'm the one who needs a dozen roses, stat." Mrs. Morgan had her phone out and was ordering flowers before he finished sighing. "Listen, son." Grandpa wagged a finger at him. "Women, good women, don't come by every day. Don't let this one go." "You don't know her." Asher bristled at being given love advice from a man who could barely walk into the building 10 minutes ago. "I don't have to. I saw the way she looked at you, before she was mad. She's special." Asher leaned forward, rubbing his palms together. He had questions, but the biggest one would help him know if his childhood had been a lie. "How does Grandma fit into all this?" Grandpa smiled. "She was amazing. You need to know that I have never regretted marrying her." "But Julie?" "When I went off to war, I became a different man. Something happened inside of me. In order to do my duty, I had to cut off the softer parts of my soul and lock them away. When I got home, I was a mean old cuss. I couldn't go back to Julie, not like that. She wouldn't have recognized me. Your grandma was the one who opened my heart back up, and I gave it wholly to her." He copied Asher's posture, rubbing his palms together. "When I saw that email from Brooklyn, it was like a candle lit in here." He touched his chest. "For the first time in my life, I could look back on my time here and feel peace. You see, Julie had somehow become wrapped up with the war in my memories, but not anymore." Asher could understand that. Grandma had been gone for a while, taken too soon, really. And though he didn't let on, Grandpa was lonely. He spent time by himself, walking the private beach at the Cove in Seattle, throwing sticks for his Labrador and refusing invitations for dinner parties. If Julie got Grandpa out of the house and put a smile on his face, he could get behind that. "I'm happy for you, Grandpa." He grinned. "Me too, my boy. Me too." "The roses will be ready in a half hour at Lily and Rose, just up the street." Mrs. Morgan tucked her phone away. "And your flowers will be waiting tomorrow before your picnic, Mr. Ward." Grandpa pressed his palms together. "Thank you, you amazing woman, you." She smiled. "It's nice having someone around who shows some appreciation."
Mrs. Morgan, Asher gasped. You know I'd be a mess without you. I know, but I like to know you know it too. She checked her to-do list on her phone. And you'd better make sure that girl knows that you know you screwed up. I will. He scrubbed his hand through his hair. He'd make this right, no matter what. Brooklyn was too important to lose.
Chapter 21. Brooklyn. Brooklyn didn't have the luxury of hovering near the front door and watching for Asher. She was on closing tonight. The moment Asher's car pulled away from the curb, Grandma melted into the chair in the window, fanning her face like she was dealing with a hot flash.
He's still so handsome.
Crystal agreed quickly. I think those are all his teeth, too.
Grandma swatted at her and Crystal danced out of her reach. And now we can see why Asher reminded me of him so much, Grandma added.
Brooklyn stayed behind the counter, doing the pre-closing checklist even though they had an hour to go. She admitted to herself that if Asher aged as well as his grandfather, he'd be good-looking until the day he died. She could live with that. I don't like that he kept a secret from me. I don't kiss men who lie.
Grandma and Crystal turned as one, their eyes wide.
Oh my gosh!
Crystal raised her eyes from her phone.
He's a billionaire!
Brooklyn dropped her rag on the floor with a splat. What are you talking about? Crystal shoved her phone at Brooklyn.
I Googled him, which we should have done ages ago. He's a billionaire.
Brooklyn scrolled through the articles. That explains so much. She thought back to the dinner, all the rich people food, the way he didn't freak out when he lost that expensive shoe in the lake. Of course, that was his fault for falling in, but still. Crystal stared over her shoulder.
He's been all over the world.
Brooklyn stared at the images of Asher in Milan, Rome, Egypt. The man traveled. She pulled the phone back.
And he's got more money than...
I get it. Brooklyn buried her face in her hands. Why was he even kissing me? Because you're worth kissing. Grandma stood up from the table. No amount of money can give that man what you can. Don't you ever let anyone tell you different. Brooklyn hugged herself, feeling all the warmer because she had Grandma on her side. Thanks, Grams.
Crystal nodded. He likes you, Brookie.
She pulled out the nickname Brooklyn hadn't heard since the first grade.
Besides, when you have that much money, it becomes meaningless. People are what matter.
Do you think so? Do you think Asher's like that? She held her breath, waiting for the answer her heart hinged on. Grandma made her way behind the counter. Would he have divvied up fudge here for an afternoon if he wasn't? She smacked Brooklyn on the backside. Brooklyn jumped up and danced away. What was that for? For breaking the no making out in the shop rule. Grandma's eyes laughed. Brooklyn's mouth dropped open. You know about that? Know it? I saw it. Her face turned bright red. Grandma hooted. I tried to interrupt, but you two were tangled tight. Oh my gosh. She pressed her cold hands to her face. Grams! I'm letting it go this time, but if I catch you at it again, I'm calling the cops. They all laughed. Sheriff Price would be more embarrassed than she and Asher would be. Asher's dark sedan drove past the window, probably on its way to the public parking lot. Brooklyn untied her apron. I'm going to talk to him. We need to sort this out. Grandma exchanged a look with Crystal. Don't worry, we can close tonight. Thank you, Brooklyn called as she hurried out the door. She'd only known Asher was a billionaire for a few minutes, and already she thought of him differently. But he was still the same guy who had knocked her into the lake and limped up the steps in wet clothes. And she was in love with that guy. She skipped down the street, and when his car came into view, her stomach did a flip. She could barely hold back from running to him. He got out of the car and their eyes met across the street, making the whole rest of the world fade away. She had to look back and forth 3 times to make sure there weren't cars coming. Her brain just wasn't registering anything but Asher. Chapter 22. Asher. Asher had dropped off Grandpa and Mrs. Morgan and left his driver with them in case Grandpa wanted to pick up supplies for his big date. He drove the sedan into town, pushing the speed limit. He had no desire to get a speeding ticket. So far, the town loved him, and he wanted to keep it that way. A reputation as a rule breaker or an entitled rich guy would make it more difficult to work with people. After running in to grab the roses, he drove down to the public parking lot and found a spot. Looking up the street, he saw Brooklyn stepping out of the fudge shop and heading his way. Her hair caught the sunlight and blazed with fire as she checked for traffic. His pulse accelerated. He was moments away from holding her in his arms, and he felt like he was going to jump out of his skin. He reached in for the flowers when he heard his name called. Glancing through the passenger window, he saw Cap bent down, looking at him through the passenger window. They both stood up so they could talk over the roof of the car. "Hi, Cap. How are things going?" Cap frowned. "I just wanted to say how sorry I am about the Mountain Cove development." He shook his balding head. "I had high hopes for what it would bring to Eureka Springs." "Hey." Brooklyn stopped next to him, putting her hands on his arm. The contact was like a warm breeze coming off the waterfall. Her blue eyes were bright and full of hope, as well as a little reservation. He wanted nothing more than to clear all that away and tell her he loved her, but Cap's words were like tar spread across the road. He had to get through it, no matter how sticky. "Hey, yourself." He winked at Brooklyn before turning back to Cap. "I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding what you're saying. It sounds like you're telling me Mountain Cove isn't going to happen." Cap shook his head. "It's not. You don't have enough water rights for as many houses as you have planned, not even close." He reeled. "Water rights? We own part of the lake." "Right, but that's not fresh water." He pulled a sheaf of paper out of a worn leather folder tucked under his arm. "We were moved over to a new system a couple decades back." He passed the sheet over the top of the car. Asher took it, the movement pulling his arm away from Brooklyn. He glanced at her, and her eyes had gone from reserved to fearful. Her face was pale. Concerned, he put his arm around her shoulder as he glanced over the sheet. "Are you okay?" She shook her head. "It was a good thing Brooklyn filed that inquiry, or the town would have been in a world of hurt." Cap nodded her way. "Water shortages are no joke, and there's no way to get more. She saved us all from a big mistake." Asher dropped his arm from her. "You filed the inquiry?" She nodded. They stared at one another, Asher's brain running circles around what had just happened. "Why?" He furrowed his brow. "Because She gave Cap a short smile. "Can we get a moment alone?" He jerked as if just realizing that there was more going on here than water rights. "Oh, yeah, sorry, my car." "Thank you for your help," Asher added. "It's been a pleasure working with you, and if I ever get back this way, we'll do lunch." Cap smiled easily. "Great." Asher turned all his attention on Brooklyn. She folded her arms across her chest. "What do you mean, if you ever get back this way? I thought you were staying. She bit her lip. "I thought you were staying." He knew what she'd been about to say, what she'd cut off with that nibble on her lip. She thought they had a future together, here. She thought he would relocate and live in town, and they'd date and get married and make beautiful babies together. He knew that's what she thought because it was what he thought too. And the irony of it all burned like hot iron. "I thought you wanted me to stay," he fired back. "I do," she said quietly. She held up the paper. "This says different. Why didn't you tell me you filed an inquiry?" "I forgot about it." Anger built. Everything he'd worked for, gone. "You forgot?" His voice rose and a crow flew out of the lot and into the trees. "It was impulsive and Cap drove out of the lot, and her eyes followed his car. "Maybe I can undo this." "You can't." He wadded up the paper and threw it into his open car. "You should have told me. I might have been able to do something before it went this far, but the results are final." He slammed his fist onto the top of the car. "I should have been watching my back instead of—" He threw his other hand toward her. Her mouth fell open, and a moment later her hip cocked out. "You're one to talk. You've been lying to me this whole time." She threw her hand at him in the same dismissive manner. He narrowed his eyes. I was trying to protect my grandfather. So it's okay to kiss me, just not let me meet the family? She stepped forward, her eyes sharp. I may not be a billionaire, but I make an honest living, and I have a heritage I can be proud of. If that's not good enough for you, then you're a playboy rich snob who doesn't deserve me or this town. With a flick of her hair, she spun and marched toward the sweet shop. Asher glared at her back. Since when was it ever about money with her? You don't know what you're talking about, he called. She ignored him. He dropped into the driver's seat, the smell of fresh roses mocking him. He grabbed them and tossed them out the door, wadding the plastic wrapping up and shoving it into the back seat. He started the car and made his way out of town. But going to the Cove wasn't going to get rid of Brooklyn. She was everywhere he looked in this town. He told his digital assistant to call Mrs. Morgan. Yes? Figure out how to get us out of Arkansas, and fast. Ever the calm one, she simply asked, Where are we going? Back to Seattle. He needed to talk to Adam, to explain the water situation and why all his improvements to the land and the money dumped into this investment had been wasted. And how long will we be staying? Indefinitely. I'll see to it. She clicked off. Asher's stomach twisted at the thought of leaving, and his heart squeezed painfully. He gritted his teeth and steeled himself against the pain. He'd felt awful after breaking up with Carrie, but he'd also had this overwhelming sense of being free. He waited for that to happen, for the weight of being with someone to lift. But no relief came. He set his jaw. He could get over Brooklyn, and he would never set foot in Arkansas again. Chapter 23. Brooklyn. Come on, Cap, there must be something we can do. Brooklyn clasped her hands in front of her and pleaded with her eyes. I'm sorry, Brooklyn, but there's no more water shares for him to buy. They were sold to the locals when they were first issued. Brooklyn stared at the map of Mountain Cove hanging on the wall of his office. Next to it was a chart of estimated property taxes. When she'd walked into City Hall, Carly had glared at her over her coffee mug and made a snide remark about taking away her raise. She had a few more people give her dirty looks on the way to Cap's office. Apparently, she'd ruined more than Asher's plans. The city council, the mayor, and other officers had been making budgets, their eyes alight with possibilities that hadn't previously existed for Eureka Springs, including remodeling the elementary school. She felt really bad about that one. Hanging her head, she made her way out of the building and up to the sweet shop. Crystal manned the counter, scrolling through texts on her phone. They weren't busy this Wednesday morning. The whole town felt empty, but maybe that had more to do with not seeing Asher than it did with tourism, or the lack of it, on weekdays. Crystal lowered her phone. How did it go? Horrible. She marched straight back to the kitchen, calling over her shoulder, I'm making fudge. She gathered a saucepan and ingredients, replaying her argument with Asher in her head. She hadn't meant to get so angry, but when he dismissed their time together, dismissed her as secondary to his work, she'd been offended and hurt. Mostly hurt. He meant more to her than all of that. And if he'd asked her to travel with him for his job, she would have done it, as long as they spent summers in Eureka Springs. It was a good compromise, one that would have worked for them. But she'd broken the trust between them, kissed his lips while stabbing him in the back. In her defense, she hadn't planned on kissing him when she'd filed that inquiry. And then there was his lie. She'd almost convinced herself that it wasn't a big deal, but in reality, it was a symptom of who he was on the inside. A snob who thought she and Grandma weren't good enough for his family. She jabbed the measuring cup into the sugar bucket. The sound of Grandma's laughter filtered through the swinging door right before she bustled in. Behind her came Thomas, his face flushed with happiness and hiking. Brooklyn stowed her emotions and focused on the two of them. Getting them together had been the point of all of this, and she was glad they'd finally had a picnic after all this time. It was too soon to tell if love was in the air, but they were certainly comfortable with one another. Thomas had his hand on Grandma's lower back, and she touched his arm. "How is the picnic?" she asked, Great. Thomas smiled. Grandma giggled. This goofball picked a spot on the trolley tour. We had 3 trolleys stop and give their speech about turkey vultures while we ate. Thomas laughed. I learned quite a bit. Grandma swatted at him. Oh, you. He went for a wooden stool tucked under the back counter and took a seat while Grandma pulled out a mixing bowl. They were low on brownies. It was quiet while everyone moved around and worked. This brings back memories, Thomas mused. He sniffed the air. That scent makes me think I'm 20 again. How do you think I've stayed so young? Grandma winked at him, making him chuckle. Brooklyn listened to them banter for a few minutes. Finally, the question bubbling inside of her head had to be let out. Aren't you mad at her? Thomas tilted his head, curious. For what? Brooklyn tapped the wooden spoon on the side of the pan. For not showing up that night? For basically standing you up at the altar? He hummed and rubbed his chin. I was, for a while. But seeing death every day... He shook his head as if the bad memories could fall out like salt from a shaker. I decided it wasn't worth holding on to that anger. Brooklyn chewed her lip. Asher respected and protected his grandpa. If anyone could get through to him... Maybe you could talk to Asher about that. I haven't heard from him in 2 days, and he won't answer my texts. Thomas and Grandma locked eyes, having a conversation without words. What? Brooklyn demanded, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. Honey. Grandma came over and put one arm around her back. Asher went back to Seattle. Brooklyn fell into Grandma's side, the landing soft and familiar when her world suddenly felt pointy and unwelcome. He left? Thomas nodded. Tears stung her eyes and she sucked in air. I ran him out of town. She sniffed. I mean, I would have happily done that 6 weeks ago, but... She swallowed the lump in her throat, but it was right back in place. I wanted him to stay. Grandma cooed and rubbed her arm. I know, sweetie. Brooklyn's tears left big drops on her apron. I wish I could fix this. Now. Thomas got off his stool and came over. We can figure this out. He patted her shoulder. What's the issue here? Brooklyn sniffed. Which one? She gave a deprecating laugh as she ticked off the items on her fingers. He lied to me about who he was. He didn't tell me he was your grandson. And I ruined his job here by filing a water inquiry, and the city shut him down, which I didn't tell him about either. Thomas chuckled. Well, as far as not telling you he was my grandson, put that one on me. I asked him to keep the crazies away from me. But I'm not crazy. She flapped her arms once, her voice high. Okay, maybe she sounded a little crazy, but really she was just upset. She'd had a great man. She loved him. And now he was gone. He didn't know that, offered Grandma as she stepped back. But he didn't come clean when he did know. Brooklyn turned back to the saucepan and realized she had no idea how much sugar she'd measured out. She dumped it all back into the storage bucket to start over. Well, that was unfortunate, but again, I think he was waiting on me. He'd forwarded your emails and I hadn't answered him. Thomas glanced at Grandma. I was trying to sort some things out on my own. Be angry with me about that, not him, okay? Grandma sighed happily. In that one sound was more joy and love than she'd ever known her grandma to feel. It sounded like Thomas would be a part of the family for a long time to come. Brooklyn thawed. I can't be upset at you for something I started, now can I? She gave him a quick hug. What about the other thing? She fiddled with her apron. What can I do to make up for ruining his project? Grandma got a sly look in her eye. I may be able to help you out with that. Her heart jumped with hope. How? Grandma crossed the room to the old recipe box on the shelf. Brooklyn held up her hand. I can't let you sell the family recipes, Grams. Book publishers had been after her for years. Some had offered amounts that turned their heads, but in the end, they'd always decided that the sweet shop should be their focus, and people should have to come to them for the goodies. Grandma scoffed. You think the only thing in here is recipes? She fingered through the tabs and came up with a cream-colored paper folded into quarters. Aha!
With a flourish, she unfolded the paper and began to read. The Township of Eureka Springs grants to Mrs. Julie Drury the amount of 100 water shares. What? Brooklyn screeched as she crossed the room and pulled the paper to her nose. Thomas followed right behind. The city seal was at the top. It all looked official. Why do you have this? Grandma lifted a shoulder. We were doing pretty good when the shares went up for sale. Your grandpa was spending the money he could find on booze, so I invested it in water shares to protect it. As time went on, I started to think of it as my retirement fund. Thomas kissed her cheek. You always had a head for business. Grandma flushed a pretty shade of pink. She folded the paper and handed it to Brooklyn. I want top dollar for those water shares. Her eyes twinkled. If you can find a buyer for them, that is. Brooklyn hugged her. I don't know if this will make up for it, but I can try. Trying and apologizing was about all she could do. Forget that. Thomas's big hand thumped her back. You tell that boy you love him and want him back. She laughed, swiping away the last of her tears. I will. She patted her pockets for her phone. I need to book a flight to Seattle. Thomas laughed. The sound was rich and caramelly and added a whole new flavor to their kitchen. She liked it a lot. I hope you stick around for a while. I'm going to have to. Have to? Grandma backhanded his stomach. That doesn't sound very romantic. He rubbed the spot she'd whacked. It's not like I have a choice. Brooklyn's taking my plane to Seattle tonight. Both Brooklyn and Grandma's mouths fell open. Your plane? They said together. Thomas laughed again. I'll call the pilot and have him fuel it right now. What time do you want to leave? Now, she blurted, and then she glanced down at her jeans and old tennis shoes. Her hands went to her hair, pulled back in a messy bun because she was making fudge today. Thomas smiled fondly at her. He won't care what you look like so long as you show up. She nodded. I guess I'm on my way then. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I need to pack some clothes at least. Thomas ushered her toward the exit. Forget about it. Her foot banged into the swinging door and she fell into the shop. Crystal looked up from her phone. What's going on? Your cousin is going after the man of her dreams. Grandma waved her hand in front of her misting eyes. Thomas hugged her to his side. You always did love a good love story. Brooklyn and Crystal put their hands over their hearts and said, Oh. A shiny black car pulled up in front of the shop. There's your ride. Thomas took her arm and escorted her out, opening the shop door and then the back door to the vehicle. To the airport, Clark, and don't let her chicken out. He slammed the door behind Brooklyn and waved. Brooklyn flipped around in her seat to see out the back window. Thomas and Grandma were on the step in front of the door waving goodbye. Crystal was in the window, grinning. She waved enthusiastically back at them, her heart full of love for these people who wanted her happiness. She flipped around and her stomach swirled with nerves. I know what he said, miss. Clark glanced into the rearview mirror. But if you'd like me to drop you off somewhere, I will. She pressed her palms together and pressed her fingers to her lips. I can do this. She'd been born and raised in Arkansas, never left the state before. State lines aren't real, are they? They're just on maps? Clark chuckled. Yes, miss, they don't really draw them on the land. She nodded. I thought so. Settling back, she put on her seatbelt. Anything you want to tell me about Seattle before I get there? He smiled. Try the clam chowder on the dock. You'll love it. She grinned, thinking of her and Asher by the water, the waves soft in the background and the sun on their skin. It was Seattle, so maybe the rain on their skin? I will, thanks. She folded the water share paper once more and then stowed it in her phone case. It was her ticket to getting Asher back. She hoped he was a forgiving man and that she'd be able to come up with the words that would explain how she felt. Because even if he didn't want her, she had to tell him she loved him. Had to take the chance. She prayed for guidance and grace the whole way to the airport. Chapter 24. Asher.
Home Sweet Home in Seattle felt more like an empty warehouse of designer furniture. The back deck had been prepped for his evening, a fire burned in the outdoor pit, the lights were turned to a soft glow, and soothing piano music floated through the air. It was well past sunset, but only a few stars were visible. He missed the Arkansas sky. It was the kind of sky that inspired lovers. Asher glared down at his stocking feet. Poor little billionaire, he mocked himself, surrounded by the best money can buy and wishing he was in an outdated fudge shop instead. He had a meeting scheduled with Adam Moreau in the morning that he wasn't looking forward to. Asher wasn't the type of man who failed. It didn't sit well with him. Not having Brooklyn to hold was even worse. Mrs. Morgan appeared in the doorway. She had a house on property, but she had access to his home any time, night or day, a necessity for her job. "I'm done for the night. Do you need anything else?" "A brownie? A pound of cookies and cream fudge? A marshmallow alien?" "I'm fine, thank you." She nodded once. Her phone rang and she glanced at the screen. What in the world? Hitting the answer button, she pressed it to her cheek. "Yes? He shouldn't... I see." A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. "Landing in 3 minutes, you say? We'll be right up." Asher was already putting on his shoes. "Your grandfather's plane is landing in 3 minutes." He growled. "I wonder what happened." She lifted a shoulder, moving quickly into the house. "We'll find out soon enough." They raced to the garage where he'd parked the golf cart. Most of the residents of the Seattle Cove had them to get around the neighborhood or visit the beach. He liked the idea, but didn't think it was possible for the mountain cove, as the terrain was too rough. They'd have to use side-by-sides and four-wheelers. Except there wasn't going to be a mountain cove. The realization stung. Brooklyn had said she was trying to get rid of him, just being nicer about it. He should have taken that warning at face value. It only took a few minutes to get to the private landing strip on the hill. By then, Grandpa's plane was done taxiing and the engines had stilled. Asher got out and stood by the cart, his hands in his pockets and his spirits low. Eureka Springs had done a number on his family, that was for sure. Mrs. Morgan's gasp brought his head up and jerked his gaze to the cabin door. At the top of a rolling set of stairs was Brooklyn. She broke into a wide grin and ran down the stairs. Asher stared at her, not sure if he was in a state of shock or hallucinating. "You idiot, run to her!" Mrs. Morgan smacked his arm. He jerked and jolted to a start as the realization that she'd come after him sank in. There was so much to clear up, but she was here. He ran faster, ready to collide with her and never let her go. At the last second she jumped, an act of trust that said she believed he'd catch her, and his heart soared. She pressed a kiss to his lips. Before he had a chance to respond, for his mind to catch up to what his body already celebrated, she'd pulled away. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." She hugged him close. "Me too." He set her on her feet and closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of sugar and thick cream. "Oh my gosh, you smell so good." She laughed, pulling away from him so she could look into his eyes. "What are you doing here?" He couldn't help the smile that filled his face. He already knew the answer. A woman didn't fly across the country for a man she didn't love, but he had to hear it from her. "I came for you." He kissed her, but she pulled away. "I love you, Asher Lockmore, even if you are a billionaire and didn't tell me." "It's not something that comes up in everyday conversation." She smacked his arm. "It's not like you're confessing to murder." He went very still and wiped the smile from his face. Her eyes widened, and he watched the wheels of her mind spin as she wondered if he'd killed someone. He broke character. "I'm kidding. I've never killed anyone." She smacked his arm again, giggling. "Don't tease me at a time like this." He was so happy. He lifted her up and spun her around. "I believe you said something about being in love with me?" She laughed. "I did." He spun faster and she grabbed on. I do love you." He slowed down, but for him, the world was at a crazy tilt. This amazing, beautiful woman loved him. I love that apron. Is it new?" She pulled out of his arms and glared. "Asher, if I get back on that plane—" He took her hand and pressed a kiss to her fingers. "Brooklyn Triggs, I love you with all my heart and every piece of my soul. I can't be apart from you for one more minute, and I'm sorry for not telling you who I am, or about Grandpa. I promise to always tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth for as long as we both shall live." She placed her hand on the side of his face, her eyes luminous. "Me too." He tugged on her hand, bringing her close enough to kiss, and lowered his mouth to hers. She tasted as sweet as sugar. Her arms wrapped around his head, and she melted into him. As they kissed on the runway, his heart took flight. He moved to deepen the kiss, and she pulled back. "Wait!" "What?" He mentally stumbled forward. "I almost forgot!" She took her phone out of her back pocket and popped off the case, handing him a folded piece of paper. He eyed her curiously as he unfolded it. Scanning the first few lines, he blinked. Are you kidding me right now?" She shook her head. "I'm afraid you'll have to pay out the nose for them, but Grandma is ready to cash in her retirement. I didn't know she had them, I swear. It just happened to come up when I was—" He stopped her with a kiss. "I don't care," he said against her mouth. "You don't?" she replied, tipping her head and hooking the back of his neck. "The minute I left Eureka Springs, He shook his head. "I was lost. At first I thought it was because I didn't have a job or a project anymore, but that's not true. I was lost because I didn't have you." He kissed her forehead. "You're what makes every day worthwhile." He pressed his forehead to hers. "If I worked every day in the fudge shop and got to spend it with you, I'd be happy." She laughed. "You might just have to with Grandma retiring." "Don't tease me, woman. You can't dangle that out there and not follow through." She softened in his arms. "As much as I want you right where I can kiss you at every moment, you have a development to oversee." "You won't hate me?" "Never," she whispered. He pulled back. "Mrs. Morgan?" He called toward the golf cart, where his assistant was looking the other direction. Bless her discreet heart. "Yes?" She turned elegantly. "Pack your bags. We're going to Arkansas." Brooklyn whooped and threw her arms in the air. Laughing, he took her hand and pulled her to the golf cart. She leaned back, digging in her heels, her eyes wide. "I didn't pack any clothes. Your grandpa said I wouldn't need them." He laughed. "Dirty old man." Her jaw dropped and she smacked his arm. "I'm not that kind of a girl." "I know." He laughed harder. "I was kidding." She slid onto the soft leather seat and sat between him and Mrs. Morgan. Mrs. Morgan gave her a side hug. "Welcome to Seattle. I'll take care of your clothing needs, dear. You just make sure this guy stays in line." Brooklyn covered her mouth and laughed. "You got it, and thank you so much." "You're welcome." Asher suddenly couldn't wait to show Brooklyn his home, to have her spirit leave its mark so the rooms never felt empty again. He wanted memories with her, billions of them. And he knew, deep down, that each one would be sweeter than the last. Epilogue. 1 year later. "Can I look?" Brooklyn brought her fingers up to the blindfold, ready to rip it off. Asher chuckled. "Not yet, love. Just a few more steps." The smell of damp soil and moist tree leaves filled her senses, but it was Asher's strong hands in hers that drew most of her attention. He had a habit of doing that. For the last year, he'd worked tirelessly on the mountain cove during the day. Their evenings were spent together, participating in whatever celebration Eureka Springs supported that weekend, hiking, paddleboarding, or working the shop if things were busy. Asher could make a mean batch of brownies, and was the only billionaire she knew with a food handler's permit. They walked a few more steps, the land sloping gently down, before he stopped her. Going behind, he turned her to face the side and reach for the blindfold. "Are you ready?" His breath was warm on her neck and sent goosebumps over her skin. "Yes," she replied, all breathy. She couldn't help it. This man took her breath away with a look. Being this close sent her into heart palpitations. The blindfold fell away, and she blinked against the setting sunlight.
When her vision cleared, there was a mailbox built to look like a tiny sweet shop. "It's so cute!" She bent down and opened it. Inside was a small leather box. She gasped, her body freezing in place. Was that a... Asher took the box out and got down on one knee.
"Brooklyn Triggs, you make the world, my world, a sweeter place. Would you do me the great honor of becoming my wife?"
He cracked open the box to reveal an engagement set with a wide gold band and a solitaire diamond. Tears sprang to her eyes. "Yes!" She pulled him to his feet and kissed him for all she was worth. He responded quickly, and they tangled until the sun went down and the crickets came out. When they had to breathe properly, they pulled apart. Asher grinned.
"Want to see the best part?"
"I thought this was the best part," she replied as she nipped at his bottom lip. He moaned in pleasure.
"Stop, or you're never going to see the rest of your surprise."
"There's more?" she asked, astonished. "Like a diamond ring isn't a big enough surprise?" He laughed.
"Just wait."
He used his phone flashlight to illuminate the side of the mailbox. She craned her head and squinted. Mr. and Mrs. Lockmore. Wait, what? He suddenly turned shy.
"I may have built you a house."
"What?" She shrieked again, grabbing his arm and shaking it. "Tell me you're kidding." She laughed even as she said it because the truth shone in his eyes. Pieces of the last year clicked into place. He'd shown her magazine pictures, asked her opinion on bathroom fixtures, all under the guise of gathering information for his job.
"I'm not kidding. Lot 21 is ours."
She threw herself into his arms once more. "I love it."
"You haven't seen it."
"Doesn't matter. It's a home with you in it."
"Are you ready to add our names to the sweetheart tree?"
Her heart warmed at the thought. She knew just where she wanted to carve a heart. Right below where Grandma and Thomas had carved theirs 6 months ago. "I can't wait."
"Me neither. I love you, Brooklyn."
She'd seen that look of pure love so many times over the last year that any doubts she'd had about him had disappeared. He really was the best of men, honest and true. And she didn't think she could love him any more than she did at that moment. Then again, maybe she could. After all, they had a lifetime of moments ahead of them. This has been Her Billionaire Mistake, Billionaire Bachelor, Mountain Cove. Written by Lucy McConnell, narrated by Liz Crane. Copyright 2020 by Lucy McConnell. Production copyright by Lucy McConnell.